Hey everybody, Digi Bro here, and I'm about to recommend 250 anime shows. More specifically, I'm going to recommend every anime that I have finished that I think is worth recommending, which is about 250, so I cut it right to that number. I won't be recommending any shows that I haven't finished, which means that this is not even close to a list of all the great anime out there. I've got a good 130 shows on hold, most of which are shows that I think either are great or have potential to be great. Some of my favorite anime is not even on this list because I still haven't finished Gintama the first season or any season, so that won't be on here. Some stuff that I think has better manga won't be on here, like Berserk or One Piece. But this will be a comprehensive list of shows I have finished that I recommend to everyone in the audience. The incentive to do this is just to have a very easy and massive recommendation list for people to come to. It'll be nearly everything that I think is worth watching. And it's a good way to introduce people to maybe some more obscure shows or to some classics that are worth pointing out, without me having to do a video on every single one of these shows in order to, make you understand that they are something worth watching. A lot of these are shows I will have talked about in previous recommendation videos or in previous analysis videos, but this is a compilation of all of it. Now, all of this is organized by genre. And these genres are fairly loose. None of them are like, this is all the show is. And I'm going to talk about the shows, like, what they're like in more depth as I list them. But I'm going to be going through this one genre at a time. So this video will be organized by genre. As I go through each genre, the shows will be in pretty much alphabetical order. It's the alphabetical order by way of my anime listing, which lists in the Japanese order. And some of these I have the English titles of. So if the alphabetical seems weird, that's why. I'm also going to state how much I recommend these shows. So the minimum will be a light recommendation, meaning something that I don't necessarily think is amazing, but it's worth checking out if you're bored. Like, not all of these are going to be like 10 out of 10 classics or anything. Some of these are just going to be like okay shows that are just worth checking out. Maybe you'll like it more than I will even. A medium recommendation means it's something that I think is, a little bit more worth checking out. A high recommendation means it's something I think you should definitely see, especially if you're a fan of that genre. And there will be must-watch shows as well, which are ones that you should watch regardless of whether you like that genre, because the shows are just that good. Obviously, this is all my opinion. It's all based on, what I thought was good enough to watch all the way through, and how much I think these shows are worth watching. So your mileage will vary on all of this. Some of these you might watch and then say, why the fuck did you recommend that? I thought it was fucking terrible. But, that's just you. I'm going to start off with some of the more pure genres, because some of these I made up my own genre categories. I like them a lot, but I'm going to start with the ones that are more straightforward. So I'm starting with comedy, because I have the most of anything I have is comedy shows, and I want to get through the pure comedy stuff before I move into the more advanced shit. The first comedy show that I recommend is Arakawa Under the Bridge. This is a fun little Shaft show, so it has very interesting, often trippy and bizarre visuals. It's about a businessman in his mid-20s, and he accidentally, is going to fall off of a bridge, and he gets saved by this vagrant woman who lives under the bridge. And basically he has a policy that he always has to return any debt he has to anyone. It's like something he was raised with, that his father, this big businessman, always taught him to repay his debts in like a comically over-the-top fashion. And so he has to repay his debt to this woman for saving his life, and she requests of him, I believe, to be his husband, or at least to live with him under the bridge. So basically he ends up being dragged into this homeless life under this bridge, and there's all these other wacky characters who live under the bridge. Arakawa herself being this very deadpan, totally aloof character who is just like weird and wacky and unpredictable. Most of the characters are just fucking weirdos. There's one guy who's a kappa. One guy has a star for a head. Some of them, there's like a nurse down there, a preacher. And the main character guy, of course, he, being from a posh upper class life, like, reacts in an over-the-top fashion to all the crazy things going on under the bridge with these homeless people. And but he himself is also wacky and goofy. So while he plays straight man to the rest of the show, kind of, he also is weird in his own right, in that he's so over the top with his business-like nature. So the show is mostly just humor, wacky humor, little sprinkles of romance in there, little sprinkles of like just quiet moments, but mostly it's like wacky, spastic, over-the-top comedy with crazy visuals from Shaft. 2 seasons, which are both great, and the OPs of each season are fucking phenomenal. Some of the best anime OPs out there, in my personal opinion, so give that a watch. Arakawa Under the Bridge gets a mild recommendation. I would say if you're into wacky comedy shows, you should check it out. Next on my list is Barakamon, which I have a few vlogs about from back when it was airing in 2014. This was a really fun comedy show with a bit of a coming-of-age story mixed into it. It's about this guy named Honda, who is a calligraphy artist who punches out the director of a museum when that director criticizes his work. And so his dad sends him out to the countryside. He's like 20 years old. He gets sent out to this like remote part of Japan on this island where everyone's just like super country bumpkin people. So this is kind of a similar plot to Arakawa Under the Bridge, but this show's a lot more grounded and realistic. But Honda gets sent out to this island, and he basically meets all these people and learns from them, all these like country people. And basically it's about taking him down a peg, making him realize that he's become sort of a pretentious, elitist prick. And as he humbles himself, he comes to improve his art. And it really does a great job of portraying the way an artist thinks and acts, and I think it's great in that regard. It has good dramatic moments underlying the comedy, primarily a comedy series, but when it decides to be poignant, it is, and it works really well. It's only 12 episodes from 2014, very well animated, very nice to look at, great character designs, great voice acting, child actors who perform really well. One of whom is now playing the main girl in Ama Amato Inazuma this season, which would be on this list probably if it was finished. But yeah, that's a worthwhile show. Barakamon's great. They're also making a prequel called Handa-kun, which I'm not so sure about, but it's not really connected to Barakamon in a strong way other than literally being the prequel, but I don't know. You don't need to watch that. Barakamon gets a high recommendation. I definitely think this show is very worth watching. I would have given it a 9 out of 10. I thought it was great. Next up is Bento. This is more of a light recommendation. It is a show with possibly the most hilarious concept ever, which is that this kid starts going to this new high school, the main character guy, and it turns out that at this school, or in this town rather, there's this battle that goes on every day at the convenience stores for the manager's special bento boxes, the lunch boxes. So basically every day at a certain time, this guy will come out and put the stamps on each lunch box that it's like, you know, half price or whatever. And then there's this huge rush to get lunch and everyone beats the shit out of each other. And there's like all these like fighters who are like the legends of the field and stuff. And like it gets like serious and there's like turf wars and stuff. It's pretty great conceptually. The problem with this show is it doesn't totally deliver on its premise in an interesting way. There's a lot of episodes that are just kind of dumb. It falls into a lot of the like traps of just a generic anime comedy and light novel comedy, but I still thought it was a lot of fun. I thought it was worthwhile enough that I finished the whole thing, obviously. And it's the concept is so brilliant. And when it does it well, it does it really well. And there's action scenes that are hilarious and over the top and fairly well animated a lot of the time. This was one of the David production shows before they did JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And it's got that solid feel that their shows tend to have. I wouldn't say it's like gorgeous to look at or anything, but it's, you know, it's not shitty. Again, light recommendation. Next up is an absolute must-watch. One of the greatest anime ever made, completely unintentionally. Garzy's Wing. Garzy's Wing is a 3-episode OVA from the late 90s that is the most absolute clusterfuck that's ever happened. It's from the director of Gundam, Yoshiyuki Tomino, who, if you know his work well, you know that his style is already chaotic, and he's not an amazing director. He's directed a lot of great shows and has great ideas, but he's not a great director. And he basically took the plot of like a 13-episode or even longer fantasy series and crammed it into a 3-episode OVA. And so it's fucking chaos. It just constantly is jumping between locations and plot points and characters, and nothing makes any sense. You really have to watch this thing like a few times before you're going to figure out like what the plot was supposed to be. And it's a nightmare, and it's terribly animated. Like, there's moments where it'll have like a brief spurt of great animation and then just total garbage moments. So it's all over the place. And then, for whatever reason, this show was dubbed into English by Central Park Media, which was a company that dubbed a lot of shitty 90s OVAs. And the dub elevated this thing to godlyhood. Because the original Japanese voice acting is just like anime voice acting. They tried their best with the script. The script doesn't make any sense. It's whatever. But the English voice acting is like, oh my god, I felt like I was having a dream! Chris, we can communicate through these bells. Maybe if there's a way to get back through the bells. Can you get back from there? Characters talk over each other. Everyone's yelling all the time. The dialogue is hilarious. There's lots of classic quotable lines. It is definitely the room of anime. It's the most like, it's so, not only is it so bad it's good, it's so legitimately great to watch that it's amazing. It's one of my legitimate favorite anime just for how baffling it is. It's crazy, especially the first episode. Like, the second and third episodes are a lot slower and not as exciting, but the first episode, particularly the first half of the first episode, is unbelievable. Like, you really can't even process it the first time you see it. You have to watch it like a few times before you totally get all the the nuance of the humor in it. So I highly recommend Garzy's Wing, especially if you're drinking, because that shit'll kill you. Alright, next up, this is another highly recommended comedy series. One of the funniest outright comedy shows I've ever seen, Detroit Metal City. It's real short, 12 episodes that are only, I think, 10 to 15 minutes apiece, and it's about a heavy metal band called Detroit Metal City, the lead singer of which is Krauser II, this fucking face-painted, epic heavy metal guy whose fans worship him, and they have all these legends about him, how he's like killed and raped his whole family, and he's a demon from hell, and he's this evil, crazy monster. But the reality is that he's like this shrimpy 20-year-old kid who doesn't have any interest in metal. He's just weirdly good at playing it and has this like Krauser personality inside of him, but he just wants to play like lame Swedish folk music and hit on this girl who he likes. And he's like totally sheepish and cowardly. And so it's about him sort of trying to have this dual life as himself and as Krauser, and always getting dragged into these elaborate scenarios as Krauser. It's very minimally animated. It's almost just a moving manga. Like, it's just like just the manga, but colored and with really hilarious facial expressions. But it works. Like, the art style works for the comedy, and it's like really lighthearted, but it is like gross out humor to some extent. I don't know about gross out, but like it's, you know, it's dark humor. There's one of Krauser's like special things is that he can say rape 10 times in 1 second. The 10 rapes per second technique, which is like, it's great. I love it. Not for everybody, but it's a pretty good time. This next one's a light recommendation. It's Hanamaru Kindergarten, which is a Gainax series from the late 2000s, around the time that they did Panty and Stocking and Dantalion, which were all these sort of anthology shows where they would bring in like a different director and writer for almost every episode, sometimes every half episode, and just sort of riff on these lighthearted comedy ideas with all these different directors, especially Hanamaru Kindergarten, which is just a show about a bunch of kindergartners and the people watching over them, and it's mostly adorable. It's not that, like, it's not super interesting or experimental in the way that, like, Panty and Stocking is, which is way out there. This one is just kind of a little different between each thing. I'd say if you watched, like, an episode or two and didn't like it, then don't bother with the rest. But it does have a different ending theme in every episode, and they're all, like, totally different stylistically. So even if you didn't watch this show, I'd almost say it's worth watching all the ending themes, just because some of them are so memorable and great. But yeah, it's just a cute, fun little comedy show. Up next, another one that's more of a cutesy one, Ichigo Marshmallow, or Strawberry Marshmallow. This one is borderline a slice of life, cute girls doing cute things show, and like cute girls doing cute things, that phrase I believe actually comes from this show. That's how the original manga was like described. But it's about these like actual like little girls. They're all like in elementary school, and they're just like wacky fun hijinks. It's a very dry comedy where a lot of the jokes are just like hanging in the air, you know, like something awkward happens and then there's just like a pause kind of thing, and a lot of slapstick in it as well, mostly driven by the girl Miyu, who's like the Cartman of this show. She's like this wacky, abrasive character who like everyone kind of wishes she would go away, but she drives most of the comedy in the show, and it's just really cute and really funny. And I especially would recommend, if you watch this show and you like it, check out the manga too. It's longer and it's, I would say, even funnier. The anime kind of slows the comedy down in a way and makes it more of like a cute, like I said, more of a slice of life cute girls show, whereas the manga is more like straight up comedy without too much fucking around. So I'd give that a medium recommendation. Next up is Inferno Cop. If you like your Adult Swim shows that are barely animated and are just wacky, insane bullshit like Aqua Teen Hunger Force or like any of that kind of stuff, this is that kind of show. Inferno Cop is a show by Studio Trigger. Each episode's only like 3 minutes long out of 12. And it's like paper cutouts of characters just doing wacky, insane shit. And the main joke sort of is that like the character designs are like these over-the-top, badass, 80s looking, like, action show characters, but they're like cardboard cutouts that just, like, move back and forth and all have, like, the same voice actor, and a lot of the joke is just how low budget it is and how dumb it looks, but it goes just for wacky, over-the-top humor, and it's great. Studio Trigger said that they had a policy in place to only work on Inferno Cop for 2 hours a week. That was their maximum. So every episode was made in about 2 hours. But it's a lot of fun. I'd give that a medium to high recommendation, depending on how into that genre. Like, if you love Adult Swim shows like that, then you'll adore this one. Up next, for just a light recommendation, we have Kantoku Fuyuki Todoki, or the director, I don't remember the actual English translation title. It's the show that is about Hideaki Anno just being an otaku. Once again, it's 12 short little 3-minute, I think maybe 5-minute episodes, and it's written by Hideaki Anno's wife, Moyoko Anno, who is a shoujo manga author, but she just kind of randomly did this comic about Hideaki Anno, her husband, being an otaku and the experience of being married to an otaku and sort of getting dragged into his world. And it's just a fun, lighthearted, somewhat romantic show. It's just a cool little portrait of married life, which you don't get. I don't think any other show on my list is about, other than Danaganani, which we'll get to on the romantic comedies list. But like, there's only like 2 shows on here about actual married couples, and this is one of them, and I think it's pretty sweet. Not super memorable if not for the fact that it's about Hideaki Anno. Next up is probably the best comedy show of this year so far, Konosuba, or Konosubarashi ni what was it, Shukufuku Sekai? Something like that. Konosuba is like a lampooning of the entire genre of the otaku guy goes to a magical world of fantasy and becomes the chosen one. Because instead, this guy is an otaku who dies because he thinks he's saving a girl from getting hit by a car. He actually jumped in front of a slow-moving tractor and died of shock and pissed himself. And then he meets a goddess who wants him to go to this other world, this fantasy world, and save it with his gaming prowess. And he ends up dragging her with him, and the two of them are completely useless in this fantasy world. They have no special powers. They have no idea what they're doing. And in the first season, at least, they never even leave the starting town, which this first season's the only one out so far. And I don't know if they ever will leave the starting town. So it's basically... it's just what would happen if you went to a fantasy world and nothing special happened, and it turned out it was even worse than the world you were from, and your lifestyle is just shitty, and the characters are fucking hilarious and very lovable. Megumin and Aqua are both just classic fun comedy characters. The show has a lot of heart to it. It also has a lot of fan service that's done very well. So if you like fan service in your shows, this will be a good one for you. And it's just strongly put together all together. I would give this one a pretty high recommendation. I enjoyed it quite a bit. I will say it's a bit uneven, and you really have to like adjust to the fact that they're not gonna leave that town. Like, don't expect that you're ever gonna get this to become a serious fantasy show, because it never will. It is all about being the antithesis of a serious fantasy show. Then from the exact same team that made Konosuba, the anime version at least, Kore wa Zombie desu ka, which is more of a parody of light novels in general. It's got the same sort of tone as Konosuba. I don't think it's as good, and it has more moments that take itself seriously. Like, this one will actually get to the part in the arc where, like, stuff matters and there's, like, dramatic stuff happening, which is usually not that interesting. But by and large, it's a show that's like, let's put all the dumbass anime tropes into a show and make them as stupid as possible. So the main character guy turns into a maso shoujo, which is basically a maho shoujo, a magical girl, except it's a violence girl. And he carries a chainsaw, and like he's, you know, there's another magical girl, maso shoujo, who carries a chainsaw. There's one girl who's like, and he's also a zombie, because he's an undead maso shoujo. There's a Dullahan girl. One is a vampire ninja. Like, specifically, there's a clan of vampire ninjas. And I remember there's a moment in like episode 11, which I never saw season 2 of this show, but in the first season in episode 11, there's a part where like a serious arc was ending by way of a bunch of like vampire ninjas riding on flying whales, playing violins, because they were playing this song that creates like a spell that makes it so this bad guy who is this other weird concoction thing wouldn't be able to do something, while the main character, who's the Maho Shoujo chainsaw zombie, is fighting him. And I was like, this is fucking madness. This is the craziest thing that's ever happened in a show, and it's just happening right now. So I'd say it's a pretty good time, but don't expect anything special. It's definitely not as good as Konosuba. It feels more like anime lazy with its meta kind of thing. Like, I mean, it plays with the meta in some fun ways, but it's not that inventive. So I would say that's a light recommendation. Up next is a weird one, Kyoran Kazoku Nikki, which is a show about this woman who's like an intergalactic criminal. But she's like a lolly. I say woman, but when you see her, you'll be like, that's a woman? But she is a woman. And she gets put into this housing situation. Basically, they capture all these people who are criminals and force them to live in a house together with this guy, the main guy, who's just a normal guy in like his 20s. And he has to play husband to this intergalactic criminal girl. And then they've got 3 kids, or 4 kids, one of whom is a lion. One of whom is an android, one of whom is just a little lolly girl, and one of whom is a jellyfish, I believe, or octopus. I think it was an octopus. I don't remember. I haven't seen the show in a while. But the 5 of them have to live together and form a family. And this is one of these shows that is for the most part a spastic fun comedy series, but when it gets into its like dramatic moments, it like gets really heavy into its drama, like its melodrama. And I think it'll definitely turn some people off, the way that it tone shifts, and it'll tone shift on a fucking dime. Like, it'll have a really serious character moment and then just some wacky bullshit the next. But I thought it worked because the show actually has like a lot of heart, and the characters, their relationships are interesting. The fact that they have to form this family unit out of all their bizarre backstories and weird powers and personal hangups, and just how energetic and over the top the show is makes it work. I would say it didn't probably need to be 26 episodes because it is, and I mean, it's a light novel thing like a lot of these are, so it doesn't really have an ending, but it like as it goes on, it's like you kind of get the point, and it doesn't hold up its charm the whole way through, I think. But overall, I had a good time with it. I thought the characters were likable. It does some interesting things like having every character has their own ending song. And when the show was first broadcast, like what ending song you got depended on what channel you were watching. So like when episode 1 came out, every channel that broadcasted it had a different ending. That was cool. And they're all pretty catchy and fun songs. So I'd give that one a light to medium recommendation, because even though I think that if the show clicks with you, I think you'll like it a lot. And if it doesn't, you will not. You will be like, what the fuck is this bullshit? I hate this. All right, this next one is another, like Garzy's Wing, awesomely bad show. That I don't know how much I recommend this one. It's not as absolutely hilarious as Garzy's Wing. This one you have to go in wanting to see some ironically enjoyable stuff, but it's called Legend of Duo. And it's a series of 12 little, like, 4 or 5 minute episodes that are like a cell phone show. Like, it was specifically made for cell phones. It's barely animated. It's about a bunch of pretty boys. It's like a yaoi thing. It's about like yaoi vampires. And it is unbelievably bad. Like, just corny, badly scripted. It reads like something that a 12-year-old would write who's into vampires and like gay pretty boys. And it's just like, it's really fucking corny and terrible. But as a result, it often has moments of just sheer hilarity where like the animation is so bad, or something that happens is so stupid, or that just the awkwardness of the dialogue where there'll be like long pauses between characters talking for no reason. It's pretty funny as an awesomely bad thing. And I actually have, I won't say have been, because I was at some point doing a fan dub over on Digi Bro After Dark. I did the first 2 episodes, and one day I'd like to continue and finish that. But it's terrible, but it's pretty good as a laugh. But I'd only give that a light recommendation if you really like ironic, like so bad it's good type stuff. All right, the next one on my list is Level E, which is more of a sci-fi comedy that comes from the same author as Hunter x Hunter and Yu Yu Hakusho. It's what he drew in between those two. A 3-volume manga with a 12-episode anime adaptation, which was from David Pro. This show is what gave me confidence that they could do JoJo, because this has a similar kind of feel and look to it, where it's got these very highly detailed character designs in these really goofy scenarios, and it's got a lot of stylistic flourish. But basically, it's about this guy who's like the prince of the cosmos, essentially, and him fucking around on Earth and getting involved in all these wacky stories about aliens and shit. It's sort of episodic. It doesn't seem like it's going to be at first, and there is a kind of main character, except that he's not in all the episodes. It's kind of weirdly structured, but it's really fucking funny, and the prince himself is a great, hilarious character. I think if you want to see an out there, like, aliens comedy that you probably haven't heard of, and when you watch it you'll be charmed and be like, how come I never heard of this? This is a good show for that. So I'd give it a medium recommendation. I don't think it's like standout or amazing or super memorable, besides the fact that it's just interesting that it exists and that it's fun and it looks really good. All right, next up is Gag Manga Biori. This is just insanity. It's like a bunch of 5-minute episodes of just completely different, weird-ass, wacky scenarios. Some of them will be like, they could be anything. Like, really, every scenario is totally different. And they're just balls to the wall craziness. It's very minimally done. It's like, this was before like net series were really popular, but this is basically one of those like barely animated, crazy, random, hilarious shit. The opening theme alone of Gag Manga Biori, I recommend looking up because it's hilarious and just really catchy and fun, and I've always loved it. But it's ugly, it's crass, it's out there. If you just want a quick laugh, something to just throw on and watch in an hour and be like, what the fuck was that? This is great for that. In fact, on that same note, and I think I forgot to list this. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I missed it when I was making this list. Plastic Nesan is another 3-minute episodes, 12-episode show. You can find the whole thing in like one 30-minute video on YouTube, and it's fucking hilarious. It's just like 3 girls in high school in some club just doing wacky, dumb bullshit. It's really stupid, and most of it's slapstick and just like bizarre imagery that will make you laugh just because it's happening, and very well timed. Not every part of it is on point, but it's so fast that you'll forget about the parts that weren't as good, and you'll definitely remember the parts that were memorable. All right, next up for one that's not so short and weird, Minami K. This one is about 3 sisters, one who's in elementary school, one in middle school, and one who's in high school, who are living together by themselves in an apartment. And it's just sort of about their daily life comedic hijinks, their friends from school, interpersonal relationships, and stuff like that. It's just a really fun, homey, not quite slice of lifey. It's definitely more comedy focused, but it's comfy and it's a good time. They made like 3 or 4 seasons of it. I only ever saw the first one. They were all handled by different studios, so some people don't like the other seasons as much as the first one. But it's got some wacky characters, some fun hijinks, and if you like this kind of show, just like a laid back, typical comedy about, you know, contemporary setting and normal characters, well, not normal characters, but younger characters, you know what I mean. I would give that a medium recommendation. Up next is Mitsudo Moe, which is another show about 3 sisters, but these 3 are all in elementary school. And this one is just wrong in a lot of ways. It's just a comedy show about these 3 like rambunctious sisters who just kind of do whatever they want. One girl is like this has like a dominating personality. One of them's like stoic and is a total bitch, and the other one is super strong and obsessed with boobs, and she's always lighthearted, but she's a fucking idiot. And all 3 of them just like are just go crazy. It's just like a show about these like uncontrollable brats, essentially. None of them are particularly good people. They're just wacky, fun characters, and it's just about them in their elementary school hijinks. I wouldn't say it's like dark or anything. It's mostly a lighthearted show, but it definitely goes for like the like pea humor and stuff like that. And not all of it's equally funny. There are some jokes in there that are like cringy or just don't hit the mark, but some of the funnier episodes are some of the funniest shit that I've ever seen. So I would say I would give it a light to decent recommendation. If you look at it and it seems like if you watch an episode of it and you don't like it, then you probably won't like the rest. But if you watch it and you go, this seems like it could be funny, it will get funnier at times. There are great moments in there, but I think you can figure out pretty early if you'll like it overall. This next one is a 26 episode show with half-length episodes that comes from the late 90s, actually as a result of Evangelion, because Kotono Mitsuishi, who voiced Misato in Eva, was reading this manga called Oruchiban Ebichu, and she was reading it during like her voice recordings. She would like read random panels from it, and everyone thought it was hilarious. So they decided to make an anime adaptation of it, and it is possibly the raunchiest anime ever. It's about this hamster who lives with a 20-something-year-old businesswoman, and is supposed to like clean up her house and stuff, and the woman is generally terrible. All the characters are terrible. Everyone in this show is just the worst person. They're all like, they're always just like fucking and drinking and just getting into all these gross mishaps. There's lots of really crass, perverse humor in this show, but the art style is like it looks like Crayon Shinchan. Like, it's just it's not pretty. So all the ugliness of what the characters are doing is also reflected in the art style of the show. It's the kind of show where everyone's bad and you love it, because I mean, well, if you're into this kind of show, I mean, you have to. This is like definitely dark humor. Things never go well for the characters. You often like they're all kind of depressed and their lives are falling apart. It is It's cruel, but it's all presented through the lens of this adorable little hamster who's also an idiot, trying to interpret and navigate the situations. So if you just want to see something very adult and fucked up but hilarious, then that's a good one for you. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. All right, this next one, I debated a little bit whether I would consider this a comedy because it's less outright hilarious and more situationally funny, but it's Otaku no Video, a 2-episode OVA from the early 90s, which is about this guy who, it's a very like realistic show, like very, well, it starts off that way anyways, but it's a sort of down-to-earth comedy show about this guy who's like a normal dude in college who plays tennis and has a girlfriend and is just living a normal life, and then he meets this old friend of his from before who has become a hardcore otaku, and this friend drags him into the otaku life, and he just sort of is learning about what it means to be an otaku, and as he does, he starts spending all his time on anime stuff. He ends up losing his girlfriend, losing his place on the tennis team, and generally being in declining health. And I think he loses his job or something too. But at some point he was like, why the fuck is society frowning on us for being otaku? What's so wrong about the stuff we like? So then in the second episode, he seeks to become the ultimate otaku, to make a career out of it, and to essentially take over the world with otaku stuff. And it's a very like hot-blooded, passionate, full of fire show. It's, if you like Gainax shows like Gurren Lagann or Die Buster and stuff like that, this is in that vein, though it's more of a comedy show. And interspersed in between this anime story happening is a bunch of live action segments where they interview different types of otaku. And all of them have like their faces blurred out and their voices mixed, like chipmunk mixed. And it's just like them being interviewed about their otaku passions, and all of them are like kind of awkward, weird people who like don't want to admit to the things they're saying but are like way too deep into stuff, and those are all pretty funny and entertaining. But it's a classic. It's definitely, if you're one of those people like me who's like way too into the idea of yourself as an otaku and wants to see this like hot-blooded burning passion type show, I would highly recommend that one. And it's just really good. I enjoy it a lot. Up next is another wacky comedy with crazy artwork, because it's another Shaft show from the mid-2000s, which is Panty Pony Dash. This is like a way hyperactive, over-the-top, sensory overload type of comedy show. It's a high school classroom comedy type thing where the teacher is a 10-year-old girl named Rebecca Miyamoto who like studied in America and then teaches a class in Japan. Of course, her class is a bunch of rambunctious weirdos. This show, I would describe it as like Azumanga Daioh turned up to 11. Like, they took that style of comedy and just ramped up the insanity of it, ramped up the visual incoherence of it, and just made it this wacky, fun time. If you've seen Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, that show kind of follows in this one's footsteps, and it's from the same team. But it's very much along the lines of Azumanga Daioh, which is not on this list because I never finished the anime, but I did finish the manga, and that was pretty good. Panty Pony Dash is chock full of references, chock full of weird humor. If you get the ADV DVDs, they have like a way you can watch the show where it'll constantly put on-screen annotations of like explaining all the jokes, and it's crazy. There's just tons of them all over the screen at times. So it's an experience. I don't think it's as good as Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, and maybe, not the funniest show. It's definitely hit or miss, but I'd give it a medium recommendation. If you like that kind of show, you'll certainly enjoy this one. All right, the next one is the second raunchiest anime ever made, Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt. I mean, it gives Aruchibana Bichu a run for its money, but Panty and Stocking's a lot less dark and a lot more over-the-top and cartoony and hilarious. It's an anthology show where every half episode has a different director, oftentimes different style entirely. Some of them are like really experimental and out there, whereas others are more of this like cartoon feel. Like it has a lot of, people always talk about how this show is very Western cartoon influenced, and it definitely feels like watching old like Powerpuff Girls or Dexter's Laboratory like shorts. But in the most raunchy adult, like, fucked up scenarios possible. It's about a pair of angels who descend from heaven to earth, and they just want to fuck everything, basically. Well, Panty is obsessed with sex, and Stocking is obsessed with sweets. But they both get around quite a bit, and there's just lots of crass, crude humor, lots of potty humor. The first episode is about them fighting a giant shit monster. There's one episode about a sperm monster. So, like, it's just wacky and over the top. But what makes this show work is that it is beautifully directed. Hiroyuki Imaishi is the lead director, and you get all his great visual style that comes through in Kill La Kill and Gurren Lagann, but here just going completely over the top with as much experimentation as he wants. All the individual directors who also get to, like, episode directors get to leave their mark, and the show is just, it's always something totally new. It's nothing like any other show you'll watch, so I would classify it as an experimental show. And it's all about anarchy. Like, the main theme of the show is anarchy. So it both exhibits anarchy in its own production and is about it. So it's pretty fucking solid. I would give that a medium to high recommendation. It's definitely a show I could see some people being put off by the sheer crassness of it. If you're a sub person, watch it subbed. If you're a dub person, watch it dubbed. It's one of those shows that everyone who likes the dub insists that that's the only way to watch it. But if you don't like dubs, you're not going to like the dub. Take it from me. And even then, I know some people who hate the dub of this show, who do like dubs, who would rather watch it in Japanese. So basically, form your own opinion. Don't listen to what other people are saying. Check them out yourself. If one of them, if you watch the dub and you hate it, and you hate all the like weird swearing that they do, and it just sounds gross to you, switch to the Japanese version. The swearing is way more funny because it's all in English. Up next, we have yet another sort of raunchy comedy, but this one falls into the serious comedy, which was a term that comes from Barakamon, which is a manga about making manga, which is the best manga ever, and you should definitely read that. It won't be on this list because this is only anime, and I didn't watch the anime. But the idea of the serious comedy is that it's where you portray a situation that is serious for the characters, and where they're all drawn like realistically and like it's a serious scenario, but what's happening is so wacky that it's fucking hilarious. And I'm talking about Prison School, which does serious comedy perfectly. Because the way the show looks and feels is like it's a high-stakes drama. Like, everything is super serious, and, the characters are super intense, and it's all these, like, crazy dramatic scenarios. But what it actually is just this stupid, raunchy comedy show where the situations are incredibly dumb, and the stakes don't matter. And it just works perfectly. And the character designs and artwork are beautiful, especially in the manga. The anime does a good job of capturing them, but it takes a little getting used to the style. But it's just the character designs in this show alone are fucking hilarious. Like the way it'll have, like, most of the characters will be normal looking, and then there'll be someone who's just like a weird cartoon character, like Andre, who's a giant fat guy with a tiny face that's only in the center of his face, and it's just fucking weird. It's really funny. It has lots of like epic joke moments. I would give it a high recommendation if you like raunchy comedies, and if what I've described sounds cool to you. It's definitely the kind of show that gets you like hype for it. All right, this next one is a quickie, Puni Puni Poemi, which is a 2-episode OVA that was sort of like a spin-off or follow-up to Excel Saga, which I did not finish and is not on this list. But Excel Saga was this parody, wacky, spastic, slapstick anime from the late 90s, and Puni Puni Poemi is like somehow even more intense and crazy than Excel Saga. This is just like blisteringly high speed, crazy, wacky parody show. The main character is this girl who talks faster than you can process what she's saying, and there's like, she's like a magical girl, and there's crazy action scenes, and honestly, this thing goes by so fast and so intensely that I think the appeal is really just trying to figure out what's happening, like trying to process it. I don't even remember if it was particularly funny or if I was just laughing at the timing of images flying across the screen. So I'd give that a light recommendation if you just want something quick and breezy and another what the fuck am I looking at type thing. Up next is Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, which is, again, from the same team who did Panty Pony Dash and Arakawa Under the Bridge, although fewer of the same people for that. But it's another one that's a Shaft show with really crazy out there visuals, sort of dialogue-heavy comedy. This show is mostly about characters talking and being very sarcastic and having these weird parody scenarios. The main character is a teacher who wants to kill himself very badly. Everything in the world makes him depressed. He has a super cynical worldview, and he ends up teaching this class where it's all girls, and all of them have a specific mental disorder or some kind of personality disorder, just something that makes them weird or crazy or impossible to deal with. And a lot of the show is social commentary. A lot of it is parody. The whole format of the show is a parody of Negima, essentially, and the typical harem show. Because in a show like Negima, where the main character was this teacher kid and his class is all beautiful girls who all have one specific charm point, in this case, the main character is a cynical asshole and all the girls are crazy people. And none of them, they all kind of look the same. Like, they all have black hair. They all are made to, like, be, like, not... They're, like, anti-moe, essentially. Although the show emphasizes them as being, like... It emphasizes the sex appeal, so you don't quite get that effect as strongly because Shinbo likes his fan service. But, like, nonetheless... You can kind of get the point, and it's just this. It's a very dark comedy, but never dark in like a way that's like hard to watch or anything. Like it's light and breezy to watch, but the jokes themselves are about dark subject matters like suicide, being one of the main ones. And I would say this show, its biggest problem is that it's not always consistent. Some episodes are just kind of boring, or some jokes fall flat. There's definitely a ton of cultural references that will be really difficult to understand. Plenty that I don't get. Lots of wordplay gags and just puns that don't make sense in English. A lot of people thought that the manga would be impossible to translate for the series. They did try, and they had tons of translation notes, and even then it was like, you know, not everything came through, but like it's a little rough to understand sometimes, but nonetheless, it's great. The characters are really memorable. I love Itoshiki, as you can tell. I got a Nendoroid of him right back there. And it's just generally a really memorable and fun show. I would say that it's the kind of thing that I like it more, like, knowing that it exists. Like, I love the concept and the characters so much that it makes up for it not always being amazingly funny. So I'd give that a a medium to high recommendation, depending on how much you buy into it. I mean, all of these, if you watch the first episode and you don't like them, it's probably a good sign that you shouldn't continue. But, like, Zetsubo Sensei is definitely one where if you do buy into it, if you love the first episode, watch the whole thing. They made, like, 4 seasons, or 3 seasons and a 3-episode OVA, so there's plenty to watch. All right, this next one is more of a light recommendation. It's Seito Kai no Ichizone, or the student council is number 1 or something like that. It's about this is a very otaku show. It's a show about an otaku guy who ends up in a student council with 4 beautiful girls who are all, I believe they're all otaku in this particular case. And he wants to make them his harem. And the joke sort of is that, you know, none of them supposedly like him, but as the show goes on, you eventually realize that each one actually does like him for various reasons of things he did for them in the past. But this show is like a bottle show. Like, almost all of it takes place in the student council room. It's usually just the characters all sitting around a table, cracking jokes back and forth. It's not very well animated, and it doesn't have very good character designs, and it's not always funny. And a lot of it's just parodies of other anime and stuff. And, like, it has a lot of meta humor. Again, it kind of plays into the anime getting lazy with its meta thing I keep harping on about, but I think it does a better job than most other shows in the genre. I had fun with it. If you like otaku shows, if you like this kind of comedy, this show will probably work for you on some level. If you don't like that type of comedy, avoid it at all costs. And even then, it's not amazing, so I would only give it a light recommendation. But, you know, I had a good time with it, and I never saw the second season, so I have no idea how that is. Next up is Shimoneta, a boring world where the concept of dirty jokes doesn't exist, which is a show with such an amazing premise that it really makes the show. It takes place in the future, in a Japan where censorship has run so rampant that dirty jokes are banned, and you'll go to jail for saying them. You have a collar around your neck that monitors all the things you say, and also bands around your wrists that makes it so you can't draw any erotic imagery, because they basically are trying to make a perfectly moral society. And the show is about a high school girl and the guy who sort of gets roped in with her, who's a terrorist trying to spread knowledge and dirty jokes back into the world. And the show actually has some pretty great social commentary about the dangers of censorship, because one of the main plot points in the show is that people are so ignorant about sexuality that they don't even understand sometimes when they're seeing something dirty, or what it means, or like what their sexual, preferences mean, or anything like that. So it has some really biting commentary on the nature of censorship, while also being a fun show with some fairly iconic character designs that I made a video about, and it's really funny a lot of the time. Now, it's another one that's not always consistent. I would say that each arc tries to have like a big ending, and those endings are usually just kind of like whatever, who cares, and some of the jokes kind of get run into the ground. So, I mean, it's only 12 episodes, and I don't think a second season would be necessary, because there's nothing that like it's building up towards that I think needs to happen. So it's pretty fun, and it's a good time. I'd give it a light to medium recommendation, but I thoroughly enjoyed it, so I think it's fine as it is. I just like the concept so much that I think it was worth it for that alone. Next up is TeiQ, which is currently, I believe it just finished its 7th season, and it has a bunch of spin-offs. TeiQ is a series of 12-episode seasons of 2-minute episodes of madness. The show is about a high school tennis club with 4 girls who never play tennis almost ever in the show. And they just talk really, really fast. Every episode, you start it up, a quick opening theme happens, and then there's just dialogue nonstop for 2 minutes, and it's wacky and all over the place. It'll be like the episode will start off with having a point, and then someone will make a pun, and as a result, the show is now about something different based on that pun. And that'll happen 12 times, and then the episode will be over. Every episode of TQ is like you don't understand what's happening, and then it's over. And the way to watch this show is to watch an entire season all at once and watch it on your cell phone, because it'll only take you like 20 minutes. Watch it on the bus. Get on the bus with your phone, watch all of Take You, and just wonder what happened. There's definitely moments in this show that will make you fucking bust out laughing. A lot of the time, you just won't comprehend what you're seeing and probably won't even laugh because you'll be like, what the fuck's happening? So I'd give that one a light to decent recommendation. I don't think it's consistently hilarious enough that it's like an amazing show, but every time I watch it, I feel glad that I know it exists. And they keep making so much of it. All right, next is a series of just a few short web episodes that were released of Thermaroma, which also had the manga's a lot longer and it had a live action film adaptation, and I think maybe even a TV show. But it's about this guy who is a maker of baths in ancient Rome. I think he might even invented the bath. And each episode will be like, he has some problem he encounters in trying to design a bath, and then he'll pass out in a bath and wake up in modern Japan, in a modern Japanese bath. And he just takes the ideas he gets from the modern Japanese baths, and then when he gets sent back in time, he applies them to Rome. So basically, it's a show about weird-ass backwards cultural appropriation between Rome and Japan. And it's fucking hilarious. Just the reactions of the main character to everything that's happening are really funny, and the mere prospect of the concept is insanity. The episodes are short and sweet, and if you like baths, which I do, like conceptually, I just am fascinated with baths, so this was a fun show to watch for that reason. And the last one on my comedy list is Watamote, which is the ultimate cringe comedy. This is a show about a high school girl who is completely at ends with all of society around her. She doesn't understand other people. She doesn't understand what the popular kids are doing. She wants to be popular, but she has no comprehension of how to do so. She wants to be pretty, but she can't. She is just this weird, terrible person who's extremely selfish and doesn't care about other people and wants everything but gets nothing. And each episode is just a gauntlet of watching her be incredibly awkward in different situations. And you will cringe, and it will hurt. It is painful to watch, especially if you relate to it, which most people who watch it do. And it's like looking at a mirror of all the worst moments in your life reflected back at you, and it's horrifying. And a lot of it's really funny. I don't think it's ever explosively funny. I do think it's a little inconsistent. I think the timing of the jokes works better in the manga, and that the anime adaptation is just kind of okay. It also doesn't go very far into the story of the manga, but it's a pretty fun time, and it's decently well made, and it's got a lot of heart to it, and they obviously put a lot of effort into making the anime adaptation, and a lot of people love it. And Tomoko's a really great, memorable character for being such a terrible, terrible person. So yeah, it's pretty solid. I would give that a medium recommendation. This is Digi Bro from 4 hours into this video's future, who suddenly realized that I forgot to talk about Cromartie High School when I was talking about comedy shows. Cromartie is absolutely hilarious. It's about a school full of delinquents. Everyone who's there it's a boys' school. Everyone's a delinquent. They all have wacky, crazy personalities. It is absolutely hilarious. It's really short, 15-minute episodes, I think, and maybe 26 of them, something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe it's only 13, but it's wacky and fun, and it has a great opening video. I would give it a decent to strong recommendation. So those are all the comedy anime that I recommend. I would say check them all out, especially the ones I highly recommended. I think the only one I considered an absolute must-watch was Garzy's Wing. But it's true. It's so fucking good. You don't understand. Alright, I'm gonna get into the next genre now. Okay, continuing, let's get into the drama category. These are shows that are pretty much straight up dramas. The drama is the main appeal of the shows. The interpersonal conflicts and general life problems of these characters. So the first show on here is the Aoi Bungaku series, which is a little bit difficult to classify and to recommend because it's actually a series of adaptations of classical novels, classic Japanese novels. I think there's like 5 or 6 that are adapted. Some of them are short stories, but over the course of 12 episodes, it's got all these different stories, each one from a different director, different designer, pretty much different team, essentially, but all under the umbrella of Madhouse. And they all have a totally different look and feel. And the main one that people consider to be worth recommending is the first arc, which is the first 4 episodes, which is No Longer Human. Again, an adaptation of a classic novel. It takes place in, God, I don't remember what years it was, but it's set in like the mid 20th century. And it's just sort of about this kid who's like a 20 or so and is going through just weird psychological issues. We'll put it that way. And it's sort of a drama about him experiencing this psychosis surrounding this woman who he falls in love with, and they decide to commit suicide together, but she ends up doing it and he doesn't, and he ends up living and sort of going through all this additional anguish. I would say it feels very literature. It feels almost like the picture of Dorian Gray, but in Japan. It's very moody and dramatic in a way that anime usually isn't. I don't know how else to describe it, but I think it's pretty great. The other stories in Aoi Bungaku are worth checking out for how weird and experimental they can get sometimes, but none of them really lives up to that first one. So I'd give that a light recommendation. Up next is Asate no Hoko, which is a very quiet, melodramatic series about 2 girls who do a Freaky Friday body swap, but not in the usual way, because what happens is that there's a 20-something-year-old girl and a, 8-year-old girl, and rather than swap bodies, they swap ages. So the 20-year-old girl, her body becomes that of an 8-year-old, and the 8-year-old girl is suddenly in an adult body, and each of them is sort of struggling with new problems as a result of that, and with their interpersonal relationships that they already had. And it's pretty interesting. Some of the characters are pretty cool, and it has some just really solidly written drama to it. I've heard it has it kind of just ends at a point. It resolves its conflicts, but the original manga, as I understand it, goes on a lot longer and gets really fucking weird. So, if the anime seems like, I wonder what's more of that, don't read the manga, because it's just going to be different and weird. But the anime is just a solid little drama, very self-contained and small and low energy, sort of. It's just kind of quaint and quiet, and you could probably blow through it in a day, because it's only 12 episodes. I'd give Asate no Hoko a medium recommendation. If you just want to see a solid drama show, go give it a watch. Up next is the film 5 centimeters per second, which is regarded by many to be soul-crushing. It's a movie about this guy who has this girl he's in love with in high school, and he goes through this arduous process of meeting her on this one specific day, and then he moves away to the countryside and just never sees her again. And that's basically the movie. It's divided into 3 parts. One part which is about his relationship with this girl, and then the second part is about him in high school out where he moves to, and there's another girl who's in love with him, but he's still obsessed with the girl back home. And then the last part, which is basically just a 5.5-minute music video, is just showing us that he never got back with that girl, and life moved on, and it's just a soul hurt. It hurts your soul. It's painful. But it's pretty solid. I would say this movie, at the time it came out, it was a very big deal. I don't think it holds up super well. I think, both animation-wise and in terms of pacing and directing and dialogue, it looks cornier and cheesier than it did back then. But It still represents these strong emotions. If you've ever been through a relationship that was fatalized by distance, then this movie will give you something to cry about. And that last scene, the big music video scene, is just really well done, and it's set to a beautiful song. One More Time, One More Chance. It's some powerful stuff. 5 centimeters per second gets a medium to strong recommendation, depending on how much it affects. If you watch this movie just wanting to see like a good drama, it might not deliver that hard, because again, I think it hasn't aged that well. But if you've been through this kind of relationship, it could wreck you. So it might end up being one of your favorites or something. It definitely is on a lot of favorites lists for that reason. All right, next up, I'm going to give a quick shout out to Blackjack, the entire franchise, which Blackjack is a medical drama created by Osamu Tezuka, mostly a bunch of episodic stories about this doctor called Blackjack who always asks for an exorbitant sum to perform his operations. He's a black market doctor who's unlicensed, and mostly works on like rich patients. Just basically to make the situations as high stakes as possible, and often bizarre medical scenarios. But he's basically a superhero. He's kind of Batman of the medical world, where he gets, he's like a vigilante of medical practitioner. And there's been a bunch of different Blackjack anime adaptations over the years. I've only just gotten started on the series, and the first thing I watched was a series of 4 Blackjack specials that came out in the mid-2000s, which if you look on Crunchyroll for a Blackjack special, you'll get this one. And I really enjoyed them. They make a great introduction to the character. They show his backstory and sort of give you a sense of his ideals. And ever since then, I've been like probing around watching all these other Blackjack incarnations, some of which are not good, like the old movie from the 90s I thought was terrible, but some of them are pretty fun. So Blackjack as a whole is worth looking into if you're interested in a medical drama with like an over-the-top character who's one of the most famous characters in anime and manga history, comes from Osamu Tezuka himself, the god of manga, who created Astro Boy, and oh god, my mind is blank right now. A lot of other good stuff. So if you want to read like a classic manga, Blackjack might be a good choice. So it's worth looking into if that all sounds interesting to you. I would give that a light to medium recommendation, depending on how interested you are. All right, the next one is a low-key, almost slice-of-life-y drama that is Haibane Renmei, which is the story of a girl who wakes up one day out of an egg in this, like, folksy sort of old, I won't say fantasy world, but she wakes up in, like, a small village that's sort of like a European-style village with no memories of who she is or why she's there. And she's a part of this group called the Haibane, who are these girls who grow wings out of their back, which she does, and have halos over their head. And at first, it's just sort of a somewhat somber, somewhat nostalgic feeling, slice of lifey show about her and these other girls and their just daily lives in this town. And then as it goes along, it develops more dramatic elements, and it's the kind of thing I can't describe too much without spoiling anything. But it's a very melodramatic, maybe a little traumatic series that makes a lot of people cry. And as a result, a lot of people really like this show. It has beautiful character designs and setting designs from Yoshitoshi Abe, who has long been one of my favorite artists. Also did Serial Experiments Lain and Technolize, which will come up on this list, and Nia Under 7. It's just a really solid otherworld drama. Like, I think the setting alone makes this show worth watching just because it's so interesting and well drawn and sucks you in so easily. Personally, I didn't find the drama as memorable as a lot of people seem to. So, like, for me, this would be like a light to medium recommendation. But because this show is so highly regarded by so many critics, I would say it's probably medium to high, because you'll probably like it more than I do. All right, this next one is Koikaze. This one is a little messed up, but in an interesting way, because it's an incest show from a time before those were everywhere, about a guy who's in his 20s and he meets his 14-year-old sister, whom he'd never really met. I think he's in his 20s. He might even be... He's in, like, his late 20s. And he meets this younger sister who he's been away from for a long time. And they first encounter each other not realizing that they're related. And he kind of falls in love with her at first sight. And the two of them have this, like, budding romance in spite of the fact that there's a huge age difference and they are brother and sister. And the show is portrayed in this very, like, realistic, soft, like not super dramatic until later on, almost like slice of life feeling, but like the characters look and feel realistic. And so it's almost even creepier than it would be if it was like an otaku show where it's just like sleazy, you know. It's because it handles it seriously, it's even more like, oh my god, he's really gonna fuck his 14-year-old sister. And it goes all the way with this romance. It goes all the way to the end. So, it's definitely one of the more interesting takes on, like, a romance that is frowned upon by society, and the show goes all the way with it and presents it in a completely serious light, and I think it's pretty good for that reason. It's very slow. It's not super exciting, so, like, I'm only going to give it a light recommendation, not because of the themes that might creep some people out, but just because it's not an amazing show. But I think it's worth checking out if that subject matter interests you especially. All right, the next one, you've probably seen this and heard about it because it's pretty fucking famous, but Mahou Shoujo Madoka Magica, or Puella Magi Madoka Magica. I kind of debated where to put this show, but I think drama pretty much describes it the best. It's a show about a girl who is offered to become a magical girl by this little mascot creature, and she and her friends end up getting drawn into this world of magical girls, except it turns out that being a magical girl is not a good thing in this world. It essentially means signing your life away to work for aliens to fight monsters. And you realize this... People tend to be lured into this show and to not realize that it's going to be a hardcore drama. I think if you watched the show with no expectations at all, and didn't have any assumptions about what a magical girl show is, which I think a lot of people do, and those assumptions are often misguided. But I think if you watch the show without those expectations, you'd realize pretty quickly that it's not everything is as it seems, and that there's definitely going to be some high-stakes drama in this. Maybe not to the extent that it turns out to be, but I think it's pretty clear from the first 2 episodes that this is a dark show, and then it gets very dark. So it's very dramatic. It's got lots of twists and turns in its plot, very high stakes, and a very over-the-top ending. And then there was some sequel films I think are shit, and I don't recommend watching. But Madoka Magica is a pretty good time. It's a good, solid drama. The plot is pretty interesting. Some of the twists that come later are pretty interesting, and some of the characters are pretty cool, so I'd give it a decent to strong recommendation, but you've probably seen it already anyways. Next up is Infinite Revius, which, right out the gate, I strongly recommend this show. I would almost consider it a must-watch, but it's a drama show set in space on a spaceship that was a training facility where they were training all these kids to become like pilots or just to work in space. And thanks to an accident that happens, all of the adults end up dead. And only the kids are left on this ship that's floating through space. And so they basically have to form a society and learn to work together. It's very often compared to Lord of the Flies, but the kids are a bit older. It's more like teenagers. And there's a lot of element of like teen melodrama in this, except the stakes are very high. And this show gets dark, and it gets pretty fucked up, and there's parts that are outright depressing or hard to watch, or even maybe horror like tinged. But it's just like a hardcore drama in space, and it's really tightly written, and it has a really big ensemble cast. lots of very memorable moments, and it will fucking drag you through the mud. If you want to see like a hardcore drama, like the kind of shit that you get on HBO, you know, like a Game of Thrones or or at least a Walking Dead, it's definitely better than The Walking Dead, and it's that same kind of show. Watch this one. I think you'll really love it. Up next, to go for more of a romance and personal life drama, we have Nana, which could also fall into the category I'm going to introduce later of like adult life story kind of things. But Nana is a story about these two girls who are both named Nana, and it's like picks up from right after they've graduated high school, or at least the main Nana has, and they are sort of opposite personalities. One Nana is like a girly girl who's, you know, mostly concerned about like what guys she's dating, you know, dressing girly and fashionable and stuff. And the other one's like a punk rock girl who's in a punk band and, you know, totally out there lifestyle and shit. And the two of them end up becoming best friends and living together. And it's just sort of following their lives and the progression of their lives as the show goes. For a while, it's about the punk rock Nana and her band like getting big, and then it'll be about like just what's going on in each of their lives. And as it goes along, it gets really depressing and really fucking difficult to watch. This was a show that around episode it's like 48 episodes long. It does not completely adapt the manga, which kept going after the show was over. This show is a bullshit non-ending. I don't even recommend watching the last episode because it's like a weird shitty time skip thing that sucks. I never actually read the rest of the manga, so I don't know how that ends. But it's the kind of thing that takes you up to emotional highs when things are going well for the characters, and then things start going badly for the characters, and you feel like shit for 20 straight episodes. But it's a very solidly written drama show. The characters are memorable, and their conflicts are relatable and real. You know, it's about that experience of becoming an adult and facing all the shit that life's gonna throw at you, and it throws some shit at these characters. I've kind of like I watched this in 2008, and I don't want to ever watch it again because I got so depressed while watching it that I couldn't handle it. So watch at your own risk. But I would give that a decent recommendation. The next one is Rurouni Kenshin Suioku Hen, or Samurai X Reflections, as it's called on the US DVDs, which is a prequel to the Rurouni Kenshin TV show. You don't need any experience with it to appreciate this OVA. It's presented as its own story. But basically, it's about Kenshin Himura, who is this kid who his family is killed, and he's traveling with he's basically sold into slavery, and the women who were taking care of him are also killed. And he gets picked up by this samurai who like rescues him and taught how to be a samurai, like a super fucking badass, powerful manslayer, the Batosai. And when he's in his like teens, then he decides to join like the revolution at the turn of the century in the Warring States period in Japan, and he becomes this fighter for the revolution, and he's like basically an assassin, just goes around and fucking murders people like really gruesomely. And but the story of this OVA follows him like up through childhood, and then he meets this girl named Tomoe, and he falls in love with her and sort of becomes embroiled in like an almost Romeo and Juliet-esque like faction war based around what faction he's a part of and what faction she's a part of. I don't want to spoil too much, but it's very dramatic. It's a great samurai story. It's a great like classic Chanbara violent, intense drama show, you know, where it's the personal feelings of the characters being played against these epic political things that are going on, and it's just really fucking well made and well done. I would highly recommend it. It's probably the best samurai movie in anime, like in terms of just being like a great samurai story. And the last one I'm recommending for drama is Shimon, or Simone. I don't know how you're supposed to say it, but this one is like a sort of a fantasy show and an adventure show and a teen melodrama show, but I would mostly classify it as drama. But it takes place in this world where there's a war going on between these two countries. And in this world, everyone is born female. And when they go through puberty, or like when they turn, in this show, it's when they turn 18. So they're kind of already post-puberty. But when they turn 18, they have to go into this fountain thing and decide what gender they're going to be for the rest of their lives. And so only those who have not made the choice yet, who are considered maidens, can pilot the war machines that are used to fight this war that they're in with this other country. So the main characters are a fleet of these young girls who are pilots for this war, who are all fighting not so much out of like wanting to win the war, so much as out of indecision over wanting to grow up. So it's a coming of age story for all these characters who are, you know, trying to face the horrors of war and come to terms with like what it means to be a person before they have to make a decision about whether, you know, what they're going to do with their future and to literally decide their gender and what their future is going to be. A lot of Yuri in this show, a lot of girl romance, and a little yaoi as well. And there's lots of girls making out because it just so happens that to turn on their ships, each ship is co-piloted by two girls, and they have to kiss in order to start it up, because why not? But this show it's very serious and dramatic. Like, although it's got like a little, you know, sexual undercurrent to it, it's not a fan service show by any means. It's very much a drama, a very angst-ridden drama. These characters are extremely angsty. Most of the conflict is interpersonal conflict, but then there's also this war story going on in the background. I mean, it's kind of comparable to like Gundam, like a Zeta Gundam type show, but without robots and instead these weird flying machines. But it's really solid. It has a lot of great, memorable characters, gorgeous character designs. And just if you're into Yuri, you'll fucking love it. But, it's a good time. It's a good, solid drama. It's very like, if you can't handle a certain level of angst, it will probably put you off. And the animation's a little weird because it's got like too many different mediums at work. Like there's kind of shitty CG on like hand-drawn backgrounds that are like watercolor. It looks awkward a lot of the time. It's Studio Dean, but it's one of the best Studio Dean shows. And personally, I would give it a decent to strong recommendation. Really, it's another one where, I don't know if I'd say watch one episode and you'll absolutely know, because the first episode is definitely very dramatic, and it's not quite on that level of drama all the time, but it can be pretty angsty. I don't know if that's easy to deal with for everybody. All right, the next category we're going to get into is suspense, which is like drama, but with more intensity to it. These are shows that are about keeping you on the edge of your seat episode after episode. The first one I'm going to recommend is, of course, Gankutsuo, which is one of the most suspenseful drama shows ever. It's an anime adaptation of The Count of Monte Cristo, but set like thousands of years in the future in a world where like intergalactic space travel is happening. And it's basically that story blown up on a universal scale and with a different main character, where we don't know the Count's backstory until later into the show, and he's presented as this mysterious, charming figure who's on this epic revenge plot that we don't quite know about until it starts happening. And this show, it gets off to a fairly slow start. It mostly draws you in with the crazy visuals. It's got one of the most out there visual aesthetics you'll ever see. Very memorable visuals, and it sort of slow burningly like introduces you to its characters and its world, and then once it's done with the setup, it fucking cuts the brakes and it just rolls from there on out, and it's fucking intense. It's one of those where every episode ends on a cliffhanger that makes you immediately want the next episode to start, because it's really it's hard to stop and put it down. Ending is a little weird, but it has lots of memorable characters and just great drama, great interpersonal conflicts, great setups and payoffs in it. It's just altogether rock solid suspense drama show. Gankutsuo gets a strong recommendation. Next up is Ultimate Survivor Kaiji. This is another one that will put your fucking balls to the wall and keep you needing the next episode. This is a show about a guy named Kaiji who ends up in a excessive amount of debt to the Yakuza, essentially, because of some friend of his whom he co-signed a loan with, and then that friend disappeared, leaving all the debt with him. And to get rid of this debt, he has to go and start gambling, basically gambling his life, because it's an insane amount of debt, in all these crazy high-stakes gambling scenarios. Like, the first thing he ends up with is he's on a cruise where everyone has to play a card game version of rock, paper, scissors. Sounds stupid, but then it turns into this crazy psychological warfare that goes on for like 9 episodes, and it's madness. And the stakes are very high. Every character's life is on the line. Oftentimes, Kaiji's body parts are on the line. And it's fucking intense. And what's great about this show is that it has these really inventive games that it makes up for each arc of the show, where Kaiji will get involved in some kind of crazy survival game with really specific rules that usually have some kind of psychological repercussions. Like, the way that he wins the matches is by trying to predict the psychology of the other people involved. And, it's a nightmare to try to put down at all. Like, this is not a show that anyone should have tried to watch while it was on TV, because everyone was just like, why? Why did it end? After each episode. And there's 2 26-episode seasons. I never saw the second one, but as I understand, it was pretty much just as good as the first. So, really cool show. Kaiji gets a strong recommendation. Next up, Steins Gate. Just did that whole video about how great the first episode is. Steins Gate is sort of a sci-fi slice of life show that turns into a suspense drama later on. It spends a long time building up this idea of these otaku characters who are just sort of these fun, likable people who have really funny dialogue together, trying to figure out some kind of time travel scenario that they've become trapped in, or maybe designed themselves. They can't really tell. And as they're trying to solve this riddle, eventually they get involved in this bigger conspiracy, and it becomes this really intense suspense thriller that I don't want to spoil at all, but it gets dark and violent and crazy. And a lot of people like the show more after it picks up that way, understandably. Personally, I like the first part of the show the best, when it was more slice of lifey and the characters were just being fun together. I thought the drama, when it gets dramatic, it also gets sort of very visual novel-y, because it is based on a visual novel, and personally, that style puts me off just a little bit, but it's still a great show. I had fun with it all the way through, and it's got a winding, crazy narrative that involves multi-dimensional time travel, which is always a great concept. Steins Gate gets a strong, if not absolute must recommendation, just because, this is one of the most critically praised anime of the last 5 years. I think it's a pretty safe bet that you're gonna enjoy it, possibly even more than I did, and I love it. The next one is Umineko no Naku Koro ni, which is a very contentious anime adaptation of a series of visual novels that are crazy long, and there's a lot of them, and the anime barely covers any of it, and it skips a lot. So a lot of fans of Umineko would say, don't watch the anime, play the games, but the games are exceedingly long-winded, and I really think the anime cuts out a lot of unnecessary stuff from the games, but unfortunately it only goes for 26 episodes and doesn't come close to a conclusion. So why am I recommending it anyway? Because it's a lot of fun to watch. It's got really fun characters, fun scenarios. It's sort of it's a mystery show, like a locked room mystery show, except where time keeps resetting every few episodes, and the killer is always different, and you don't know who's really behind anything, and it's got like an atemporal fucking mess going on in the background. It's insane. It's a clusterfuck. But the characters are a lot of fun. I definitely think there was some level of like somewhere between Phoenix Wright and Detective Conan is like where this show exists. It's got, elements of murder mystery and horror to it. The production's not very good. It's a pretty lackluster animation thing, and like it's also paced terribly, and episodes are all over the place. But like, it's so much fun that it makes up for all that. It has a phenomenal ending theme that is hilarious, and I don't know. I'd give this one a light recommendation. Like, give it a shot, and if you like it, then you'll like it. But I mean, it's hard to recommend because it's very incomplete, and most people hate it because they like the game so much. But personally, I think the anime is a lot of fun, and I enjoyed it. I named my band after it. Trial of the Golden Witch comes from that show. The last one I have on my suspense list is Young Blackjack, which aired at the end of last year. It is a prequel to Blackjack, which I was talking about before, the medical drama that tells us the story of how Blackjack became Blackjack. It starts off with him when he's in college studying to be a doctor, and it's basically an episodic series where he keeps getting himself into these scenarios that lure him off the path of being a legitimate doctor, as he starts to have problems with both realizing how fucked up the world is and how fucked up the system is of both the government and of practicing, of medical practice. And like, he just kind of develops this warped worldview over the course of the show that leads him down the path towards becoming Blackjack. And it's a really solid show. It's fun to watch. It can be really goofy at times, as can the original Blackjack, all of it. And I would say that if you are really interested in this character, I think watching the Blackjack specials that I mentioned before gives a lot of good context into like what this show is building up to, because it definitely assumes that you have an understanding of who Blackjack is, because it doesn't really clue you in. Like, you wouldn't know what it was building up towards if you didn't know who Blackjack already becomes. And so the drama of it is seeing him go down this road and eventually end up being the guy who you know. But it's really solidly done. It's got a very modern character design, but modern in the sense of like, all the men are exceedingly beautiful and they take their shirts off all the time. Like this really makes like Blackjack into a Bishonen guy. So definitely has some appeal for the ladies who want to see. It's got some like yaoi ship pandering in it as well. But it's a lot of fun to watch, and it takes place during the Vietnam War, so it's got a pretty unique time period and setting as well, and it does a lot with that time period and setting. So yeah, I would definitely recommend it. Maybe check out some more Blackjack first, but if you aren't really that interested in the character and you just want to see a decent show set in the Vietnam War about medical craziness, then the show is still recommendable even by itself. Alright, moving into another subcategory of drama, let's talk about teen melodramas, a genre which is perhaps overrepresented in anime, and I've complained a lot about this genre, but there's a lot of teen melodramas that I do legitimately like and think are worth checking out. For starters, I'm going to give a sort of light recommendation to the big three of the Key and Kyoto Animation shows, which are Air, Canon 2006, and Clannad. All of them, like, I was a huge fan of Air and Canon way back when I first got into like moe shows and high school melodrama type shows. I was in high school at the time, so that was a little bit more reasonable. And these shows have a lot of interesting elements to them. They have some really hard-hitting character drama moments, some endearing qualities. Air gets trippy as it goes along. A lot of people don't like the way Air gets trippy. Personally, I always thought it was kind of cool. I would say Air is probably my favorite of the three. Canon's okay if you can get into the characters, though. I tried to watch it more recently and I just found them kind of obnoxious. And then Clannad is okay, but it's boring as fuck. So it's hard to sit through because it's so boring. But if you buy into the drama in these shows, they're all very highly regarded. Clannad especially. People love Clannad After Story to death. It makes everyone cry and fucking lose their shit. It has all these themes of family and stuff that people get really into. So I would at least lightly recommend those shows. If you like melodramas, then those shows are worth your time. Clannad especially, probably. And then for another melodrama from the same original writer as the visual novels those shows are based on, is Angel Beats, which I actually enjoyed a lot more. And Angel Beats has a strong comedy element to it, and like Kyoran Kazoku Nikki that I talked about before, very sudden tone shifts between comedy and drama, and just telling a lot of different stories in a very short time span. As I understand it, Angel Beats was supposed to be a much longer show, but they had to cram it all into like a small space, so that made it difficult. But I thought it was a lot of fun. It's really pretty to look at. The last episodes are extremely emotional. I cried like a fucking baby in the last episode of this show, when I saw it back in 2009. You just gotta kind of embrace how over the top the emotions are. This is like teen melodrama turned up to the maximum volume setting, to an extent where it becomes funny at times. Like, sometimes the fact that it's so melodramatic is the comedy, and sometimes the comedy feeds into the drama, where there's like funny stuff that's happening that has deeper repercussions. I don't know. I think it's an interesting show, and worth checking out. So I'd give that a light to medium recommendation. Next up is F, A Tale of Memories, which was a show that deeply impacted me when I first saw it when I was like 16. And it's a sort of romance drama about these three couples that end up being set up over the course of the show. So it's sort of an ensemble cast between the characters who are in these three couples. There's a love triangle between one guy who's trying to become a manga artist and this girl who's loved him ever since she was a little kid and just kind of assumes that she'll end up in a relationship with him. And then the new girl who is more reliant on him and wants a relationship with him. And then the first girl's sister is, I believe, in an entirely different country. And she is entering into a romance with this guy, who's just like a sort of milquetoast dude. But her thing is that she only has an active memory of 13 hours. Anything from more than 13 hours ago, she can't remember it. And she has to constantly read a diary to keep herself informed of who she is, ever since an accident happened when she was a kid. So it's these sort of two different dramatic stories. One's the love triangle, and one's just this story about this girl, always forgetting her relationship. And I would definitely say the love triangle story is a little bit more interesting, but this show is mostly about presentation. It's the way that it presents the characters and their problems, and these great directing, and scenes that are like heartstring pulling or intense even at times. Lots of memorable moments, and there's a lot of interesting themes in this show about sort of growing up and trying to figure out where romance fits into your life as you go forward, and like how you can live your life while being with other people and fitting them into it. I made a video about it on my channel like over a year ago, and I'd give this one a medium to high recommendation. I'd say it's a high recommendation if you're in high school and if you're currently dealing with problems of like, where am I going in the future, or how do I resolve these interpersonal conflicts in my life? It will mean a lot more to you in that case. If you're older, some of it might be like, yeah, I've been there back then and it doesn't matter to me anymore. But, that's kind of the problem with teen melodramas in general, is that as you grow up, these problems start to feel like shit that you've dealt with a long time ago and maybe don't relate to anymore. The next one is Hibike Euphonium, one of the best shows from last year from Kyoto Animation. It's a melodrama about a bunch of girls who are in a band class in high school. It's kind of like if you took K-On! And combined it with Whiplash. It's a show about, like, sometimes it's more lighthearted, slice of life-y, cute girls doing cute things, but the thing in this show is that it takes place in the real world, where there's really harsh repercussions for not having talent or not practicing or not taking yourself seriously enough. And it's sort of about these characters sort of coming to terms with who they are and what they're trying to do, and like where they're trying to put their time and effort, and the interpersonal conflicts that arise from having differences in talent or having differences in capability. It has some parts that are not that interesting. Some of the conflicts that happen later in the show are kind of like, I don't care about these characters. But when it has its best moments, they are great. In particular, a certain date scene that is extremely memorable, and just the show is gorgeous to look at, unbelievably beautiful and well designed. and just altogether a pretty good time. It's got a second season on the way and a film readaptation of the first season, so that could be interesting. I'd give that show a medium to high recommendation. Up next is one that I definitely give a high recommendation to, probably my favorite teen melodrama outright, which is Hodo Musuko, or Wandering Son, which is a show about a bunch of middle schoolers coming to terms with their gender identities. It's about the main characters are a little boy who likes to dress up as a little girl and a little girl who likes to dress up as a little boy, and trying to figure out, am I a little boy or not? Or am I a little girl or not? And sort of dealing with those questions, and mostly about the interpersonal conflicts that arise from these questions, and about all these love triangles and crazy things going on with all these young characters. And it's very moody and very melodramatic, but it's presented in such a good way and with such great writing and such interesting characters that I think it really works. And what's interesting about this anime is that it's only 11 episodes long, but it adapts like a very specific part of the manga, because the manga, which is quite long, starts with the main character in elementary school, and like a lot of the drama that happens among these characters, like, happens before the show starts. So when you start up the anime, everyone's already mad at each other. And it like goes right for the deepest interpersonal conflicts that, like, you know, that took setup in the manga. And then it just kind of ends at the end of middle school, whereas the manga keeps going. So it's an interesting little snapshot into this story, but it's just really well done, and the characters are really interesting. I love Saori Chiba. She's one of my favorite anime characters of all time, just because she's this horrible failure of a character who, like, everything she wants out of the situation is stuff she can't get, and so it's sort of her trying to come to terms with that as this plays out. And just it has some really striking moments, and it deals with the question of gender identity more so than any other anime does, and far better than any other anime does, because it takes it completely seriously. So yeah, it's really fucking solid. I love it. I'd give it a high recommendation. Next up, returning back to Key and the same writer who did Air, Clannad Canon, and Angel Beats, we also have Little Busters, which I liked a lot more than the other shows. I don't think it's amazing, but it's another of these like interpersonal dramas with some supernatural elements to it that get pretty wacky by season 2. But this one definitely focuses less on like romance, whereas Air, Canon, and Clannad have the atmosphere of having been dating sim games, and like that, you know, each character has a route that you're going down, and like you're supposed to date each of these girls. Little Busters has a little semblance of that. It definitely has like each character has their own arc, but it feels like every character is important to the story. There's not like a main girl who he's going to end up with in the end, or like or that it's you know, a bunch of separate stories that just are weirdly woven together. It actually feels like one whole story in this one, and it's pretty good. It gets really dramatic in season 2 and has a pretty cool ending. I like the concept of the ending anyways. It was just a fun time. It's pretty emotional. Again, if you like this kind of show, you'll love this show. If you don't like this kind of show, don't bother with it. I give that one a light recommendation. And the last one I have here is Maria-sama ga Miteru, or Maria is Watching Over Us, which is a very interesting kind of slice of lifey, except for the fact that it's so melodramatic that I don't think it's relaxing. It is very slow, but it's about an all-girls Catholic school wherein all the girls are paired up, basically, where like younger girls all have a senior who is like their guide through life, essentially, and they're all paired up into these pairs. It's a very Yuri-centric show. Like, it never, only with like a couple characters does it like go outright in making them like, she is gay and she's in love with this other girl, but like it's a lot of this was like the original of the Yuri pandering shows, except that it doesn't feel nearly as crass as a lot of them do now, where like every show just wants to have girls who like girls for the sake of it, whereas this one was like actually a good show with good writing. and a fuckload of seasons. But it's just a sort of quaint slice of life interpersonal drama show. Most of it is about characters being mad at each other for very teenaged reasons. So, I mean, I can see this show being annoying to some people for the melodrama, for the same reason that every teen melodrama is annoying. But it's well put together, and it's interesting that it's set in a Catholic school where like everyone has to be very proper all the time. Everyone is like, you know, all the dialogue in this show is super like posh and polite. So I don't know. I think it's more interesting than most stuff in this genre, and it's definitely worth checking out, and they made a fuckload of it. So that's all for the teen melodramas. Thank God. Next, we'll get into another sort of subcategory of both genre and comedy, which is one that's more something I made up, but it's adult contemporary shows, or also known as work dramas. These are shows about the difficulties of becoming an adult, living in the adult world, having a job, and just generally trying to live. So basically, if you've grown out of your teen melodramas, this is what you've probably grown into, is the adult contemporary shows. So the first one up is Hataraki Man, which is a 12-episode, I think half-length episode shows. That's just sort of a straightforward comedy show about this woman who is works for an advertising agency, and her job is really fucking hard. And she works way too hard, and she has like a boyfriend she never gets to see. She's constantly trying to go to massage parlors in her free time just to work out the stress of constantly working, drinking too much at after parties and stuff. It's just sort of a snapshot into what it's like to be a strong, powerful woman in the workforce in Japan, which is to say hell, which most of these shows present working in Japan as hell, because that's what it is. It's fucking intense. And Hataraki Man is just a really fun show to work out some of that stress you've got over work too. Hataraki Man gets a light to decent recommendation. If the prospect of the show sounds interesting to you, then definitely check it out. But if not, then it might be better to just leave it. Next up is Honey and Clover. This is a college drama. It could fit... You could consider this more of a drama, maybe even a romantic comedy, but it follows a group of college students, basically a group of friends in college up through their whole college experience over the course of, like, I want to say 4 years. And it's mostly about their interpersonal relationships and conflicts and just growing up and, like, moving into the world and stuff like that, and, you know, developing as people, developing as artists, because they all go to an art school and they have their own, you know, arts and stuff. And it's because it follows so many characters and for over such a long time, it manages to cover a lot of ground. It's sort of similar to Nana in this regard, in that it like moves through a lot. And like Nana, it has some pretty depressing parts later, especially in season 2, which I never actually finished myself. But it's a really fun show, and I think it's great to watch if you're towards the end of high school or in college or towards the end of college. It really speaks to that mindset of like having to move out into the world and face what life is about to present you is a big theme of the show. So sort of got a coming of age element to it. And just really strong characters, great writing, great comedy when it has it. I would give it a strong recommendation for sure, for pretty much anybody. This next one is an odd one. It's Kacho Oji, or The Legend of Black Heaven, which probably has one of the older main characters in anime. This is a midlife crisis show, essentially. It's about a guy who, when he was young, was like the front man of this hard rock band that was like, you know, that was fucking awesome. He was this great guitarist, and he basically settled down, got a wife, has a kid, and he's bored. He's now a salaryman, and he's bored of life. And then it turns out that there's these aliens who are in the middle of like an intergalactic war, and his guitar playing can save them. So basically for him, this becomes an excuse to relive his glory days and to try to be this badass guitarist again. But it starts coming at the cost of ignoring his family and his duties and, you know, just generally being kind of a shitty guy. And the dramatic narrative of this show is really solid. The themes are really solid. The biggest problems with this show are that, one, it is ugly as sin. It is not well produced, and it has a lot of like weird comedy parts that just completely fall flat. It has this like trio of girls who are like comedy like sidekick characters who just get into like their own adventures that are dumb and boring. So the show's really uneven, but man, when it gets emotional and when it has its big climax, it's great. It has a really amazing ending, and the music is awesome. The stuff that the guy plays on guitar, the opening theme is fucking incredible. It's like this MTV music video acid trip from the 80s that looks like Pink Floyd's The Wall or something. It's fucking badass. The show looks nothing like it, but the OP is amazing. So I'd give that a decent recommendation. That's another one that like I think if you go into it expecting that half of it's going to be dumb as fuck, but the other half will be emotional and great, and if you buy into the character, then you'll really appreciate the show. I know some people who like adore this show, but it's definitely harder to get into because it's so badly produced and so uneven. The next one is Kurage Hime, or Princess Jellyfish, which is a deeply charming josei manga adaptation that I think was 11 episodes and ran on Noitamina. And to be honest, I don't remember a whole lot about it because it's been a long time since I've seen it, but as I remember, it was about this young woman who moves into an apartment complex full of all these like sort of wacky characters, and as is at once trying to find herself and change herself, and becomes friends with this guy who is I guess a cross-dresser. I don't know if he's transgender or anything, but he is usually dressing as a woman and like teaches her about fashion and how to be more selfish in her life, because he is like a rich spoiled brat and she is like a super polite nice girl. God, I wish I could remember more of what actually happens in this show, because it's one of those that had a kind of disappointing non-ending, and I think they planned a season 2 and it never happened. So it's one where you have to pick up the manga afterwards, but it was really solidly done, really well directed, beautiful to look at, from back when Brainspace were like a studio where everything they made was great. That was a time once. Now nobody knows who Brainspace is probably, but it was a really solid and cute and fun show, with really likable characters. It actually made me a fan of Kana Hanazawa, because up until that point she had mostly played like these moe girls who were like shy and annoying, and in this show she like had this whole range of emotions and was great, and her voice sounded amazing. And then she became my favorite voice actress, and then she played Akane from Psycho Pass, and now she's waifu tier. Kurage Hime gets a decent to strong recommendation. I think the show has a really broad appeal, but unfortunately no ending, and the last couple episodes are kind of shaky. Up next is Welcome to the NHK, which is a dark comedy about a guy who is a hikikomori, or shut-in, hasn't left his room in 4 years, or only leaves to like get food and come back quickly, and has no job, dropped out of college, and is just paranoid and losing his mind in his room. And it's about him and his adventures. And it is extremely relatable to anyone who's ever had any problems fitting in with society, or problems with growing up, or trying to become a part of the working world. When I was in high school, I related to this show so much that it was like soul crushing, and it was my favorite show for a long time. And it's based on a novel, which I think is better than the show in a lot of ways, because it's much darker and more just fucking hard to read, because Sato is such a piece of shit. And it's sort of a show about how sometimes these issues, no matter how hard you try, you can't really get over them. And I don't want to spoil the ending, but it doesn't really paint a picture that this is something that you can just totally overcome. It's really about like it's just exploring the mindset of someone who is unable to cope with society and with fitting into what society wants of them. The anime has a lot of these sort of mini adventures that Sato ends up on, because there's this girl who comes to named Misaki who like wants to fix him, basically. Like she wants to train him to stop being a hikikomori. And so he has like adventures with her, and then his next door neighbor Yamazaki, who's like a hardcore otaku, who's a crazy, wacky, fun guy. And there's all these little stories he'll get into. Like one arc is about him getting obsessed with Final Fantasy XI and like lost in that world for weeks on end. Which is all just kind of like exploring different facets of the life of a hikikomori, most of which was not in the original novel. And I think because the anime is so wacky, it loses a little bit of like the point, whereas the novel is just a really stark and depressing story about a guy doing drugs in his room and losing his mind. The anime cut out all the drug use and filled it with fun adventures, but it's a great show. Very inconsistent production, and some arcs aren't as great as others, but it wraps up nicely, and it's altogether a very powerful experience for anyone who's been through anything like that. For me, it was like the first show I'd seen that really related to these problems I was having, and like, you know, sort of gave me a foothold to appreciate that other people had experienced the same kinds of things. So it's very important. I would give Welcome to the NHK a very strong recommendation. Next up is Nia Under 7, which is another sort of college and early work life and coming to terms with going into reality type show, except this one is about a girl who's just really fucking poor. She lives in the middle of nowhere. She has no money. She's trying to make it through college, and it's a struggle. It's a show that's sort of in between being comedy and like slice of life, almost Iyashikei-ish, except that it's just kind of sad. So some episodes will be wacky and fun because it takes place in a world where aliens have landed on Earth, and the aliens are sort of ranked, like they have like a caste system. And there's this girl named Nia who is an under 7, which is like the worst of the alien caste. And she ends up living with the main character girl. So a lot of the show explores like themes of racism amongst these aliens and themes of just like interpersonal conflict, but all with this undercurrent of also being about this girl just sort of trying to deal with life and adulthood. It's very slow, and I think depending on how well you relate to the characters, you might either just find it super boring or really interesting. But it's not like amazingly written or anything, so I would only give it a light recommendation. But it's got gorgeous character designs by Yoshitoshi Abe once again, who did Lane in Technolize and Haibane Renmei. It's definitely his most underappreciated show, but it's also not like super like well produced or anything, so I can't say it's like something that everyone needs to see. It's this hidden gem. I mean, I'd give it a light recommendation. All right, this next show is an absolute must see. It's my favorite anime of the last 5 years probably, which is Shiro Bako. This show is a fucking masterpiece. It is about the people who make anime. Specifically, it's about these 5 girls who, when they were in high school, had like an anime creating club together. And each of them decided to go into a different field of anime production. And the show takes place like 5 or 6 years later. They've all entered the workplace, and it is hell because anime production is hell. Everyone's way overworked, way underpaid. Everything's disorganized. Everything's constantly on the verge of collapse. And it's about this huge ensemble cast of everyone who works on anime trying to pull through to just get a fucking show made. And it's really funny at times, really fucking heartbreaking at times. It's got every character's great. Everyone's fucking super memorable and super fun and super cool. The scenes are just great. It's beautifully directed. It's perfect. Everything about it's perfect. It's the best fucking anime ever. The more you know about anime production and the more you know about the industry, it will just be even better because there's lots of references to famous industry people. Almost every character other than the main 5 is like based on someone in the industry, so there's lots of cool little references like that. One of the biggest like moments in this show, I guess you could consider this a spoiler, although it's kind of telegraphed ahead of time, but like Hideaki Anno appearing in this show is like a major emotional turning point in it, so that's pretty awesome. And overall, it just gave me an even deeper appreciation for anime than I already had for the last 15 years, which is incredible that that's possible. And it's just the ultimate show for anime fans. Like, if you care deeply about this medium, this show cares just as much about you, is how I would put it. And that makes it great. Next up would be Sore ga Seiyu, which is sort of like Shirobako's little sister, which is a more lighthearted and fun show about 3 girls who decide to become seiyu, or voice actresses. And it's just about, it's once again about exploring the industry, though this one has much less of a dramatic narrative. It's much more of just like a light, fun exploration of what it's like to be a seiyu. Although it still has, like, it still presents it as this really rough thing that, like, is hard on the characters, and it's hard to live life doing this. But it's just a lot slower and more lighthearted and slice of lifey. But still pretty solid. I would only give this one a light recommendation. If you're interested in seiyu or you know a lot of them, this is definitely one to look out for. Because it also has, like, it has a lot of seiyu guest stars who are playing themselves in the show. Like, each episode has its own cameo. It has this really great thing where during the ending theme, the main characters will do karaoke of classic anime songs. And they do, like, the Eva opening, the S-Cryed opening, or ending, I think. It was one of those. God, they did a bunch of classic songs. It was like, oh my god. Oh, the Zetsubo Sensei opening at one point. That was awesome. This next one is a sort of father-daughter anime called Usagi Drop, or Bunny Drop, which is this very quaint, quiet, sort of slice-of-lifey show about a guy who is in his late 20s, and he's like just this overworked jobaholic guy who's like has like a fucking 2-hour commute to and from work, so his whole life is nothing but doing his job. And he ends up adopting this like, I want to say she's like 6 or 7 year old girl who was left behind after like her grandfather died, who I think was like her caretaker, and just she'd been like abandoned by her family or whatever, and he ends up taking her in. And it's just sort of about the ways that they, you know, that she relies on him, and how she sort of improves his life in small ways and helps him to have things other than work to think or care about. It's very light and fluffy and fun and cute, and it feels very realistic and sort of grown up. Don't read the manga. Don't do it. Because where the manga goes after the anime ends is straight into hell. And you don't want that. So just watch the anime and don't forget the manga exists. Just pretend it's not there. But I would give Usagi Drop a decent recommendation. It's another one where if the prospect of the show sounds interesting to you, then you should definitely check it out, because you'll probably like it. All right, the last adult contemporary show I have is The Tatami Galaxy, which is a show about dealing with college and coming to grips with who you are and what you're trying to do, as I've said about a lot of these shows, in college. And the way this show, it's a trippy, fucking bizarre show from director Masaaki Yuasa, who is very widely loved. And each episode moves at a blistering speed with crazy fast dialogue, because each episode covers an entire 2-year span of the main character and his time in college, where each time he'll start up a club, and it's about his experience in that club, which always ends in a total clusterfuck. And that's sort of the first half of the show. Then there's a part where it's exploring his romances, and it's like different women he tried to make it with, ending in clusterfucks. And basically, as he goes through this show, his own inauthenticities and not recognizing the opportunities that were in front of him and always chasing after some lofty goal that was beyond his reach always fucks him over. And in the end, he has to try to, learn about how you actually make it in the world by humbling yourself and recognizing what you can actually do and what is actually available to you. So it's very interesting and probably relatable for anyone who's in college. This show is on a lot of favorites lists of mostly college students. My brother Victor is a huge fan because he said like his college experience was basically exactly what happens in the show. Personally, I dropped out of college and didn't do much there, so it wasn't that relatable for me. But I thought it was a pretty good show. I would definitely give it a high recommendation because it's so unique and so beloved by those who do like it. If you've been through college, definitely watch it. If you just want to see a fun, experimental, and interesting show with a totally different style than anything you've ever seen before, then definitely watch it. And a strong dramatic writing. And that clears out my adult contemporary thing, so we can move on to another category. Alrighty, our next genre category is horror, which is going to be a smaller one, both because there's not a whole ton of horror anime, and because I'm not that big a fan of the genre of horror to begin with. So each of these shows could just as easily be considered an amalgam of some of the other categories I've talked about, like dramas, or even melodramas, or suspense thrillers and stuff like that, but they have a stronger element of horror and just being disturbing, we'll say. So first up is Higurashi no Naku Koro ni, or When the Cicadas Cry, or When They Cry as it was called in the US release, which is a really bizarre horror series where basically the timeline of the series keeps resetting itself. It takes place over the course of like a couple of weeks in July in this town out in the middle of nowhere. And it's about this group of friends who are all in school, and there's like this small school where there's like one classroom, and you know, they're all of different ages up through high school, but they're all in the same class. And they keep horribly dying. Like each arc, which will be about 4 episodes, will build up to a moment when everyone horribly murders one another for one reason or another, and then we end up back at the start of the timeline, and we'll see different stories unfold over the course of the same period of time with a lot of the same results. And there's sort of a mystery surrounding what the fuck is going on, and I don't want to spoil anything because you really mostly learn about stuff in the second season. This is a 52 episode show, and it builds up beautifully. A lot of it is actually like, a lot of the times the arcs start off as just like a slice of life comedy. It'll just be these characters having fun, doing fun things, and being friends, and then things spiral horribly out of control and get fucked up and grisly and gory, and intense, and it's a lot of fun to watch. The characters are pretty lovable, and as the show goes along, watching their sort of relationships form makes it so you end up really wanting to know what's going on in the scenario and wanting to see the characters somehow not die. So I'd say it's a really strong show, and it had a bunch of OVAs that came later that I still haven't seen, and like, it's the kind of thing where a lot of people, this is another one that's based on a visual novel that had a lot more information, so some people would say to play that, or even to read the manga adaptation, which covers some more ground, but I think the anime did a really good job of just telling the story, basically, well enough that you can get it. The first season's pretty fucking badly animated, at times in hilarious ways, but the second season looks really great. I love the character designs in this show by Sakai Kyuta. I have the art book for it even, and it's just really solid. I would give this I'd say I'd highly recommend Higurashi. Medium to highly. Parts of it might not hold up as well as I remember, but it just has a really strong story. And I mean, if you don't like any of the characters by the end of season 1, then season 2 might not be that cathartic for you, but personally I was really endeared to all of them by then. Next up is Red Garden, and this is a really bizarre show from director Komatsuo, who I would love to just do a video on him sometime, and his wacky, bizarre style that only really showed up in a few things he did. But Red Garden is like a combination of horror and teen melodrama that was very heavily inspired by like Western TV shows like Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It has episodes where characters just burst into song out of nowhere, and it takes place in New York, and it basically follows these 4 young women through their personal conflicts, the things that are going on in their lives, while they also happen to have all recently, I don't know if they're zombies or they have superpowers and they have to fight zombies, I believe was what it was, for like an organization or something like that. And it's really weird, like the way it combines its elements of horror and action with just regular teen melodrama. and it builds into a phenomenally gory climax. It's definitely not like anything you'll ever see. I'd recommend giving it a shot. If any of that sounded interesting, definitely watch it. It's pretty solid. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. And next up is probably the most horrifying anime that I've seen, and I absolutely love it. It is Shiki, which is another show set in the middle of nowhere in Japan. This one is basically in a small rural town, a family of vampires moves in, and over the course of the show, a lot of shit happens, and it's sort of somewhere between a mystery show, a suspense thriller, and like a war story by the end, where there's these defined factions of like humans and vampires, and it's about just what people will think of to justify their actions in defending themselves. And it has some, I would almost consider it a social commentary on what war is like and how it happens between different factions and how resource management goes. But it builds to that from this more of just a suspenseful thriller show that starts off very slow and kind of like campy on purpose. Like the early episodes have a lot of like weird funny moments and are kind of like wacky, and they're playing it up like it's more of a campy horror show. But then as it goes, there's like a kind of a definitive moment where it's like the shit hits the fan and now it's real. And by the end, it's fucking terrifying. And there's a lot of gore, a lot of fucked up things happen. It got hard to watch at times, but it was definitely edge of my seat excitement for the last few episodes for sure. I would strongly recommend this show. I've had a really great time with it. I thought it was really strongly written, had lots of interesting characters and moments that are seared into my brain forever and I will never forget about. So yeah, that's it for horror. That's all I've got. It's a pretty small category on my list. All right, let's move into the genre of romantic comedies, of which, as I recently declared, I am a foremost expert on the subject. Because I watched virtually fucking all of them at some point. This is just a combination of comedy, a little bit of teen melodrama, a little bit of regular drama, some interpersonal conflict and relationship drama in the midst of what is overall a comedy show. Some of these are more comedy-centric than others. Like they could easily have fallen into that comedy spectrum, but I think that romantic comedy has like a very unique flavor to it that is like whereas the comedy category, a lot of those could be about anything. These shows are, the same sort of style of love comedy hijinks going on. So, though the first one I'm starting with is not really a comedy at all, and I only put it in this category because I really couldn't decide what category I wanted it in. It's really more of just a sweet, lighthearted romance show without so much a strong comedy element, but it's Akagami no Shirayuki Hime, or Snow White with the Red Hair, which is set in a fantasy world where there's this girl who has red hair, and essentially it's a story of her falling in love with the prince of this country. And their budding romance, which is super adorable, and they're just these really likable, fun characters who you watch develop, learning from one another and becoming romantically involved. I would, like, if any show could be considered a pure romance, it would be this one, where, like, it has elements of comedy, elements of drama, but it's mostly just about this romance at the heart of it, and I don't have enough other shows like that to form a whole category out of just romance. So I'm classifying it as romantic comedy, but I would give that a decent recommendation. I haven't seen season 2 yet, which I've heard is even better than season 1, and just came out like last season or 2 seasons ago. So I need to give that a watch, but it's a really sweet, fun show. If you like just like a shoujo-y romance show with beautiful visuals, by the way, I would recommend that one. Next up is Bigata HK, which is a story about this girl Yamada who really wants to lose her virginity, and her goal is to sleep with 100 men, or I think it was 100, like by the end of high school. But she's actually, too shy to actually go through with it. And there's this guy who she ends up setting her sights on because he's like an obvious virgin guy, and she thinks it'll be easy to get into his pants. But the two of them keep having all these awkward scenarios and failing to communicate. And it's just a sort of a somewhat raunchy, fun comedy show. I mean, it's obviously raunchy, but it's not like super sexual the way that like fan service shows would be. There is an element of that, but it's more played for laughs than for actual like titillation. But it ends up being kind of sweet and romantic by the end, I would say. And most of it kind of gets a little tired because some of the jokes get repetitive. So I would only give this one a light recommendation. I don't think it's like a great show everyone needs to watch. But if you want to see just like a solid, somewhat saucy high school rom-com about a girl desperately trying to lose her virginity, it's pretty fun. Next up is Danaga nani o iteiru ka wakaranai ken, or I can't understand what my husband is saying, which I would strongly recommend. It's a series of 2 12-episode seasons of just little 3-minute episodes about this married couple. The husband is an otaku, and the wife doesn't understand what he's saying most of the time. But she is perfect, and I love her, and this show is about my fantasy future, where I have the perfect relationship with the perfect woman, and everything is beautiful. But I fucking adore this show. It's super heartwarming. The couple is adorable. Their stories are funny and cute, and it really is like the ultimate escapist fantasy into like a pretty normal thing to want. I think it's secretly a show that's trying to get otaku to go get married. I think that's what the secret goal of this show is. But I fucking love it. If you feel like I feel, watch it drunk, and it'll hurt even more. Next up is Denkigai no Honya-san, which is a pretty standard, straightforward rom-com show where there's a bunch of characters who are in love with one another, and they're sort of miscommunicating and not hooking up for a lot of the show, but the relationships are all really cute and fun. It takes place at a doujin store, so all the characters are sort of otaku-y, or at least are, learning to be from the other characters. And it's got a little bit of that workplace drama element. It's kind of like Working, but better, because Working kind of sucks. So Denkigai is like, if you liked the concept of Working, but wanted a good show, Denkigai is a good show. I would only give it a light recommendation. It's pretty standard as far as romantic comedies go, but it is cute enough, and the relationships work well enough that I enjoyed it. It gets a little stale, but I still would like a second season, which I think I had heard there was going to be one at some point, and then haven't seen it yet. So hopefully that happens. Next up is Gekkan Shoujo Nozaki-kun, which is almost a parody. In fact, it's outright a parody of the romantic comedy genre. It's about this girl who's this high school girl who falls in love with a classmate of hers, who also happens to be her favorite shoujo manga author. But he's completely oblivious to her, almost to her entire existence, even as they start working together. She ends up becoming his assistant. And but all he cares about is work, and he's just a workaholic. And there's a bunch of other characters with their own wacky personalities, and it's just sort of like a gag anime, but it gets really fucking funny. And I love Nozaki-kun as a character because he's like such a legitimate, he's like a professional artist, like he's kind of relatable in funny ways to me, that all he really cares about is his work and he doesn't notice anything else. And this is a show where the characters are never going to hook up, but that's okay, because that's the joke. That's always the joke in these shows, is that the characters keep miscommunicating. But whereas in most shows it's frustrating, in this show it's making fun of the fact that happens in other shows, because Nozaki is so oblivious, even though he writes shoujo manga about these scenarios. So it's definitely deliberately a parody of that genre, and it's a lot of fun. It has some really fucking hilarious moments, and I think it has a pretty broad appeal. I think most people could appreciate this show, so I would give it a decent to strong recommendation. It's pretty fucking funny. Next up, this is another one I wasn't entirely sure if I should classify this way. It's in the middle of romantic comedy and more of just a teen melodrama, but it's with also strong fantasy elements, is Inari Kon Kon Koi Iroha, which was a 10-episode shoujo manga adaptation that sadly doesn't cover nearly enough of the story. I would really love more of this show, and I don't think it's ever going to happen, so I probably have to read the manga at some point. But it's the story of this girl who gains the power to make her, like, basically transform her appearance to be anybody else. She gets it because basically there's this god, this like fox spirit, I think it was maybe a dog spirit, who's been like watching over her, and ends up giving her this power because of a prayer she makes. And it's like a wacky, fun comedy show about like interpersonal drama and relationships and stuff, and how she uses this power in those situations. But it's also just like a making friends show. Like some of the best episodes of this are just about Inari becoming friends with the other girls in her class by way of the situations that happen in the show. So it's just, I would say it's mostly a strong teen melodrama show that has elements of romance and elements of comedy and elements of this wacky Japanese gods fantasy thing going on. It's just solidly made and solidly written with fun characters. The last couple episodes get kind of dramatic in like a weird way where it's like they just wanted to have an ending for the show that I don't think worked that well. And I'd love another fucking season of it, but I'll probably never get that. So I can only give this one like a decent recommendation just because it's like, it's the kind of thing where you have fun with it while it's there, but then it's over and you feel unresolved and incomplete and like you didn't really get what you wanted out of it. Next up is Jitsu wa Watashi wa, which was a rom-com from last year. This one's very standard. It's a guy falls in love with this girl who happens to be a vampire, and she's keeping it a secret. And then it turns out that like all the girls surrounding this guy have some kind of bizarre secret that other people aren't supposed to know about, and it's just a misunderstandings comedy. But what makes this one fun to watch is that it's very sincere and heartfelt. The main character's thing is that he is so expressive that people can always read what he's thinking. Like he can't lie because his face is too expressive, which is pretty adorable. And it has this really weird art style that I would describe as ugly cute, but I personally love it. And I think if you like the art style, then that'll carry you a long way through this. But it's very standard, old school misunderstandings rom-com. I'd only give it a light recommendation. If you're into the genre, then go for it. Next up is a more interesting one, which is Kami no Mizo Shiru Sekai, or The World God Only Knows, which is the story of this guy who is obsessed with dating sims, and he considers himself like the master of them, and he's played every dating sim, and he's won every heroine's heart, and he doesn't give a fuck about the real world, and he's a very pompous, arrogant, like, type of character, and there's this girl who's, I don't remember what her job description was, but basically she has to collect the love of a bunch of girls, and she needs his help to do it, where he has to make a bunch of girls fall in love with him, and then once they do, then their love will be collected by this like Reaper girl, and then that girl will lose all memory of ever having been with him. So basically he has to play his real life using the scenarios that he's learned in his dating sims to woo all these girls and collect their love. And it's a pretty fun show, obviously pretty meta-centric, but part of it is like, you know, presenting like, here's what it would be like in real life if this dating sim situation happened, although most of the situations are still very dating sim. But it's a fun show that really carries on how strong the main character is, that he's got this very like outlandish personality that makes him fun to watch. One of my favorite episodes of the first season was one where it's just him playing video games by himself the whole episode. It was great. And there's some pretty good chemistry between the characters. I would say the individual stories aren't as memorable. And they made a lot of this show, and I never finished all of it. I only saw the whole first season, but it's pretty solid fun. I would give it a decent recommendation, especially because it has like an actual like high concept above what a lot of these rom-coms are going for. All right, next up is Kareshi Kanojo no Jijo, or Kare Kano, or His and Her Circumstances, which I would give a very high recommendation, if not consider a must-watch. It's a high school romantic comedy from director Hideaki Anno after he finished Evangelion. This was his next big anime show. And it's just a fucking joy to watch. The main characters are these two kids who are both extremely smart and excel heavily in school. But the girl comes from this, like, basically she comes from, like, a low household. Like, her family are all very close. They grew up, you know, kind of poor. She's worked really hard, and she's all about putting on appearances. Like, she tries to look like the perfect girl in high school. She's always trying to act like super nice and super smart and have this public face of that, but all of it is just an act, because she's really just like a greedy, megalomaniacal person who wants everyone to love her and appreciate her. And then the guy is Arima, who is from like a posh background, and he's like, you know, always done great in school because his parents forced him to, not close with his family at all. And he sort of, like, they basically start off sort of resenting one another and then realize that they are actually in love, and they start having a romance together. And through being together, they end up learning a lot of stuff about themselves and how their lives have been different and how that's affected each of them. And they grow as people from being together, and they've got all these cool friends who've got their own side stories, and it's just a fucking good time. And it's super goddamn well directed. Like, the way that this show is paced and the way it feels to watch is just incredible. Every scene just feels so good, and it's always like, the show will totally change style to reflect the emotion of a scene, where like sometimes when it's trying to be fun and wacky, then it's like over the top and all this stuff is happening, and then it'll have like a deep emotional moment where there's like almost nothing on screen. Like, the art becomes sparse and watercolored, and like it's just beautiful, and quiet and poignant, and it's fucking great for 18 episodes. Episode 18 is the real ending. You might as well say, like, it's a good stopping point. The rest of the show is not terrible, but what happened was Hideaki Anno got left the production because the manga author was not happy with how much comedy was in the show, because the show is really presented as a romantic comedy, and the comedy is wacky and over the top and slapstick at parts. And the manga author was not happy about that. She wanted it to be more of a dramatic romance. And so, over that creative difference, Hideaki Anno left, and he left the project in the hands of his protege, Kazuya Tsurumaki, who would later do Furikuri and Die Buster and some other shit. And, like, basically, the production just fell apart. And they ended up doing, like, the last arc, which is, like, the last 8 episodes, is a span, like, the amount of things that happen in those last 8 episodes are what would have happened in 2 episodes in the rest of the show, because it moves really fast until those last 8 episodes, when it suddenly gets really slow, and it introduces some new characters who we don't really have time to care about, and, like, it just kind of ends, and there's no, like, resolution at all to the ending. So the last 8 episodes kind of suck, especially your first time through, and especially if you don't know about them, which is why I'm telling you this. But those first 18 episodes are absolute gold, and in my opinion, the best romantic comedy anime ever made. And I don't think the last 8 episodes are so bad that they ruin the show. It's just that if what you're used to will not keep happening. And I think episode 18 made a good enough ending that I'm not too bothered by the rest of it. Like, and parts of it are interesting. Like, there's parts in those episodes that are, like, weird and experimental and kind of cool. So I still recommend it as highly as I possibly could. Alright, next up is Kimi ni Todoke, which is a very cute, sweet, low-key, well-produced romantic comedy that's very shoujo. It's about this girl called Sawako, who everybody calls Sadako because she looks like Sadako from The Ring. And she basically has no friends because everyone's afraid of her, because no one understands her real personality because she's too shy to really speak up. And a lot of the early part of the show is just about how she ends up making friends and falling in love with this guy in her class. and it's just really sweet and lovable, and all the characters are just so good, and you just want all of them to win and to succeed. And the show just kind of goes through, like, you know, melodrama and shit, and it's a little too slow and a little too melodramatic at times, but overall it's okay. And then the second season happens, and the second season is miserable, because the first 8 episodes of it are just a really obnoxious will they won't they. The last 5 episodes are great, and if you just like skip those 8 episodes, it might still be a good show at the end. And I know people who read the manga says it continues to be very frustratingly slow. I can't say, like, I don't know, this is a hard one, because like I don't recommend season 2, and I can only recommend season 1 on the basis that the characters are so strong and so memorable that I still enjoy that I had seen the show. But don't expect it to hold up if you keep going. Which, I mean, this is the case with a lot of romantic comedies, is that, like, I think a lot of them are just kind of victims of the fact that they must go on. I think most of these, like, sort of reach a point where there should be an ending, and they keep going, and that's where they fall apart and become a nightmare. So the next one is Ouran High School Host Club, which is a little lighter on the romance element. That more comes in later. It's more of just a high school comedy with some light teen drama in it. But it's about this girl who goes to a prestigious academy way outside of her range of being able to afford, because she's dirt poor and everyone else at this academy is super, super rich. And basically she breaks this vase that's worth more than her life in a club room for a host club, which, if you don't know what a host club is, it's basically where you pay to have beautiful people hang out with you. And so she ends up joining this host club and has to work for them. But they have initially mistake her for a boy, which is why they get her to join. So she's dressing as a boy and playing the part of a host, even though she's actually a girl. And so it's sort of a little bit of a reverse harem, because all the boys are like super beautiful, although most of them are not really interested in her. It's mostly the one guy who is, and there's more of a romantic element as it goes along, but mostly it's just a really fun, cute, well-written, and very well-directed show that's full of energy. It's got a lot of little hints of experimentation and like deeper thematic messages, which largely comes from having a lot of Revolutionary Girl Utena influence. I believe it's from the same writer, Yoji Enokido, which would make it the most normal thing he's written, but it is a manga adaptation. And yeah, it's a good show. It's really solid. It's super popular, so most of you probably seen it already. Yeah. I'd give that one a decent recommendation. Next up is Ranma 1/2, which is a massive mammoth of a series. And I don't recommend watching all of it. Ranma 1/2 is from manga author Rumiko Takahashi, who had previously written Urusei Yatsura and My Son Ikoku, which are both extremely popular rom-coms in their own right, neither of which I've finished. And then she later wrote Inuyasha and Kyokai no Rine. But Ranma was just this like wacky, fun rom-com romp where there's a bunch of characters who... Ranma himself and his father were training in China, and they fell into this pool that makes it so whenever Ranma gets cold water poured on him, he turns into a girl, and when he has hot water poured on him, he turns back into a boy. And there's all these other characters who have also fallen into pools in China and turned into weird stuff, and it's just like this love polygon show where everyone's in love with someone else and no one's in love with the right person, and there's all these misunderstandings and fun hijinks. And I really think that like Urusei Yatsura and Ranma 1/2 were like the genesis of what the current, like what romantic comedies became. Like Rumiko Takahashi sort of set the standard for what all these shows are like. So Ranma really feels like the OG of the like fan service comedy, like romantic comedy romp thing. Because it does have it has a considerable amount of nudity in it as well. And a lot of Ranma is really solid. The first season of the anime is great, and you could almost watch it by itself as just a really solid rom-com show. And then parts of season 2 are great, Most of seasons 3 and 4 are fucking awful. Parts of seasons 5 and 6 are great. I wrote an episode guide for Ranma on my blog like 5 or 6 years ago, in which I detailed what episodes are worth watching. I basically boiled it down to there are 60 must-watch episodes, and at most you should watch like 130. There's at least like 25 to 30 episodes that you should just not watch because they're fucking terrible. So it's a kind of a rough one to get through all 160 episodes of it, but it does have a lot of gems in it, a lot of really memorable characters, really fun episodes, and the first season's like just really well done. So I can still recommend it on some level, especially if you want to see like a cool 90s anime. It's very much of that era. A lot of anime was influenced by Rumiko Takahashi. So like if you like this genre and you want to see where it comes from, Ranma is where it comes from. And at times it's delightful, and at times it is terrible, so I'd give it a light recommendation. Next up is a romantic comedy with a strong element of adult contemporary to it, which is Rec, R-E-C, a very short 12-episode show with only, I think, 10-minute episodes, that's about this guy who's like, I believe he was a salaryman, and then a girl who's trying to become a voice actor, and they meet one day, and then later on, that girl's apartment burns down. So he offers her a place to stay for the night, and they end up sleeping together, and then they start dating after that. And it's just a sort of straightforward rom-com with some, it gets into some dramatic parts. It's sort of light and breezy, but it's cool because it's about actual adults, and a lot of the problems in their relationship stem from their jobs and from their life situations. So it's got a little bit more of that adult contemporary feel to it, but it's just a solid, fun little rom-com. I'd give it a decent recommendation. Next up is Real Life, which I just did a rambling review of over on Digibro After Dark the other day. This is a solid little high school rom-com with a twist in that the main character is actually a 27-year-old man who gets put into this program where they take NEETs, people who are not employed, educated, or in training, and they give them a pill that makes them look like a 17-year-old, and then they put them in high school for a year and try to rehabilitate their ability to fit in with society and to communicate with other people, essentially. And what's great about this show is that it's basically like, if you're someone like me who's watched every romantic comedy anime and has ever thought, how would I actually act in one of these as a grown man who knows all these tropes? And that's basically what this is. The main character ends up back in high school, but now he can kind of recognize everything that's happening around him and deal with it in a way that he wouldn't have been able to as a teenager. And in the meantime, doing this helps him to come to grips with some of the emotional trauma that he suffered as an adult with, I won't spoil anything, but like he's been through a lot, and this is helping him to deal with it. And so it simultaneously is the story of this adult guy trying to get his life together, and also the interpersonal teen drama that's actually happening in the high school setting, both of which are pretty solid. I don't think the teen drama is nothing special. It's nothing you haven't seen before from all these other shows, but it's solidly done, and the characters are really likable, and the main character having this other adult storyline just adds a lot of intrigue to the show overall. So I'd give that a decent recommendation. Next up is what many consider to be the greatest love story ever told, Toradora, which I would highly recommend. It's a very solid high school rom-com show with really, like, I've heard some people who don't like this show say that they hate the characters, so I guess if you hate the characters, you will not like this show. But I consider them extremely lovable characters who all have really interesting chemistry and play off of each other really well. The main character, Ryuji, is a guy who everyone thinks he's a gangster because he has like an evil-looking face because his dad was a gangster. But he's just this dirt poor kid who's taking care of his mom. He lives with his mom, and she's just like a drunk. I mean, she works, but she's just like a kind of aloof drunk at home, and he's obsessed with cleaning, and he's a neat freak. And he meets this girl named Taiga, who is this really, really tiny little lolly girl who's extremely angry and pissed off all the time, and has a strained relationship with her family, and lives by herself in an apartment right across from his, which is a horrible mess. And basically, the two of them complete each other, and you recognize this pretty early, but they don't, because they're both in love with one another's best friend. So they're trying to help one another hook up with their best friends while slowly realizing the obvious fact that they go really well together. And it's all about just the interpersonal relationships of these kids. The later half of the show gets into some real teen melodrama territory that at times is a little annoying even to me. And I love this show. I would consider it one of my favorite romantic comedies, but it does get a little annoying sometimes, but it has really strong themes of just people coming together and how we can improve one another through, recognizing how we can complete each other as people. And it's good, and I like it, and you should watch it. I would give it a strong recommendation. It's really fucking solidly done. Next up is Yamada-kun and the Seven Witches, which is a show about this guy named Yamada-kun, who one day he's like a punk delinquent kid. And one day he falls down the stairs on top of this girl who's like the top in the class, and they accidentally kiss and they end up switching bodies. And it turns out that Yamada-kun has a power where anyone he kisses, he can switch bodies with them. And two other characters find out about this and they start up a club. And at first it's mostly about like hijinks of the body switching mechanic and just these characters just becoming friends. And then they find out that there's 7 witches in the school who each have a similar kind of power. And a sort of story springs up around these 7 witches. And it's a lot of fun. The powers are unique and cool and fun to watch, and the characters are really likable. Yamada-kun and the main girl have like a really solid relationship that made me want to see it go on. This show moves at a breakneck pace because, from what I've been told, they adapted a huge amount of the manga into a very small space in the anime. So sometimes the conflicts feel like they resolve a little bit too quickly, and it just motorboats through this later half of the story. But I really liked the characters and everything, and it made me want to read the manga, which eventually I'll probably do. And I'd love it if they made more of the anime as well, because it was really well done and really sweet. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. And the last one on my list, which is one that I might get some shit for, because a lot of people like to make fun of this show, but it's Zero no Tsukaima, which is a show about a guy who gets teleported into a fantasy world because he's summoned by this girl, Louise, who goes to like a magic academy, like a Harry Potter school basically, and everyone is supposed to be summoning familiars, and everyone else has like all these cool monsters, and she ends up summoning this pervy human guy, and the two of them, sort of start forming a romantic relationship. But over the course of the 3 seasons of this show, of course, they never make any progress because she's the ultimate tsundere, and every time they get close, they get pulled away because of him being a fucking dumbass. And it's just it's a fun show. It's got some cool fantasy elements to it. It at times will get into like actually political plot lines, and like there's always like more going on than just the teenagers and their dumb shit. So it's pretty cool. The anime I only seen the first season and a half. So everyone has like a point where they think it goes to shit. I wouldn't know. I didn't finish it, but I enjoyed the first season enough. I mean, this is only like a light recommendation. I just think it's cute and fun, and I really like Louise as a character. I think she's one of the better written tsundere characters, in spite of being like the archetypical one, or archetypal. I don't know which one of those is a word. But yeah, I thought it was a pretty fun show. And one day I'll fucking finish the other seasons. But I don't think it has an ending, because the guy who was writing the novels died a few years ago. So I don't think there's any resolution to the story. Okay, moving on from the world of romantic comedies, let's get into slice of life and Iyashikei shows. These are shows that are usually just about chilling out, laying back, and letting it wash over you. A lot of these are soothing, calming shows. Some of them are about like cute girls doing cute things. Some of them are more about a setting and interesting location or just beautiful art. Some of these have more of a comedy element than others, but overall they're all slice of life shows. And I'm going to get into them. So the first one is Aria the Animation, which is sort of like the ultimate Iyashikei show. It's a show about a bunch of girls who are gondola drivers. They are drivers. What do you do with a gondola? Pilot? I don't know the word for it. They row gondolas through Neo Venetia, which is a version of Venetia that's on Mars. And it's just sort of about these girls like taking people on trips through the city, or just going on trips to the city and enjoying the beauty of Neo Venetia, and sort of having small coming of age stories as they go along. This show has a bunch of seasons, and I haven't seen all of them, but I know that in the later ones it gets pretty emotional as the characters experience bigger arcs. But a lot of it is just chilled out, and it's real slow. When I was younger, this was really hard to get through because it was so fucking slow. But there's episodes in here that are absolutely breathtaking. There were some of the early episodes of season 2 that I saw were like, they have stuck with me forever, just in like how beautiful the stuff that was happening was. So it's pretty fucking good. I'd give it a decent to strong recommendation. If you're into the genre, then you should definitely check it out. Next up, a show that I just finished watching was Flying Witch, which came out just this past season. This is a show about a young girl who is a witch, and she moves out to the countryside to live with her cousins in a big house in the middle of nowhere. And it's just about her sort of practicing witchcraft and being very pleasant. Everything in this show is extremely pleasant. It's beautiful to look at, has gorgeous, attractive character designs, and beautiful backgrounds, and a great soundtrack, which all just makes it extremely pleasant to watch. So it's just a show you melt into your chair and just look at it, and it feels good. It doesn't have a lot much else going on with it. Some of the witch stuff, like the witchcraft that goes on in the show, is pretty interesting. There's some pretty unique spells and fun scenarios that come out of the witchcraft. A startling amount of the show is just characters like cooking or sleeping, oddly enough. But it's pretty okay. I'd give it a light recommendation. I think if you're into Iyashikei, it's definitely worth checking out, and it's so solidly made that it's hard to throw stones at, but I don't think it's the most interesting of these shows at all. Next up is GA, Gei Jutsuka Art Design Class, which is a cute little show that's more of a cute girls doing cute things / comedy show, but with, just sort of a slice of life feel to it, about 5 girls who are in an art curriculum in high school, and it's mostly about them doing art. It's got lots of cool little, like, it does a lot with the idea of, like, drawing and doing art and, like, using all these different styles. And a lot of the episodes are just themed around, like, whatever art piece they're creating that day. It's a fun, cute little show. There's not much else to say about it. I'd give it a light recommendation. This next one, I was hesitant to put in this category, because this could be considered a horror show. But it's Gakko Gurashi, which is about 4 girls who live in their school. They are part of the school living club. And in the mind of the main character, they're just enjoying everyday school life, and everything's peachy fine and fun. The reality is that she's insane, and they are in a zombie apocalypse. And the other girls all know it. And you learn it at the end of the first episode, so I spoiled that for you, sorry. But the show is... It's deeply uncomfortable. And even though, like, most of the actual stuff going on is just kind of slice of life fun stuff where the girls are having a good time, because you and most of the characters know that we're really in a zombie apocalypse and that most of everyone in the world is dead, it's always deeply disturbing and unsettling, and I can never really feel comfortable. So this is kind of the antithesis of Iyashikei, because it's not soothing at all. It's totally nerve-wracking, but it still is a slice of life show. This one gets it gets more dramatic towards the end. It actually builds towards a climax and has a proper ending, which is all pretty well done. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of moments where I teared up or cried, got emotional. And it's just really solid. I mean, if you're into... I would say the reason I want to put it in this category is that if you like slice of life and Iyashikei shows, I think this is a must-watch because it subverts the genre so hard in a way that I think you'll appreciate more the more you like the genre. But yeah, I'd give this one a decent to strong recommendation. I thought it was a really solid show. The next one is Gakuen Utopia Manabi Straight, which is another one that's a little bit more of a comedy, more of a cute girls doing cute things show, but this one also has a narrative arc to it and kind of gets epic and dramatic towards the end. But Manabi Straight, whereas Gakko Gurashi was like the antithesis of this kind of show, Manabi Straight's more of a justification of this kind of show. It's about this girl Manabi who joins it takes place in the future when birth rates are in decline and schools are in super decline because everyone goes to work in specialist stuff now and they just go straight into their careers and not as many people go to high school. And this girl Manabi joins a high school that's kind of like on the way out. Like they're kind of dying because they don't have a lot of school attendance. And she ends up joining and leading the student council. And she is obsessed with the idea of making high school as fun and cool as possible and making memories and just having a good time. And she ends up recruiting these other girls into the student council, and it's about them trying to basically lift the school spirit. And the second half of the show is mostly about them trying to put on a school festival, which ends up being like a battle that they have to go through to get the thing organized. And in a way, it's a commentary on the genre in that it's about what makes high school special or what makes it interesting and like why people would care about it, which is kind of the biggest question posed at the genre. I might make an analysis video about that, getting into more depth, but I really liked Manabi Straight. When I watched it in high school, it fucking ruined me because the ending made me really, really emotional about the fact that I was leaving high school and I couldn't deal with it. But altogether, it's a really solid show. I would give it a decent to strong recommendation, especially if you're into this genre. Up next is a show with a little bit more of an adult contemporary vibe, which is Genshiken, which is a show about a college club full of otaku and them exploring otaku culture. And it's just sort of a nice, relaxing comedy show with really memorable, fun characters. And it's just sort of an exploration of otaku culture. And this show was a big part of getting me into otaku culture. It's a big part of why my room looks the way it does and why I fancy myself such an otaku, because watching this show made me like want to have this lifestyle and to like act like these characters in a way when I was young. But the anime, I don't necessarily recommend the anime over the manga. I do think it's worth watching, but I would say to read the whole manga and then watch the anime maybe. Because the manga over the course of 9 volumes is sort of about, it starts off mostly just exploring these characters and the main character, Kanji Sasahara, like coming to terms with the fact that he is an otaku and sort of admitting it to himself and making friends with these other characters. And then as it goes along, it introduces the character Ogiue, who is sort of a self-hating otaku, who has to come to terms with who she is. And it's just fucking really good. It's extremely well written. The characters are very believable and true to life. This is probably one of the most realistic anime ever. The character designs actually look like real people, and it just altogether just feels like watching a real life anime club. But it's funny and great, and the manga is definitely one of my all-time favorites, so I would recommend that as like a must-read. The anime is a decent recommendation because it is solid. It's not as good as the manga, and it's kind of confusing because it has like a lot of seasons that were all handled by different teams, so it can be confusing. All right, next up is sort of the ultimate cute girls doing cute things show. The one that will give you diabetes and kill you. It's Gochumon wa Usagi desu ka? Or Gochiusa, or Is the Order a Rabbit? Which is just about these cute girls in this gorgeous European-looking town that for some reason is in Japan, who work for a coffee shop. And it's just like a daily life, fun, slice of life, cute girls thing. The girls are stupidly cute. and the show is just sugar. It's just sugar and rainbows. It's just cute stuff. It's designed to make you go and then die. That's all I can say about it. I would give it a decent recommendation. If you like cute girls, absolutely watch it, because it's the cutest girls. If you don't like cute girls, don't watch it. There's nothing else to it besides, lighthearted comedy. The next one is Hidamari's Sketch, which is sort of in between like a cute girls comedy show and an Iyashikei show. It's about a group of high school girls who are attending an art school, and they all live in this apartment complex right across the street from the school. That's like a student housing thing. And it's just about them going through their daily lives. Every episode starts off with the main character waking up and ends with her like taking a bath and going to bed. And it'll just be about like daily activity stories. But as the show goes along, it does introduce some like coming of age themes, as the main character girl kind of like realizes that to be an artist, she needs to like find her voice and figure out what she's going to do with her life. But most of it's just little cute adventure stories of every kind of emotion you could think of. It kind of just covers the whole spectrum of what life's about for these youngins. And it's really good. It's just got really strong characters who have great chemistry together. And I think that's pretty much what sells it entirely. And one of the cool things about it is that the episodes are not in chronological order. Each episode is about a specific year, like a date in the year. So one of the ways you can watch this show, because you don't really need to marathon it. Every episode is totally its own thing. What you can do is watch each episode on the day that it takes place, and that's a really fun way to watch the show. I don't know if that holds up across all the seasons, because they made like 3 or 4 seasons. I only saw the first 2. I think they made 4 seasons. Jesus Christ. But yeah, it's great, and I love it. I love all the characters, and I will one day finish it. I think it took me a year to finish the first season, and then a year and a half to finish the second season, and that was 5 years ago. So I'm still not doing the best on keeping up speed on that show. All right, next up is my favorite anime. You all know it. You knew it was coming. It's K-On! 39 episodes of pure delight. This is a show about 5 high school girls who start up a light music club, and they just kind of spend all their time dicking around in the club and becoming best friends. And as they become friends, they really bring out the best of one another and sort of learn how to be people through one another. They all become more complete humans through each other and through their interactions. And as the show goes on, they have to face the fact that eventually they're all going to graduate and they're not going to be together anymore. And so it's mostly just about following this sort of transient period of high school and how these girls affect one another and how they change over the course of the show before they have to leave high school, which is where the show ends. And it gets really fucking emotional in the later part of the show, and it is a fucking tearjerker. And I've often said that the thing about K-On! Is that it gets better the more of it you watch, and I mean that as in recursively. When you've seen the whole show, the early episodes get even better because you can see how much the characters changed, because like it happens so naturally that when you reach the end and then you go back to the beginning, you're like, wait, this is what they were like back then? Holy shit, they all grow so much together, and it's beautiful, and it's beautifully animated, especially the first season, not so much. It gets better, like the first season gets better looking as it goes, but the second season looks incredible, and the movie looks incredible, and it's just so fucking good. I give it a high recommendation, if not absolute must watch. I know that a lot of people won't like it, so I'm not going to say everyone needs to see it, but it's the cream of the crop of this genre. I don't think it's really toppable as far as like slice of life comedies go. It's the best that we're ever getting. All right, next up for a little 13 episode fun time is Kamichu, which is a more unique and interesting take on the slice of life, cute girls doing cute things type show. This one is about a group of middle schoolers, one of whom, the main character, becomes a god one day, just out of nowhere. She just is a god, in the Japanese sense of a god, which is that there's a god of everything, and she is the god of being a middle schooler, essentially. So she is a god middle school girl. And the show will bounce between being like just a quaint slice of life show. Some episodes it's just about her and her friends going about their daily lives. Sometimes it's a like wacky, over the top show about gods, or about a cat fight club in one episode, or about an alien who comes to Earth and she has to communicate with it. Every episode's like totally different, and it's really fun, and it ends up resolving with, it has like a real ending, and it's really cute and sort of romantic, and it's great. I would give it a decent recommendation. It's a pretty fucking solid show. It's very inventive for the genre. Next up is Kofuku Graffiti, which I did a bunch of vlogs about back when it was airing. It is a show about girls eating food. It's a soothing Iyashikei show about this high school girl who loves to cook, and this girl who starts living with her, or on and off, like she comes to visit every weekend, who loves to eat. And it's just about them cooking and eating in ways that are almost sexual, because when they eat, it's like extremely well detailed animation, and it always seems like they're enjoying it a little too much. But if you like food and cute girls, watch this show. I can't really recommend it to anybody else. It's not like anything special per se, but for someone like me who's like a major foodie, like I can't help but love a show like this. So I'd give that a light recommendation. Next up is Lucky Star, which is, if K-On! Is the pinnacle of this genre in terms of like themes and being deep and emotional, Lucky Star is the pinnacle in terms of being like just a rock solid comedy show that you can come back to over and over again, and it's always a blast. It's just a 4 girls in high school comedy. The main girl, Konata, is an otaku, so it's got a little bit of that edge to it, but mostly it's just daily life stories that are really funny and charming. It has really great like pastel color artwork that looks fantastic all the time. And it's got lots of weird experimental stuff, like the Lucky Channel segment at the end of every episode, which is like this radio show made into part of the show that just shows up at the end and has its own narrative that's totally apart from the show. It's just like it really feels like the creators just had a bunch of fun, like throwing a bunch of ideas into a pot and mixing it with these characters who have really solid chemistry together and are just a joy to watch. Watch this show with your friends, watch it with a reference guide, watch it with alcohol. All of those are good ideas. Play a drinking game with it. It is a fucking blast. If you get together with other people who like Lucky Star and watch Lucky Star, you can't have much more fun than that. I would give it a high recommendation. I think it's really fucking fun and good. Next up, here's a show that's probably the most somber of the Iyashikei shows, and this was another melt into the couch one, but this one's a melt into the couch and then feel something one, which is Natsume Yujincho, or Natsume's Book of Friends, which is about this high school boy who can see spirits, and he moves out to the countryside to where his grandma used to live, and she had apparently beaten up a bunch of spirits and taken their names. And basically, when a spirit has their name taken by someone, which basically is written down in this book of names, then they kind of just feel lost and like they don't understand who they are anymore. So Natsume decides to return all of these names to the spirits that they were taken from. And meanwhile, there's this cat god who's like the super powerful god who wants the book, and plans to eventually kill Natsume and take it, but he ends up working with him because he, for whatever reason, can't just kill him yet. So Natsume is just kind of this awkward character who's always been kind of apart from the crowd because of the fact that he can see spirits, and he's just kind of a loner. And a lot of the show is just about exploring his loneliness, and it's just got this really sad and nostalgic feeling that's transient and floaty. It makes you feel good sometimes. This show also has lots of pretty boys and lots of yaoi shipping in it. If you want to turn gay, watch this show. That's how I felt when I watched it. There was a lot of boys that I was like, these boys are really pretty. This show's making me gay. I'd give it a strong recommendation. It's a really fun show. I watched all of it while on the couch, buried in blankets, and I just kind of like oozed into the blankets. It was a good time. Up next is Sora no Oto, or The Sound of the Sky, which is a show about cute girls in the military in like some weird city in like a post-apocalyptic Spain or something. Basically, it's these girls who are a military band. Like, they're supposed to be the ones who sound the alarms when an attack is happening, but they are out in the middle of nowhere where there's no action, and they're just kind of dicking around on base. And it's a cute, fun show with episodic stories, some of which get surprisingly dramatic and emotional, and maybe even a little traumatic. And it has a sort of dramatic ending, which is okay, but for the most part, the show's more about just these really cool episodic stories that are often really funny or touching or heartwarming in their own little ways. I really loved this show back when it came out. I remember considering it my anime of the year back in 2010. I don't know if that would be the case anymore, because K-On! Was from that year, and I eventually came to really love that show. But I would still give Sora no Oto a decent to strong recommendation. Next up is Tamako Market, from the same writer and director as K-On!, but this one's an original show, and it's really charming. It's set in, basically it takes place in a marketplace where this girl named Tamako lives, and her parents are mochi makers, or her family is mochi makers, which is a type of Japanese candy. And they live across the street from this other mochi making family. And the show is just sort of a slice of life show about Tamako and her everyday life as she goes around this city with all these unique characters who are all really interesting and have their own little stories going on. And then also there's this weird bird that shows up in the first episode who's from a faraway island, and he can talk, and he's looking for someone to marry the prince of his island. And a lot of the like driving narrative of the show is about these islanders, and that is the least interesting part of the show. And I think the biggest weakness of Tamako Market is that everything going on with the characters in the marketplace is really interesting, and they're all lovable and perfect. And then the islanders storyline is not, and it just kind of feels in the way. And for a show that's as short as this one is, it kind of feels like a little bit of a loss. And then they made a sequel film called Tamako Love Story, which is completely different and is just like a really quaint, quiet love story featuring Tamako and the boy from across the street who are childhood friends. And it's more of whereas the show is more like bubbly and poppy and fun, the movie is more nostalgic and low key and low tempo. So I'd say the appeal of them is kind of different from one another, and a lot of people think the movie is by far the strongest part. It's, highly regarded as one of the better romance films that's come out of anime recently. I thought it was pretty okay. I really preferred the show, and I loved the entire feel of it, just that the Islander parts weren't that interesting. So I'd give Tamako Market a light to decent recommendation. I think if you buy into the atmosphere of the show, it could easily be a favorite of yours. It has so many strong elements that really offset the weaker parts. But I just wish there was more of it. I wish they made a whole second season, because everyone in the town was so interesting and I wanted to know more about them. All right, so last up is Yokohama Shopping Log, which is better known as a manga series because it has a 14-volume manga, and they only ever made two episode anime adaptations of it. My favorite quote about Yokohama Shopping Log was, "If Aria is the cannabis of slice of life, then Yokohama Shopping Log is like injecting heroin into your eyeballs." Which is to say that it is the sliciest of lifeiest, most Iyashikei thing ever. It is the most relaxing, most laid back, most anime of all time. It takes place in a different kind of post-apocalypse world, one where basically most people have just kind of died out, and Japan has mostly sunken into the ocean, and the people who are left are just kind of chilling. And the main character is Alpha, who's an android girl who lives in a house in the middle of nowhere. The guy who built her just seems to be gone, and she's like waiting for him to come home. And it's just about her daily life and adventures. And it's really sweet and calming and breezy and nostalgic and beautiful to look at. And you can just veg out and watch it. And it is very slow. The manga is often regarded as a classic by a lot of people who like this genre. Anime obviously doesn't cover much of it, but it's still really solid and it's well put together. And I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. And that's it for Slice of Life and Iyashikei. So now I can move on to another genre. All right, this next category is going to be kind of short, shamefully so, because I realized I haven't finished much stuff in this genre, but it's sports anime. There's a lot of good sports anime out there, like Hajime no Ippo, which is like fantastic, that I just haven't finished. And I feel deep shame about that, but here's the ones I have finished that are great. Baby Steps, which is probably my personal favorite sports anime. It is a tennis series about this high schooler named A-chan who is just a bookworm who studies all the time. He's obsessed with studying because he's not really that smart, but he likes to have good grades. So he studies constantly and has no physical fitness skills whatsoever. So he decides to take up a hobby to get himself more physically active and ends up getting into tennis and then becomes obsessed with it. And his thing is that he takes extensive notes on everything. And so as he plays tennis matches, he'll like sit down and write out all these notes and try to strategize that way. And A-chan is just a really charming character. He's one of the most fun anime leads I can think of. And his development over the course of the series is really fun to watch. He has a great relationship with the lead female character, who's a much better tennis player than him. And it's just about him like developing his skills and moving up through the ranks of the tennis world. It takes place over a fairly long stretch of time as he develops in his skills, and it is a joy to watch. There's two 26-episode seasons of the anime. I never actually finished season 2, but it's been a great time. I will say that the anime series does not have the best production values. I know some people who have said to just go read the manga because it's generally better looking. Not to say that the anime is like completely hideous, and it has its moments where they clearly put the effort into where it goes, which is in the tennis matches, but it's not very attractive, and the music is abysmal. So I would give this a strong recommendation because I think it's such a good story with such good characters, and it might make you want to pick up the manga afterwards anyways. The only reason it's not like a 10 out of 10 show is that it is so ugly and just not the best made show. But it's fucking great, and you should watch it anyways. Next up is a sort of oddball team sports show in that it's equal parts a cute girls doing cute things sort of comedy show, which is Bamboo Blade, which is a story of a high school kendo club that is in sharp decline, and the teacher, who's like the manager of the club, makes a bet that he can win at this tournament, and the guy who he makes the bet against agrees to give him like free lunch for a year or something like that, and he's like dirt poor. So he tries to assemble this perfect Kengo team, and he's basically got the one girl in the class who's really into it, and no one else gives a fuck. The stronger members are assholes, and there's this girl named Tamaki who's like this sort of deadpan, like autistic-y character, the girl who like just doesn't really emote and just kind of goes with the flow of what's going on around her, and is obsessed with Brave Blade. Blade Braver? Was that his name? It's like she's obsessed with the Super Sentai show about samurais, and she basically is like all about protecting the weak and trying to have this samurai ethos. And so they're basically trying to get her onto the team, and it's about like her budding friendship with these other characters, just sort of silly comedy scenarios and some light-hearted drama scenarios. some sports narrative as the show gets going. It really kind of becomes more feeling like a sports show as it goes. And it's pretty solid. It's not one of the better shows in the genre necessarily, and it does feel like a sports show, like a team sports show, but it almost more feels like a cute girls comedy sometimes. So it's sort of if you like both genres, this will definitely do it for you. But it's pretty solid. I'd give it a light recommendation. Next up is one of the best sports anime of all time, probably. A very intense and experimental experience. It's Ping Pong, another Masaaki Yuasa show. This one is, it's really trippy. I wouldn't say, it has moments where it's beautiful and every pore on your body opens up just watching it because it's so fucking intense. It also has parts where it is dirt ugly and obviously made on the cheap, but it definitely manages its resources really well and is superbly written. Great dialogue, great characters, great emotional arc to the show. Its theme is essentially about talent, who has it, who doesn't, and how they can come to grips with that. How some people are naturally skilled, some people have to practice really hard to even try, and some people, no matter how hard they try, are never going to be great. And every character falls somewhere on this talent spectrum, and all of them are basically putting their entire lives on the line of high school ping pong, of the big tournament at the end of the series, where, pretty much anyone who's not the winner of this is never going to be the best at ping pong. And so they kind of have to come to terms with that now and figure out what they're going to do with their lives. And, watching as the characters fall into place and realize what they're doing is really gratifying. And and all of them are really interesting characters. The penultimate episode of this show, the big final match before the resolution episode, is fucking intense as shit. After I watched it, I got up, my adrenaline was pumping so hard, I just started working out right there on the spot. Like, I just could not stop myself. It's all around a superb sports narrative, and one of the most tightly written shows, I think, of the last 5 years to 10 years, probably. So I would absolutely give that a high recommendation, if not a must-watch. And the last one I have here, which is not even really a sports anime, but it feels like one, is Saki, which is a show about cute girls playing mahjong. And they all have mahjong superpowers, essentially. I don't know a whole lot about mahjong. Most people who watch this show don't at first, and then this show is infamous for the fact that people who watch it get interested in mahjong and end up studying it, and then they come back to this show and realize that it's fucking madness, over the top fantasy, because the stuff the characters can do is just not realistic within the realms of chance. But it's a really fun, over the top show where it's sort of treated like a team sports show, where it's a team mahjong show, and it's all about it has these really heavy-handed, melodramatic scenarios and stuff, but all presented with a very fun, lighthearted vibe and great over-the-top visuals and characters using special attacks essentially with these crazy visualizations, and it's full of cute girls, so it's a lot of fun. Like Bamboo Blade, it feels a little bit, it's somewhere between a cute girls doing cute things show and a sports show, but this one is definitely a lot more intense, and the matches are actually the best part of the show. Seeing them play mahjong is it gets visceral and fun. So that's all the sports anime I have. I know I haven't finished nearly enough of the genre, but this is only a list of shows I've finished. So, just gotta deal with it. Alrighty, now let's finally move into what is probably the most popular and beloved genre of anime of them all. This is the one that has all the fucking big shows in it. Action adventure. Just good old action shows or adventure shows that are mostly about badass cool shit happening or going on a big journey with your characters and sort of having these massive arcs, bigger plots, more plot-centric shows a lot of the times. And they're good. So first up is Bakano, which is a crazy-ass, anachronically told story about a bunch of gangsters in the 1920s who become immortal, essentially. And all the insane hijinks that comes from putting them all in a place together. Basically, every character is insane. They're all just these wacky psychos who feel like they stumbled out of a Guy Ritchie movie, except with supernatural elements added in, because half of them are fucking immortal, or just super powerful for some reason. And the scenarios that they get themselves into as their goals clash becomes this winding, crazy narrative of fun shit happening. It's a blast to watch. All of the characters are very memorable, very fun. The storyline goes all over the place and has big moments of pop towards the end. And I fucking love it. I would very highly recommend it. Most of you have probably seen it anyways because it's pretty popular. Next up is Black Lagoon, which is a story about a Japanese salaryman who gets captured by pirates who are trying to steal something from his company. And after his company abandons him, he realizes, fuck working for the corporate world, and he ends up joining this band of pirates. And the show is sort of an arc-based action-adventure show where each arc will just be about some crazy plot line. And a lot of it is about the main character, Rock, sort of coming to grips both, like, basically he has to face this world of crime and insanity. Most of the show takes place in the city called Roanapur, which is, like, just run by pirates and crime and stuff. It's a very, like, over-the-top, like, fun pulp story with, like, crazy, wacky characters and shit, and very violent. But basically, Rock has his morals and his stance on society as, like, a normal person challenged by this world, and he also challenges this world that he sees as corrupt or full of shit in some ways. And basically the relationship that he has with the girl Revi, who is the insanely badass, kick-ass chick who kills everybody and doesn't give a fuck about anything, like their sort of conflict of mind states about the world is what drives a lot of the underlying drama of the show. But most of it's just fun, crazy action scenarios that are often very dark. This show sort of introduced me, because at the time I watched it, I wasn't really into darker shows and more fucked up stuff. This show has a lot of dark, fucked up shit in it that was, like, haunting to me when I first saw it. But it's pretty fucking good. I would give it a decent to strong recommendation. If you like action shows, you absolutely should watch it. Next up is Blood Plus, which is a pretty fun but also very slow action-adventure show about a vampire girl who fights vampire monster things and sort of has this... a lot of stuff to do with her relationship with her family is a strong driving theme of the show and of family in general, and then later of fucked up stuff happening to her family. This is a show where it's like 50 episodes long. The last arc is kind of terrible. There's a lot of, like, I would say this is a very light recommendation. I think this is the kind of show that you should watch, like, an episode of, and if you are really drawn to the premise and characters, then you might find this show worthwhile. It's kind of boring, though. It has moments that are really memorable and moments that are cool, but by and large kind of boring. I don't even know if it belongs on this list per se, but I remember liking enough of it that I still thought it was worth watching just to have, like, a cool 50-episode action show. So if that's what you're in the market for, maybe give it a watch, but don't expect anything amazing. Next up is Kanan, which is a very fun, short action series, 13 episodes, about this girl named Kanan, and I'm gonna pronounce it that way because that's how they fucking say her name in the show. I know it's like a different word, but her name is Kanan. And she's like a assassin who has synesthesia, which basically means that all of her senses are kind of intermingled in weird ways where she can, like, hear colors and, like, taste sight and stuff like that, which is not that important to the story. It's mostly just a really cool action story, It's got really badass fight scenes and great action choreography, directed by Masahiro Ando, who anything he's involved with has the best action scenes of all time, essentially. And it's gorgeous to look at. The plot gets a little wacky as it goes along. The later part of the show is like sort of becomes like almost a parody of itself, at times intentionally and at times not so intentionally. So I don't think it has the strongest narrative, but if you just want to watch a really cool action show, this will deliver. It's just nothing but cool chicks fighting each other with guns and shooting lots of stuff. The main characters are voiced by Miyuki Sawashiro and Maya Sakamoto, are rivals in this show, and I'm a huge fan of both those voice actresses, and they sound kind of similar. They get a lot of the same kinds of roles, so it's really funny to see them put against each other as the main rivals in this show. I'm trying to think of what that would be a good comparison to in a movie, but it's like Face Off or something, where it's just two famous actors in contest with one another, and that's the appeal kind of thing. But it's a pretty solid action show. I'd give Kanan probably a light recommendation because it does get pretty stupid later on, but overall I really liked the show. Next up is Darker Than Black, which is a sort of urban fantasy show where there's all these people with superpowers, and when they use their superpowers, then they have something called a remuneration, which is some kind of weird OCD ritual they have to do after using their powers. And it's just sort of a bit of a gangster / I guess spy thriller in a way, about, all these individual stories, because the show's 26 episodes, but each 2-episode chunk is its own arc, and it's just a bunch of dark stories from this dark city, lots of great action scenes, fun moments, some interesting little themes sprinkled in that are kind of under the surface. There's certain stuff that you wouldn't pick up on until you watch the show again. It's just overall a pretty solidly done action series. I would give that a light to decent recommendation. Alright, next up is one of the big ones. You've probably seen it, you probably love it, but it's Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. This is 64 episodes, I want to say, of just 65 episodes of just awesome fucking adventure. It's got a huge cast of extremely memorable characters, a winding, epic narrative that really is an adventure, goes all over the country, if not the world at times. Maybe it's just the country, but it's a pretty large space of adventure. And it's about these two brothers named Edward and Alphonse Elric, who, in the process of trying to bring their mom back to life using alchemy, end up losing most of their own bodies. And they're trying to get their bodies back by finding the Philosopher's Stone, which supposedly breaks the laws of equivalent exchange, which are the laws of alchemy that, you can only create from as much as you destroy, essentially. And this Philosopher's Stone supposedly can break that, and they're trying to find it. And they end up involved in this huge, epic political narrative that's going on in the background. It's fun. It's got unbelievably badass action scenes, just tons of amazing animation sprinkled in. It feels good. It's super memorable, and it's got a 14-episode climax, which I've seen some people regard as a problem, and I don't understand how, because I think it's fucking incredible that it has the biggest, most epic climax of all time, a whole resolution, it feels complete. It's probably the most, in terms of, what everyone wishes was what anime is, that's what this show is. It's got it all. It's a tour de force. It's just got everything that people could want out of a big action adventure show. The original Full Metal Alchemist is pretty good. It has a lot of the same elements, and some people like that one more. I definitely think it has stronger directing in places, and more build-up for there's certain characters who are better in the original show, but there's way more characters in Brotherhood who are also good, who don't show up in the original show. Personally, I think the first original show had the shittiest ending of all time, so it's hard for me to recommend it, whereas Brotherhood is just great all the way through. It's pure bliss. I would highly recommend it. I don't imagine many people would hate it unless it's just not their kind of show at all. Alright, up next is Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water, which is mostly an adventure show. It's sort of an anime adaptation of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea by Jules Verne, but it's just sort of this cool globe-trotting adventure about this kid named John who ends up falling in love with this mysterious girl named Nadia, who is like on the run from these people, and they end up following this ship crew onto a submarine. And a lot of the show takes place on a submarine. It's about like tactical battles and just going on these big adventures and the budding relationship between Jean and Nadia. If you've ever seen Eureka 7, it's pretty similar to that show, and it's got a lot of the world masterpiece theater vibe to it, like the old 70s and 80s Western novel adaptations. But with that Gainax twist on it. It's directed by Hideaki Anno, very splendidly, might I add. There's a huge problem with this show, which is that there's a stretch of like 10 episodes that are fucking terrible, where the show had major production issues and just went through hell for a while. And you can probably skip those episodes and just get right to the ending, which is a solid ending. If you look up like what episodes you should skip and where to do so, then like watch the show with that in mind, because those episodes are really fucking bad, and it really tarnishes what otherwise would be probably one of the best just fun adventure shows with like a strong romantic undercurrent to it. It should be a classic, but those episodes are so bad they really drag it down. I strongly recommend skipping them if you decide to watch this show. So I'd give this a light to decent recommendation on the basis that, you know, depending on how you watch it, you'll either love it or think it turns to total shit and becomes a huge disappointment later. I gotta take these glasses off. These are reading glasses, and I was thinking I'd be reading off the paper a lot, but like I really just read it for a second and then I talk, and the glasses are slowly destroying my eyes, so I'm gonna stop wearing the glasses now. Alright, this next one I put in action adventure, but I don't really know if it belongs here. It's Gunslinger Girl, which is another one where I'd really recommend the manga over the anime, because the manga is much longer and it's much more satisfying. It's basically like an anime take on the movie The Professional, which is, it's about this agency of assassins, essentially, like political assassins, who start taking on these little girls who are basically, they find little girls who have been like horribly abused and like tortured and are like all fucked up, and they turn them into cyborgs and they train them to become cyborg killers. And each of these little girls has a guardian, sort of like a guy who they work with, who's like their older brother essentially. And the way that their conditioning works is that they're obedient to him, sometimes even in love with him, but, you know, they have to maintain a working relationship. And it's sort of about just the psychological trauma that these girls are experiencing, while also just being kind of like a cool action show and like a spy thriller with this psychological tinge of these little girls who are forced to fight and to go through all this like mental anguish and fuckery, essentially. The manga's really good. The anime, the first anime season, is really good as well. It only adapts like 2 volumes of the manga, and it does a great job of it. And then there was a second season of anime done by a totally different studio that just totally sucks. So I would only recommend watching the first season. It kind of wraps up okay as far as like being a self-contained anime series goes. Phenomenal opening theme that introduced me to one of my favorite bands, the Delgados. And it's just like really well put together. It's an interesting show for sure. It's got like really interesting themes and presentation of its characters, and like these just suffering that these girls are undergoing is pretty fascinating. But I don't really know if I can classify it as action adventure, but I don't know where else to put it, so that's where it goes. Alright, up next is, in my opinion, the best long-running shonen action-adventure series, which is Hunter x Hunter, or Hunter x Hunter, I don't know how to say it. 148 episodes, and it's just fucking awesome. Hunter x Hunter is like every idea that every other like shonen action series has tried. This show did all of it, and it did it all really well. And it constantly is inventive and always coming up with new ideas and just bouncing all over the place, trying to just coagulate every possible shonen action narrative into one series. And it does that surprisingly well, all because it's grounded by two really great main characters, Gon and Killua, especially Killua. I mean, you couldn't have him without Gon, but Killua's like the sort of emotional center of the show. Their relationship is just really interesting and fun to watch, and they're great characters. A massive supporting ensemble cast of really fun and cool characters. And this show basically goes through a bunch of huge arcs, the first of which is very like shonen action adventure tournament, sort of lighthearted, but with weirdly dark elements to it. And it's just really fun to watch. And then it gets into, like, a more serious, dramatic arc, which is fucking awesome and, like, really dark and fucked up and cool. And then, eventually, it gets into this 70-episode Chimera Ant arc, which has a really long build-up period that can be a little tiring at times, but it builds up to this insanely epic and fucking awesome second half, where 35 episodes take place in the course of like 10 minutes or something like that. And it's just this crazy array of chaotic shit happening and truly epic moments. Some of the biggest payoffs and punches in all of anime are in this show. I can't even get into the themes because there's so many of them, because the show covers so much ground and every character has their own story and their own place in this huge narrative, that it's incredible to watch unfold. It's like crazy that all this stuff happened in the same show and that it covers so much ground over the course of its run. I would absolutely consider it a very high recommendation, a must-watch if you like action adventure. You have to watch this show. If you like long-running shows at all, if you can even handle a long-running show, you need to watch Hunter x Hunter. It's good. It's real good. Next up, for another super long-running manga adaptation that is still going right now, is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, which is this truly epic in scope manga that follows basically the entire bloodline of this family called the Joestars, or the original was the Joestars. And basically each arc of the series will follow one guy or later girl in the manga from this family, and in some epic battle, essentially. And then it'll follow them to either the end of their life or until the next arc begins, sometimes with like a 20-year time skip in between them, and follow another member of that family, and just basically all these different generations and what battles they've gotten into. And it's... the best way to describe it is a bizarre adventure. Every arc is just wacky, crazy, violent, fun, hilarious, batshit nuts action scenes. The first two arcs have like a certain power system, and then it changes in the third arc to the stand system, which is like this really crazy, inventive way of people having superpowers, and they just keep getting more crazy and more inventive as the seasons go on. Right now, part 4 is happening, which is Diamond is Unbreakable, which a lot of people consider to be one of the best parts of the manga. Obviously, I haven't finished that one, so I don't want to say too much about it. And JoJo is just a wacky fucking fun time. It's a bunch of super muscly giant men striking crazy poses and just punching each other in weird, fucked up ways to the tune of everyone's name being after some 80s rock band, or like any classic rock or prog band or something. There's a Yes ending theme, an ending theme by the band Yes. It's insanity. It's often scatological. It's often just juvenile as fuck, but it's really fun to watch, and there's nothing else like it, and I totally get why, now that it's finally caught on in the West, it's become a phenomenon. Because this has always been a really popular manga in Japan. It's been running since the 80s, and now it's finally becoming popular outside of Japan, so that's pretty cool to see happening. Next up is one of my personal favorites, Kill La Kill, a big, crazy, explosive action series from director Hiroyuki Imaishi, who's my personal favorite anime director. That's just about these extremely attractive character designs. God, I don't know how to describe this plot succinctly, because it's crazy. Basically, there's this girl named Ryuko whose father was murdered by a giant pair of scissors, and she has one half of that pair of scissors, and she's trying to find whoever has the other half. And she thinks that the perpetrator of this murder attends this crazy-ass academy, which is called Hanoji, which is ruled over by Satsuki, who is this domineering, sort of like Randian philosophy-having girl who like runs the school, and basically there's a whole town built around this school, and depending on how the students do in the school affects how well their family is, like how well off their family is in this town. And so it's basically the school is a giant battleground, and everyone's trying to fight to be the best. And Ryuko doesn't care about any of that. She just wants to find out who the fuck killed her father and get revenge. And she ends up in this plot that turns out to be much bigger than it first seems. There's all kinds of crazy shit going on, all kinds of crazy-ass themes. I don't want to spoil too much of it. It's a crazy-ass fucking action show. It's very bloody and wacky and over the top in every sense of the phrase. And it is a joy to behold. Just the way that it's put together, every second of it is pure fun and coolness, and everything that happens is great, and I love all the characters, and especially the character designs, and I think it's tops Bluebee. I would highly recommend it. The only reason I don't consider it a must-watch is that a lot of people don't really get it, and just kind of are like, what the fuck is this dumb bullshit? But if you work at trying to get it, eventually you will get it, and you'll be like, oh, I get it now. Okay, this next show just recently concluded and is sort of a light recommendation. It's Kotetsujo no Kabaneri, or Kabaneri of the Iron Fortress. It is a very fun, over-the-top action show about a zombie, basically a zombie apocalypse happening in the middle of a Warring States era Japan that's also having an industrial revolution. And everyone travels in giant trains that are like armored to get around the country because it's infected with zombies, and it's just a kind of a struggling to survive series, but the main characters are like super powered badass zombie human hybrids, and they get into these crazy, unbelievably well animated action scenes. The character designs are beautiful, the artwork of the show is beautiful, so it's really a spectacle thing. Like, you watch this because it's fucking badass. The stuff that's happening is badass. It's just like a really fun show to watch on a visceral level. The story is not very interesting, and especially in the second half, it's just kind of like, I don't care that much. But it's so attractive and so much fun to watch that I still think it's worth giving a shot if you just want to see a cool action show. So I'd give that a light recommendation. Next up is My Hime. This was a very popular show from the mid-2000s about basically a school full of cute girls with superpowers. It's a very, like, goofy, very anime story. Like, it's very, like, high school comedy, but then also it gets really dramatic and really crazy and intense as it goes along. And very, like, dark and violent, but not in, like, a gory way, just kind of, like, characters die and stuff, and it gets really dramatic and melodramatic, and, there's not much to it other than that it's a bunch of people with superpowers fighting each other, and eventually most of them dying, but, it's pretty solid, just if you want, like, just an action drama, like, it's with you know, strong comedy elements. It's a solid, fun show. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. It's a little harder to recommend nowadays than it would have been at the time when it would have really been like impressive to look at and stuff. And now it's just kind of dated, but I still think it's, you know, it's fun enough to give a shot. Up next, we've got One Punch! One Punch Man, it's basically a parody of the entire genre of shonen action series, but it also just is a good shonen action series. It's about a guy who is so fucking strong that he defeats everything in one punch. And he gets into fights with all these giant, overpowered, crazy villains, and he kills them in one punch. So, as opposed to most anime, which is about these crazy long battles and huge build-ups, you know, he just ends it all in one punch. But usually, the real joke is that every other character in the series who can't do that is a shonen action character. And they've all got their crazy unique powers, and they get into these huge battles with these giant epic villains, and all this crazy shit goes down, and then eventually Saitama shows up and beats the bad guy in one punch, and just kind of undercuts everything that's gone on. So, like, a lot of the time, the show really is just a big, dumb shonen action show. It reminds me a lot of Hunter x Hunter, but without the interesting themes and, like, memorable characters that show has. I think the best parts of One Punch Man are the early part. I think the first episode is by far the best episode of the show and could have just been like a one-shot film and it would have been perfect. But it's still a solid show. With the most important thing about it is that the action scenes are unbelievably well animated. They brought in like every great animator on the fucking face of the planet Earth and a bunch of new ones as well, and just had them go crazy, and it looks incredible. So if you just want to see flashy action that looks as good as it can possibly look, One Punch Man's a place to go for that. I'd give One Punch Man a decent to strong recommendation. It's certainly worth watching for the spectacle alone. Next up, for a sort of goofy, fun adventure series, King of Bandits Jing, which is a manga that I was a really big fan of growing up. The anime adaptation is... It has its strengths and weaknesses. Its strengths over the manga is that the manga art is kind of incomprehensible sometimes, and the anime is a lot easier to follow, but it doesn't quite have as much character as the manga does. But nonetheless, it's this really out there adventure show that kind of takes place in a world where anything could happen. The art style is like this mixture between like gothic and like Tim Burton-esque, and then just like Akira Toriyama and Dragon Ball-esque, and it's like this melding of those worlds into this anything goes fantasy setting. And the main character, Jing, is a thief who can steal anything. And he's pretty much just, like, perfect. Like, whatever he's... A lot of the time, it's not a question of is he going to steal the thing, it's a question of how. And Jing will show up in a town, and will sort of learn that town's story and what's going on there, and he'll usually resolve some kind of major conflict in the process of stealing something. But mostly this show is about just the inventiveness of the setting, that every town he goes to is some crazy, wacky, new thing you've never imagined before that the author came up with. And it's just a blast to watch, and I would definitely recommend, if you like the anime, check out the manga too, because it goes on a lot longer, and it gets weirder and weirder as it goes. But yeah, it's really just worth it for the sheer adventure, the sheer weirdness of what you're going to see in this show. I'd give that a light to decent recommendation. Maybe just a light one, because it's not amazingly well written, but it is fun to see. Next up is Samurai Champloo, which is basically in between Cowboy Bebop and Space Dandy. You got Samurai Champloo, and it's a cool, fun fucking show about these three travelers, Mugen, Jin, and Fu. Mugen, who is a crazy-ass fighter who doesn't give a fuck about anything or anyone except himself. He just wants to go out there and fucking do right by him and beat people up. And then you got Jin, who is like a very orderly samurai, but he's lost his place as a samurai, so he's like a wanderer, and just gets roped in. Both of them get roped in by this girl, Fu, who's just a normal girl, who essentially saves their lives, and to repay her, they have to help her find a samurai who smells of sunflowers. And they're on this adventure through the countryside of ancient Japan, but it's a very anachronistic version of Japan where hip-hop exists for some reason, and microphones and stuff. But it's episodic, and each story is just about them sort of encountering other people and affecting their lives as they pass through. And the major theme of the show is essentially that most of the people they run into think that they can't help their situations. They're always like saying it can't be helped, you know, like it is what it is. And the main characters are like, nah, fuck that, because they don't give a fuck about what it is. It is what they make it, you know. And so they're often about like sort of promoting that message and sort of going against the very Japanese mindset of like, you know, just giving in to whatever happens. And it's more about like taking action and you know, there's a reason, essentially the reason that it combines hip hop into this setting and this attitude of like this punk and against the grain characters is to be critical of the attitude of classical Japan. And it's also just a fun, crazy show full of lots of cool animation and lots of different directors and animators leaving their mark on it. So it's a lot of fun to watch, and I would give it a decent to strong recommendation. Next up is S-Cry Ed, or Sukuraido, which is a just mostly a crazy, fun action show. It's kind of an X-Men style thing where there's a bunch of people who have superpowers and they're kind of like treated as this next evolution of humanity, but a lot of people don't, you know, like them. And it takes place in this setting where basically it's like a power struggle between the rich upper class and the poor mutants living in the slums, and them clashing and fighting, and it's about basically about two different societies coming into conflict, and the people representing those societies and how they fight. Most of it is a lot of hot-blooded yelling and characters beating the shit out of each other and screaming a lot and punching. So if you like that kind of show, it's very hot-blooded and very masculine, but masculine in that way where also you can totally ship all the guy characters, and there's a lot of punching in it, and it's fun. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. It's a pretty good show. Next up, for that, but trashy, Sengoku Basara. This is a show that is way over the top. It has crazy, hilarious, like, you know, like deliberately funny, crazy action scenes. And all the characters are pretty boys. They're obviously, like, the show is geared around having a bunch of pretty boys and also some beautiful women in it, but it's really trashy and stupid. Sometimes it can be a little bit boring because it's like it takes its plot a little bit too seriously for something as dumb as it is, but this show is like just outwardly stupid. Like it's very deliberately dumb, but it can be a total blast to watch, and it has really good animation, and the action scenes are so what the fuck am I looking at that it can be really entertaining at times. I don't think it's worth going through all the seasons and the movie. Like, just watch the first season or even just the first few episodes for a laugh, and yeah, I'd give it a light recommendation. Next up is Trigun, which is a really interesting and inventive adventure series from the late 90s that takes place on a desert planet. Basically, after humans left Earth, they found another planet. They ended up, I think, crashing on this desert planet where there's just... It's basically an excuse to make the old Wild West, but over an entire planet. And the main character is Vash the Stampede, who is a like super-powered and extremely skilled marksman who everywhere he goes, trouble follows. And everyone wants to capture or kill him because he has a gigantic bounty on his head. And so, often because of that bounty, he just constantly is getting into trouble. And so he always has to travel around this world, you know, being chased down by people. And there's these two girls who are part of an insurance company who are trying to, like, I guess, file a giant insurance claim against him. And so they're following him around, trying to capture him, essentially. But he's unstoppably powerful, so no one can really put a stop to him because he's like a human he's a humanoid typhoon, as they call him. And as the show goes on, it develops more of a dramatic plot line. It has very strong themes of pacifism, because Vash himself, Vash the Stampede, is a hardcore pacifist. He refuses to kill anybody, even though the result of his mere existence usually leads to mass destruction and death, but never by his hands. So it's sort of a series about him trying to reconcile the fact that he's constantly followed by carnage against the fact that he's trying his hardest not to create any. It's sort of a parable, especially towards the end, of like coming to grips with the violence of the world. But it does all that while being stylish and fun and full of cool characters and crazy psychopaths with crazy weapons. Alright, next up is Yu Yu Hakusho, which comes from the same original creator as Hunter x Hunter. It is his more 90s and more straight up action shonen manga adaptation. And the anime version is really well put together. It's probably one of the best, like, straight up manga adaptations out there. I mean, it skips a few parts, especially in the early part of the manga, but like, it's just really solidly made. It doesn't waste any time. It doesn't have any filler. And it covers the entire story all the way up through an actual ending in episode 112 and resolves a whole character arc. This is just a really fun, inventive action series with lots of cool characters with special powers. And most importantly, the main cast is just really rock solid and memorable. Yusuke Urameshi is probably my outright favorite lead character in an action-adventure show. He starts out as this delinquent kid who feels like, you know, no one cares about him, and like society is just at ends with him. And then he gradually, over the course of the show, learns how to become responsible and to start caring about other people and to just become a better person. And he undergoes a massive change over the course of the show. And each of the other main characters also, you know, has a big narrative arc and big emotional plot moments and stuff, but all in the backdrop of just badass battles and really great animation. Lots of inventive, cool animation techniques, especially for the time. Akiyuki Shinbo got a start on this show, and you can tell what episodes he did. It's just a really cool show, and I would highly recommend it if you're into long-form shonen action series. This is one of the best ones in animation. And the last thing on this list is Zetsuen no Tempest, which is a sort of fun little, like, melodramatic action series that's just sort of an action adventure about a bunch of teenagers going through some drama. The plot gets kind of dumb in the later part of the show, but it's just like really pretty and fun to watch. This is a very light recommendation. It's more of like, again, this is one of those where I would recommend watching an episode, and if you don't like it, stop. But it is a pretty good time. I think it's worth checking out if you just want an action show to watch in a couple afternoons. Then it's worth giving a shot. And that's it for action adventure. Moving on to something else. Whoa, time skip. I'm wearing a different outfit, and I didn't forget to hit record on the microphone this time. So, the audio won't be as bad as it was for the last few parts. But let's continue with our giant fucking ordeal. So the next category that I'll be looking at is the all-ages adventure. These are shows that are maybe made for kids or for the whole family and have a lot to offer for younger audiences, but are easily appreciable by older audiences as well. So it's all ages fun. First up is Cardcaptor Sakura, which is a classic magical girl series from the 90s that is like 70 episodes long. Cardcaptor Sakura is about this little girl named Sakura who accidentally unleashes these tarot cards called the Clow cards all over her city. And they basically turn into sort of magical creatures, and she has to capture them and then use them to capture other ones, almost like Pokemons, but not quite the same. But most of the show is more about her and her friends just sort of having daily life scenarios and meeting new people, and there's a lot of drama that comes in later in the show. There's a lot of character arcs and shit that happen in the later half of the series, but most of it is pretty low tempo and calming. It's almost like a slice of life Iyashikei show, but just with this more, kid-friendly adventure vibe to it. And then when it starts getting more serious later on, it actually has a surprisingly interesting dramatic narrative and some good romance and character building towards the back end of the series. It's just really solidly done, and I think that it's the kind of show that kids should watch instead of all the other bullshit, because it'll teach them something, you know? Cardcaptor Sakura gets a medium to strong recommendation from me. I don't think it's the type of show that everyone's going to necessarily enjoy, but if you can find anything to like in it, then it's worth watching all 70 episodes. It maintains a level of quality throughout. On that note, the next one on my list is Digimon Adventure, which I'm going to admit I have not watched since I was like 10, but I know a lot of people who are still big fans of it and who tell me all the time about how it holds up super well. It's generally a big 50-episode adventure show about a bunch of kids who get teleported into a digital world where each of them is paired with a Digimon friend, and they all have to learn and grow from one another, from becoming friends with their Digimon partners, which often teach them something about themselves, and they learn how to deal with one another. And it's sort of a big, warm-hearted message type show, the kind of thing that's meant to teach kids how to navigate life, but it can still be applicable to your adult life as well. Digimon Adventure, I guess I would give a decent recommendation just because I haven't seen it in so long that I can't say whether I think it's like amazing or not. I only know that it has held up well to critical analysis over the years. The next one on my list is a short OVA called Oki Ichinensei to Chisana Ninensei, or The Big First Grader and the Small Second Grader, which is a cute little short film made by A1 Pictures for the Young Animator Training Project. Probably my favorite thing the studio's made in the last 5 years. But it's just this really cutesy story about this little kid who's sort of a coward, and he has this girl who's a grade above him, who, in spite of being much smaller than him, is much more brave and outgoing. And it's sort of about him going on this little adventure through his town to try to find a certain type of flower, and in the process learning to be more brave and self-confident. It's just a sweet, cute little story with really gorgeous artwork, and it's heartwarming and fun, and I liked it. I would give it a light to decent recommendation. Next up is good old fucking Pokemon. Now, if you didn't grow up with Pokemon at all, I would have a hard time recommending it, but the original Pokemon series holds up surprisingly well to nostalgia. It's very funny. It's this just cute, fun adventure about a kid named Ash Ketchum who starts off his adventure through the Pokemon world. He wants to become the greatest Pokemon master of them all. And he ends up with this Pikachu who won't listen to anything he says and is like an asshole. And the two of them become friends because Ash protects him. And so it's about their journey together, the people they meet, the Pokemon they meet. Every episode is just a random episodic story, and usually introducing some new Pokemon or some new way of interacting with Pokemon. And the dialogue is funny. If you grew up watching this show dubbed, then that dub will hold up, and it's just as funny and cute and great as ever. And I really think, I don't know if I can recommend it to anyone who hasn't seen Pokemon before, but it's still a good show to go back to. And I don't know, maybe it's just me because it's such a nostalgia bomb, but I think it holds up pretty well. I would give it a light to decent recommendation if you want to watch like endless episodes of just a fun adventure show from the 90s. It has that very 90s aesthetic to it that also helps with that nostalgia factor. And lastly, this one is a little less kid-friendly, but I still think that it could be considered an all-ages show, which is Princess Tutu, which is sort of a dark and strange fairy tale show about this girl who is a duck, and she gets turned into a girl by the person who is writing the story that she's a part of. Essentially, Princess Tutu is a narrative within a narrative. It's about this storyteller who's writing this fairy tale about this girl who is a duck who also can transform into a magical girl, and she uses the power of ballet to help people with their problems, essentially. And the story writer is a malicious, evil bastard who wants the story to have a bad ending. So he's trying to make this story where Princess Tutu will ultimately fail and where she will never get what she wants out of life, which is the love she has for this prince character. And so the narrative's kind of complicated, but the way it's presented is in this very light and fairy tale-esque setting with really beautiful character designs, pretty okay animation and art design, but what's best known for is the music, because it uses lots of classical songs and these beautiful ballet sequences that are really enchanting and cool. I think this is a good show for people who maybe grew up on fairy tales or grew up on magical girl shows and that kind of stuff, and then would see this and it might change your perception a little bit and make you for young people, I could see this being an introduction to the idea of meta, or the idea of breaking the confines of a story or the tradition of what stories are. I don't know. Maybe that's a little heady, but I mean, at the core of this show is a pretty simple, straightforward narrative about Princess Tutu trying to fight to save this prince character who she's in love with, and most of the characters have very straightforward motivations and easy to understand goals that are restated constantly. So it's not like it's a hard show to follow. It's just that the higher concepts in the show will probably be if you're like a kid, it might be the first time you ever see those concepts. But I also think that because the show is easy enough to follow, it would be interesting to have a younger audience see that. And if you're an older audience and any of that sounds interesting, then by all means give it a watch. I'd give it a decent recommendation. I think there's a lot of people who truly, truly adore this show, and I understand why, because it has such a unique aesthetic and feel to it. Personally, I feel like the narrative isn't that interesting, but I get why some people are so attached to the show. So, if it sounds like it would interest you, then by all means, give it a watch. And that's it for the all ages adventures I have listed here. Okay, our next category genre is sci-fi, cyberpunk, and fantasy. And I'm grouping all of these together because these are shows where they are really about the setting and the world and the maybe the politics, just it's about the state of where it takes place. The nature of these shows is to sort of explore their setting through the characters. In most of these cases, some of them are more like action or thriller style shows, but a lot of these are very heavily based on exploring a sci-fi or fantasy setting. So that's the basis of my grouping of all these together. But anyways, the first one and most obvious, Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. This is a must-watch series. It's the highest recommendation I could give. It is one of the most smartly written TV shows ever made, I think. It takes place in the future, in a pretty near future, and it's a world that you could kind of imagine our society actually becoming in 50 to 100 years, where basically people's brains are all sort of connected to the internet. Most people are part cyborg. Most people have integrated with technology. Everyone has a cyber brain that allows them to connect to one another. And so everything is, information technology is what makes the world turn, essentially. And this show follows a police force who, have to be there essentially when cyber crimes happen, or any crimes really, but most of the crimes in this world are cyber crimes. And so they will, it's a lot of it's episodic stories, but the reason the show is called Standalone Complex is that there's a bunch of standalone episodes, but there is a complex overarching narrative happening at the same time, with each season having its own overarching story. And in the first season, it's this incredibly interesting tale about a cyber terrorist who's essentially, oh god, I don't want to give too much away. It's hard for me to describe this without describing anything I don't want to describe. But what you mostly need to know about this show is that it's beautiful to look at, extremely well directed and animated, and just impeccably written. And I think it really does more with a sci-fi or cyberpunk setting than any other show has ever done with them. It really goes in deep on exploring the world that it takes place in, and like fleshing out all of its concepts and ideas, and just like presenting this complete feeling vision of the future that is also like hard to imagine not happening. Like, most of the stuff in this show feels like it is very likely where the future will go. So this is the closest thing anime has to like Star Trek or Star Trek The Next Generation in terms of like presenting a future that is exactly what we all hope it will be, and then filling it with interesting characters and storylines. So I would give that an absolute recommendation. Next one I have listed is a light recommendation for a 2-episode cyberpunk OVA from the 90s called Battle Angel Alita. This one is more of just a fun, cool action piece, very pulpy, sort of. It's cyberpunk in that more post-apocalyptic feeling, where it's just like there's robots and like broken, like destroyed buildings and shit everywhere, and just everything's like a crazy mess of robot fighting. And it's just about this cool fucking cyborg girl who goes around beating the shit out of people. I can't remember too much of what those 2 episodes in particular were about, because Battle Angel Alita is actually a really long manga series that just had like a sort of brief anime fling in the 90s. But if you like the aesthetic of like 90s cyberpunk, you should definitely give it a watch, just because it's a blast, and it's very well made. So yeah, light recommendation for that. Next up, we have one of the more inventive cyberpunk series that's ever come out, which is Kaiba from, again, Masaaki Yuasa. And this one is a kind of a mindfuck. The way that it's presented, the art style is like this very old school, like almost Osamu Tezuka looking art, with these bright bubbly colors and this world that is like barely comprehensible because it's so like out there to look at. But the story is more of a straightforward cyberpunk thriller show that starts off more episodic, and it's sort of about exploring this world where everyone's memories are stored in like data chips in their brain, and these chips can be removed from one person and placed into another body. And so basically everyone swaps bodies all the time. People with more money can afford better bodies and afford to keep their memories, whereas people who are more poor might sell their memories or sell their bodies, and it creates this sort of dark dystopian world. But the main character is someone who is just sort of on the run through this world, and he explores all these different characters and what they're going through. And most of those episodes are really interesting. Then it sort of develops more of a central narrative in the later half, which I personally didn't think was as interesting as the first half, but I don't know. Your mileage may vary. It becomes a sort of just typical dystopia plot, like a, stop the system, stop the bad guys kind of thing. But nonetheless, the show is so inventive in its visuals and presentation that alone would make it worth checking out. So I would give it a decent to strong recommendation. The next one is Last Exile, which is another show with a very unique setting. This one being set in a sort of, I guess, fantasy world, but where it's I guess this is a steampunk anime, and it's very much about flying machines and planes and like giant airships and shit like that. The story is a fairly straightforward, like, political adventure story where like the main characters are on an adventure and there's a war going on and they end up embroiled in it. But a lot of it is about beautiful visuals and awesome sky battles and just characters flying around and checking out this gorgeous world. With character designs from Range Murata, who has this weird like curse of being a great artist, but most of the shows he ends up working on kind of suck. But this one's pretty okay, and a lot of people, have sort of held it as a cult classic over the years. I don't think it holds up super well, just because so much of the appeal of it was how gorgeous the visuals were at the time, which feel kind of dated now because there's a lot of CG and stuff, but it still is a pretty worthwhile show. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. Alright, wow, we're about to get into a stretch of some of my favorite shows, but the next one I recommend is Log Horizon, which is, I guess, mostly a fantasy show, but it has a sort of sci-fi element to it. It's about, it takes place inside of an MMORPG, wherein one day, everyone who was playing it suddenly was in it. And I don't mean that in the sense of necessarily being, like, trapped in there, so much as they just are their characters now. And they're, like, you know, trying to figure out why this has happened. But what the show is about is not about trying to escape this game or about, you know, some kind of story involving being trapped inside the game. It's really about learning to live in this world, where all of the characters, now having arrived in this video game world with its video game rules, that has suddenly become reality, they have to figure out how they are going to interact with it, how they are going to, you know, set up a system of government and communicate with the NPCs and the monsters and what they're going to do. And it's interesting because all of the rules that would apply to them as game characters still apply. They can't die permanently. Like, if they die, they respawn at a church, you know? So they have to figure out, like, one of the first things that happens in the show is that, you know, no one can die, so there's no, like, you know, great fear of death, but the problem is that no one's happy because no one has anything to do. So they basically have to build a society in order to, you know, give people morale and goals and, like, things to do in life. It's really fascinating, and the show is constantly expanding on its universe and introducing more concepts and exploring how all these MMO concepts would sort of come to life. And, you know, there's some mysteries and stuff thrown in there that all keep the intrigue very high. It's just a fantastic show on the level of ideas. You know, the characters aren't the most memorable, and there are some, like, dumb jokes and gags that get old. It's not the prettiest show ever, and season 2 is pretty fucking ugly, and season 2 also has some problems with just pacing issues where they kind of spread, like, a little bit of material over a lot of episodes, and it didn't feel as good, but there's still a lot to like in the show, and I would still give it a very strong recommendation. It's one of my favorite anime of all time. Next up is another one of my favorite shows, which is Psycho-Pass, a dystopian, cyberpunk, sci-fi type show that is set in a future where basically there's this system called the Sybil system, which has objectively figured out, according to itself, it has objectively determined how to make everyone live their life perfectly. This system has perfect psychological readings, and it can interpret people and put them into perfect places in life that will suit them, and for the most part, it really works, and everyone's happy, except for the people who fall through the cracks in society, because they lose their mind for one reason or another, and their Psycho-Pass reading goes up, where the system constantly reads everyone's psychological state and gives them a rating on essentially how well they're fitting in with society. And if your Psycho-Pass goes too high, then they send this police force out to either capture you or kill you if you've gone into a level of criminality that the system thinks there's no way back from. So the main characters are a police force, the main girl being Akane, who's new to the force and is learning the ropes, and the show starts off just exploring its world with a bunch of episodic storylines that, like, show different ways that people might go crazy in the society and what would cause that, before jumping into a really large, huge, awesome storyline with one of the most memorable villains in anime, and a strong rivalry between one of the main characters and the villain. It's just like it's a very violent, intense, high concept show with, like, it's constantly throwing ideas at you. It's 22 episodes, and they all feel pretty dense with things happening and, like, ideas being presented to the viewer. My biggest complaint about Psycho-Pass is that I wish it was, like, a few episodes longer just to have more time to just like drink in this world, because it kind of just barrels through its story so quickly. But all of it's really interesting. It's gritty, it's suspenseful, it's violent as fuck, and it is a joy to watch. So I would give that a very high recommendation, if not consider it a must-watch show. The next up on my list is Serial Experiments Lain, which is a trippy, fucked up series that most people have said takes them like 4 viewings to fully understand. But it's essentially a story about this girl named Lain who is extremely standoffish and doesn't really talk to anyone. And she starts up high school, and it's in an era where computers are sort of just starting to permeate the mainstream of culture. This show was made in 1998 and takes place in present day, present time, as it says. In spite of the fact that the internet is way more advanced in this show than it is in reality. But basically, a girl in Lane's class commits suicide, but then people start getting emails from her from inside the internet, and she's essentially saying that everyone needs to cast off their bodies and become one with the wired. And so the show is sort of about exploring the idea of there being a you that exists inside of the internet, of like, you know, forming a separate identity from your normal self, and how those identities would interact, and how the world of the internet like is the world of reality, and how these two things intersect and intertwine. Again, it's presented in the most trippy and fucked up way possible, so like a lot of it doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of sense the first time you see it. It's really nice to look at. I mean, it's not well animated at all. It's definitely like a low budget production, but it has gorgeous character designs from Yoshitoshi Abe, and just really striking visuals in general. Like, they definitely made up for the lack of, like, you know, animation by making every image something that you will never forget having seen, essentially. And also impeccable sound design. Probably some of the best sound design in anime is in Serial Experiments Lain, which is sort of a specialty of the director, who also did Ghost Hound and then sadly died while he was working on his next show. So we might never get that. But anyway, Lain is it's like the ultimate cult classic of anime. It's the show that has, you know, it's never going to have mainstream appeal because it's too fucking weird, but it is very greatly worshipped by those who love it. And I would give it a high recommendation. I think if you want to see something that is totally different from anything else you'll ever watch, and if you're interested in stuff like the singularity, or in, like, you know, people becoming one with computers, or what the internet means, then this is a must-watch show. Next up is Space Dandy, which is somewhere between a just outright comedy series, a high-concept sci-fi series, and a just weird experimental thing. It's about a dandy guy in space. He's kind of an idiot, but also extremely lovable. He's Space Dandy. That's all you really need to know about him. He's dandy, and he's in space. He's got this little robot companion and this cat alien thing, and they go around the universe meeting crazy aliens and getting into weird episodic scenarios. This is a show where nearly every episode has a different writer and director, and all of them are totally different from each other. It's a show that uses the fact that it's in space to go crazy with what is in space. You know, there's some episodes that are just like dumb, wacky stuff where it'll just, like, one where it's like the entire planet's having a dance competition or something. And then there's other episodes that are like this super high concept sci-fi shit where, like, Space Dandy has been dating a 4th dimensional being who is being chased down by a 2-dimensional being who, like, is jealous. And, like, when you see the way they present how the 2nd-dimensional being interacts with the 3-dimensional space, it's a mind fuck to look at. Some episodes are just, like, trippy, and you don't even quite know what's happening. Like one where it's about a planet where everything is plants, and so they're just kind of not comprehensible to humans. Or one that's a Masaaki Yuasa directed episode where it's like about fish people on an ocean planet thing. and it's fucking bizarre. So Space Dandy works on so many levels as so many different shows that are all interesting, where sometimes it's just like an art piece, and sometimes it's just a really funny show, and sometimes it's like crazy fun action, and occasionally really emotional, especially in season 2. It gets into a lot of like big, hard-hitting emotional episodes. This is a show that, you know, I don't think the first episode is bad, but I do think that this show hits its stride as it goes. The first couple of episodes, really just episode 1, doesn't like quite give the impression of how like it's going to be, because that episode is like really just a dumb adventure. It has gorgeous animation right from the beginning, and if that's enough to hook you, as it was for me, then you'll probably watch the whole thing. But I would say start, like, you know, episodes 2 and 3 more get you into the feel of like where this show is going, and episode 4 is probably the first like high concept one. So you know, it feels like it gets smarter somehow every episode, with season 2 being like just an absolute blast all the way through. I think season 1 was more uneven. Season 2 is almost all like classic episodes. It's just some really strong out there sci-fi. If you're a fan of something like Futurama or Rick and Morty, where like the way that those shows, or even Gintama, how those shows can like explore so many different ideas through their setting, Space Dandy goes all out with that. And the fact that it changes the whole style of the show so often makes it, in my opinion, probably the best like space exploration show ever made, because it doesn't limit itself to just presenting like, you know, different kinds of aliens, but it's all the same kind of comedy show. Sometimes he goes to a planet where you don't even understand the nature of how reality works on that planet, and it just becomes a total mindfuck. And I think that's genius. So I would give Space Dandy a very high recommendation. I think it's a fantastic show that is probably pretty underappreciated at present. All right, next up, if you're more into like sci-fi tactics and big, cool fleet battles, I recommend checking out Starship Operators. This is a show about a starship full of like cadets who basically get their ship funded on the basis that they will film a reality TV show on their ship. So they've got like cameras flying around, and their show is funded, or their ship is funded by TV networks who are filming what they're doing. And they basically go around space getting into these big tactical battles that are pretty exciting and cool to watch. I mean, there's not a lot that you'll get out of this show that you couldn't get out of just like watching Legend of the Galactic Heroes, but I think it's, if you can't get enough of sci-fi and fleet battles, then there's no reason not to watch this. It's fairly entertaining, but it's pretty short and not that memorable, so I'd only give it a light recommendation. But if you're into like this kind of sci-fi, it might be worth it for you. All right, up next is Technolyze, Texhnolyze. Good luck with that one. Technolyze is an incredibly fucked up and disturbing and dark and nihilistic and terrifying show that is beautiful to look at. It's got, again, Yoshitoshi Abe designs, who, as I've brought up several times, is one of my favorite character designers. It's got a beautiful setting in its dirtiness. It's a grimy, gritty show that takes place in a grimy, gritty, underground city. The main character is a fighter who, in the first episode, after getting into a fight with some mafioso people, gets his arm and leg cut off. And most of that episode has no dialogue. It's just a grueling, torturous experience of watching someone suffer. And then the next few episodes are watching him crawl around with one arm and one leg, essentially dying in the streets, until a woman picks him up and gives him a robotic arm and leg using a technology called Technolyze. This show is very much a tone piece, and the tone of it is desolation. This show will make you feel terrible. Every time I've watched it, I usually watch it when I already feel bad and I just want to wallow in misery. And it ends in a supremely depressing way. The whole show is just, it's hard to watch. It's very violent. It's very stark. A lot of it's about gang warfare and just people being at their lowest point and society crumbling. And as it goes on, it explores more of a sci-fi concept, and it sort of reveals itself as like a almost post-apocalyptic setting, but it's basically humanity on the way out in the most violent way possible. It's I don't want to like spoil too much by talking about the themes, and I've got a video about it on my on this channel, so check that out. But it is it's pretty good. I'd give it a decent recommendation. If what I just described sounds like why would I ever watch that, then don't, because that's how you'll feel. But if what I described makes you like, wow, that sounds interesting, then by all means, give it a shot. It's rough. All right, up next, this is one I honestly haven't seen in like over 10 years, but The Animatrix. This was a series of 9 very short experimental films that were made to tie in with the Matrix films, but each one is sort of like its own completely out there story, just set within this Matrix universe, but most of them have little to do with the actual nature of the story. But it's just a bunch of really cool short films that are all like gorgeously animated and really experimental, with this sci-fi undercurrent that ties them all together. Some great legendary directors such as Shinichiro Watanabe worked on this show, and there's all kinds of crazy, unique animation styles. So it's sort of an art house thing. I didn't put it in my upcoming art house category just because it's so tied together by sci-fi, but I would give that a light recommendation, especially if you like The Matrix, then you owe it to yourself to give it a shot. Alright, this next one's kind of an odd pick, and I don't even necessarily know if I'd consider this sci-fi, but it's episode 2 of an OVA called Twilight Q. Twilight Q was this 90s OVA that was supposed to be basically a Twilight Zone thing, where it was going to be a bunch of individual stories of weird stuff, and each one would be by a different director. The first episode was not very good or interesting, and just kind of not worth checking out. But episode 2 is directed by Mamoru Oshii, the director of Ghost in the Shell, Skycrawlers, Jinro, well, writer of Jinro, and director of a bunch of other shit. And it's just this, like, it's very Mamoru Oshii. If you know any of his other work, then you'll know what to expect. It's very stark, very experimental, has a heady, dialogue-centric story. There's a lot of just long periods of, like, looking at introspective images before the dialogue kind of tells you what's going on. And it's also the kind of thing that you kind of have to watch twice to fully understand. So it's a Mamoru Oshii thing, but it's very... it's got very interesting visuals and characters that aren't quite like anything else I've seen before. So I give this a light recommendation if you just want to see something different and like a weird concept that's from like this weird forgotten bygone OVA, then check that out. Especially if you like Mamoru Oshii, then this is as good as any of his other stuff. And the last one I want to talk about is Utawareru Mono, which is a fantasy show that is about this this masked man who is found outside of this village in like rural Japan, or it's like a fantasy world that's like rural Japan essentially. And they find him in the woods and he has no memories, and he just basically becomes a member of this village, and he doesn't know who he is, but he fits in with these people really well, and it turns out that he's sort of like a tactical genius. And so as this this town is being like held down by these oppressive rulers, he sort of leads an uprising and starts essentially changing the country from within and like leading a revolution through his tactical expertise. And it's also like a cutesy kind of show. It's based on a visual novel. So it's like interesting. It kind of combines the aspects of like moe and like cutesy shows with this sort of serious political fantasy plot. It's got pretty likable characters and a fun setting. It's not amazing, and the visuals can get pretty shit at times, but overall, I mean, it's worth checking out if anything I just described sounds interesting to you. And I'd give it a light recommendation. They recently made a like sequel, but it's like different characters, so it's like a spiritual sequel kind of thing, because this show kind of ends unresolved, so I was hoping for a real season 2, but instead they just made like a totally different thing. But And I haven't seen that, so I don't know if I could recommend that at all, but the original show gets a light recommendation. And that's it for my sci-fi, cyberpunk, and fantasy shit. Alrighty, next we're gonna dive into the mecha genre. And I know it might seem a little weird to, like, have mecha as a genre, since it's not really a storytelling style so much of a thing that's in the story. But I think what's fascinating about mecha shows is that they often sort of say, well, alright, we have mechs, that's the draw, and now we can just do whatever the fuck we want. So mech shows often have like a smorgasbord of genres sort of integrated into them, where there's obviously usually some element of sci-fi, although that isn't even true in every case here. But they'll have elements of drama or comedy or adventure or just whatever the hell. Some of these shows are just weird. So I feel like these are shows where having a mecha is the most template aspect of the story, whereas everything else is just kind of whatever they wanted. So the first one on my list is Code Geass, which is a sci-fi thriller that probably most of you have seen because it's extremely popular, but it takes place in a future where the country Britannia has taken over the world, and they've got a stranglehold on Japan. And there's this guy called Lelouch who wants sort of revenge on Britannia, and he's going to fight to take him down using this special power that he obtains called a Geass, which makes it so on every person he can one time force them to do any command he gives them. And basically he tests out all these effects that it can have, but he's using that in these high stakes political and like just crazy scenarios, tactical scenarios, to try and win these battles against Britannia for the resistance of Japan. Trying to describe Code Geass genre-wise, though, is kind of confusing, because sometimes it takes place in high school and is like a borderline comedy show, and then other times it's like this big action mecha show, and then other times it's more of a suspense thriller and more of a character drama. And it's just all over the place. It's like 50 episodes, and it really covers a broad range of like feelings across its run. But most of it is about maintaining this level of hype and having all these like crazy fucking characters who do crazy things, and exploring this really big narrative. So it's a pretty good just action adventure show with a strong thriller twist to it. It's sort of like if you took something like Death Note and gave it giant robots and a much more insane spattering of characters. I'd give Code Geass a decent recommendation. Honestly, though, you've probably seen it anyways, so there's no point. Next up is Escaflowne, which is a mecha show that takes place in a fantasy world. It's about this high school girl named Hitomi, who gets teleported into a fantasy world where there's like sort of a war going on, and the country that she ends up in has this giant mecha called the Escaflowne. It's not so much a technological thing as a magical thing, but it's definitely a mech. And it's about her sort of traveling with the prince of this country and some other characters on an adventure around the world, trying to sort of, I guess, recapture their kingdom. I haven't watched this in a long time. The show is visually beautiful, especially for the first half, with awesome looking mech fights, and it's got like pretty fun characters and a fun adventure story. It does, however, run into a lot of big problems in its second half, where this was a show that was intended to be 39 episodes, and they ended up getting cut down to 26, so they crammed the whole second two cores into one, and it can be a bit of a rushed nightmare at times, and so I think the second half kind of falls apart a bit, but there's so much intrigue to what the story was originally, and like the setting and characters, that I think it still holds up. So I think if you go into it maybe with the expectation that it might not be as good the whole way through, then maybe it'll be easier to deal with. And there's a lot of people who love this show anyways and don't even really care that it kind of goes downhill. But nonetheless, it's a pretty solid show. And if you've ever wanted to see like mechs in a fantasy setting, or like a mecha show that has more of like a shoujo atmosphere, where, you know, not only does it have a girl main character, but it's got a very shoujo aesthetic to it, and very beautiful designs and like pretty boys and sort of a love triangle with her and the other two guy characters. This is that. It's got that shoujo feel while being still a cool badass mecha show. Next up is Eureka 7, which is one of my old favorite anime, and it's a coming-of-age adventure story, a big, grand 50-episode adventure story about this kid named Renton, whose father was a big hero, and died, when he was a child, and so everyone kind of has high expectations of him, but all he cares about is surfing on these sky surfboards that they have in this world, and like sort of worshipping the members of this crew called the Gecko State, who's like this rebellious sort of like skater culture type characters, but who are also like an anti-government rebel faction, and he idolizes them, and they happen to land in his town one day, and he sees this beautiful girl named Eureka, who is a part of their crew, and he instantly falls in love with her. So he wants to try to win the heart of Eureka and also join the Gecko State crew. But of course, because he's a dumbass kid, he spends a long time failing and having to grow as a person as he travels with these people, and as this giant adventure politics narrative evolves in the background, and like crazy stuff starts happening. So this is mostly a coming of age story about Renton and his development, and then also Eureka and how she changes as a person and their eventual relationship and how they learn and grow from one another, as well as all the characters on the Gecko State crew. It's if you're into stuff like character development, this is your show to go to. If you're into stuff like big epic adventures, this is almost as good as Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood at being that. And personally, I find the characters and the aesthetic of this show even more interesting than FMA. So I'm an even bigger fan of this one. It's also got a great soundtrack and just really cool attitude and absolutely beautiful character designs. And it's just gorgeous to look at. It's animated very well. Takes a lot of influence from like Neon Genesis Evangelion. It has some of those mindfuck scenes that show had, and explores its characters in some similar ways. It also takes a lot of influence from like Mobile Suit Gundam and from just other classic anime. I think if you somehow combined Evangelion with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, the result that you would get would be Eureka 7. It would be somewhere in the middle of those two shows, and I would highly recommend it. It's absolutely great. It's one of the best long-form adventure shows that you'll ever get, and also an excellent romance series as that romance develops. So I would say check it out no matter what. Next up is Full Metal Panic. This was a action comedy series from the early 2000s about a guy named Sosuke Sagara, who is like a child soldier military trained guy who gets assigned to protect this high school girl. And he ends up attending her high school, and it sort of starts off as like a sort of romantic comedy style show, just like a bunch of wacky scenarios, sort of a fish out of water story, because Sosuke has no idea how to be a normal high school student. He's a trained soldier, and it starts off more comedy oriented, but then it develops more of a storyline as he has to protect this girl from different scenarios, and like there's other stories that come up as the show goes along. But it's generally bouncing between like these somewhat high stakes military scenes and these more goofy high school comedy scenes with a pretty likable cast of characters. It had like a 26 episode season and then another 12 episode season, which are very different in tone. The second raid, which was the second season, is like beautiful fucking looking, because it was like early Kyoto Animation show and probably like the only like really action focused show they ever did. But they also did a side series called Full Metal Panic Fumofu, which is like a goofy, like not out of character, but like it's like just a comedy show that doesn't have as many of the military elements that they just made on the side, and it's absolutely hilarious. It's one of the like best comedy shows of the early 2000s. It's just a really out there goofy show that like does a lot with the premise of the characters and like goes all out with the comedy aspect of them before the second raid becomes more of a like follows more of the action stuff. So it's almost like getting the two sides of the original show made into their own separate shows in a way. And all of it's pretty worth checking out. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. It's a pretty good time, and if you like the like early 2000s sci-fi shows that there was a lot of shows like this at the time, and this was one of the better ones of that era. Next up is Giant Robo: The Day the Earth Stood Still, a 6-episode OVA series that ran through the 90s, each OVA being close to an hour long, and this is just a fucking epic show. It's a show about this kid who pilots a giant robot called Giant Robo, but not pilots as in gets in it, but he stands on its shoulders. And he's with this like group of essentially superheroes who are trying to take down this evil organization called Big Fire, who are trying to take over the world because they found like an unlimited energy resource, and everyone's kind of fighting for control over it. But the main appeal of this show is larger than life directing and characters. Everything feels very big, and the emotions are massive, and there's lots of just great scenes of characters doing awesome shit. It's I don't know how to really describe it so much as if you watch the first episode, you'll get it, or even like the first 5 minutes, you will immediately understand what the appeal of this show is, and if that hooks you in, watch the whole thing, because it is an absolute joy. Definitely a cult classic. The people who like this show are obsessed with it. I'd give it a decent to strong recommendation. I don't know if it'll be as enjoyable if you're not into the aesthetic of like older robot shows, or like the super robot feel of like these big unrealistic scenarios of these like larger than life characters. But if you can buy into that, it's one of the best shows in that genre. And then the next one from the same director and in the same style, same vein, is Mobile Fighter G Gundam, which is the wacky, insane Gundam show. The concept of this series is that in the future, all of the countries, the major countries on Earth, have all moved out into space colonies. And in order to decide who is going to like be in charge for the next like 4 years or whatever, they hold a Gundam fight where the entire planet Earth becomes the arena, and every country has a Gundam that represents their country that goes to Earth, and they all fight for dominance, and whoever's the winner gets to like rule the world essentially. It is cheesy as fuck, and every Gundam is like a racist cliche of what that country is, like, you know, like the Gundam Mexico wears a giant sombrero, and Gundam USA is like a red, white, and blue boxing robot and stuff. It's fucking hilarious, but it kind of plays into that serious comedy thing that I described in the comedy stuff before, where the characters all take the scenario very seriously, but it's presented in such an over-the-top and hilarious way that it's obviously meant to be funny and for you to sort of laugh at it. But I will say that the show is not consistent. It's 50 episodes long, and there's a lot of them that you could probably skip over because they're just kind of dumb and like not in a necessarily entertaining way. But when this show is at its best, it is one of the most hot-blooded, exciting, fun, definitely pretty masculine shows out there. It's a show that, like, if you want to hear characters screaming out their attacks and, yelling, Godfinger, blowing up shit with their hands in giant robots, then this is a show for you. It's very over the top and very goofy, and totally lovable with lots of heart. I would give that one a light recommendation, just because I can't see anyone who doesn't buy into that idea of like the attitude of the show. If you don't buy into it, you won't like it, but otherwise you'll love it. Alright, next up is Mobile Suit Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket. This was a 6-episode OVA from either the late 80s or early 90s, and it is a self-contained Gundam story. You really don't have to see any other Gundam stories to understand War in the Pocket. I mean, it would help, but like to get like the context of what the like political part of the narrative is. But for the most part, it's a low-key, small-scale character drama between, a couple of Gundam pilots and a kid who all just kind of end up in this scenario where all of them are like friends in real life without realizing that they are fighting on the battlefield, essentially. And it's just this really somber drama series that has a really sad ending that takes place on Christmas. A lot of people make a point to watch this show on Christmas Eve or on Christmas to have a depressing and hilarious Christmas. But it's just really solidly written drama, well directed, great visuals. It hits on all fronts. It's just altogether really well made. I think if you wanted to see like the height of what the Gundam universe has been used for in just telling a solid dramatic story, this is probably that. You know, it's not as high scale and epic as a lot of Gundam stuff is, but it manages to accomplish a lot in the 6 episodes that it has and tell this tight, gripping story that is very much worth checking out. So I would give that a high recommendation for 0080. Next up, the Mobile Suit Gundam film trilogy, the original 0079 film trilogy, which was basically the original Mobile Suit Gundam show recut into 3 films with, I think little bits added in. If you just want to see the fucking forefather of like all of modern anime, the first big mecha series that was aimed at a grown-up audience, the one that created otaku culture, essentially, this is that. It's a very big adventure story with a political undercurrent about... It's a war story. It's about a kid named Amuro who stumbles into the cockpit of a Gundam and ends up being a part of a war that he wanted no part in and had no interest in, but he can't avoid because it's war, and it's the message of the series is war is hell, essentially. It's just like a straight-up war story where all kinds of chaotic and terrible things happen, and different characters with their own motivations you sort of follow through this story. Amuro has his coming-of-age story, and his rival Char, who is sort of presented as... I don't know if I'd consider him the main villain so much as like someone who is on the other side and has his own goals, and is one of the most memorable anime characters of all time. I would argue possibly the greatest anime character of all time, but that's for another video. And it's just about like what they're going through in this big war scenario. These movies can be a little slow and a little bit confusing at times, just because the way that they're directed and put together can be a little confusing, but I think the third movie is so satisfying that it makes up for everything, like all the problems that the first 2 had. The third one is really great and has a big, satisfying climax, and it's just a good show. It's worth checking out, especially just for its importance to anime history, which can't be understated. So, give it a watch if you're interested in that. I'd give it a decent to strong recommendation. Next up, the big one, Neon Genesis Evangelion, a show that revolutionized what anime was forever. If Gundam created otaku culture, then Neon Genesis Evangelion defined it. It created moe. It created late night anime. Those are both debatably good things about it. But it's a deeply psychological, fucked up, experimental, crazy mecha show that just has so many ideas, even just visually, that it's like hard to even believe it's real. I really don't think there's ever been another show that just like does as much stuff as Eva does and is as genius in the way it does them. The show infamously has a lot of production issues in the later part of the show, particularly the last 2 episodes that are like a total clusterfuck. But then they made a film that is absolutely amazing that follows that up and offers a sort of proper ending to the series. It's a mindfuck. It's a show about, there's these creatures called angels have been attacking the Earth. When one of them attacked 15 years prior, it basically caused a huge mass extinction, a giant catastrophe. And since then, they've built these giant robots called Eva units, which can only be piloted by 14-year-old kids for reasons that will become apparent later into the show. And they have to use these robots to fight the angels. And it just so happens that the pilots they get are all completely psychologically fucked, and that also everyone in this world is psychologically fucked. And the show is mostly just about exploring the minds of these characters and sort of getting into their heads and figuring out what it means for people to communicate with one another and what it means to be a person in the world interacting with other people. And the ending especially gets deep into that. The early episodes have some of the best visual storytelling that you'll ever see in any show. I've made a fuckload of videos about Eva. If you haven't seen them, go watch them. If you haven't seen the show, go watch it. It's a must-watch, absolutely. It's one of the best anime ever made, and probably the most influential besides Mobile Suit Gundam. So it is, or like an Osamu Tezuka series or something. So you must see it. It is a classic. Next up is a show that people often accuse of being a ripoff of Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is Razafon. This was basically the first big Studio Bones show, and it definitely feels like it was their attempt to make something like Eva. They definitely wanted to make something in that vein of a psychological, experimental, and weird mecha show, but they kind of went even further in the direction of just experimental weird stuff with really bizarre mecha designs, episodes that have, like, there's some episodes that have like their own directors and are just totally something different from the rest of the series. There's lots of like self-contained little stories in this overarching narrative, and it gets trippy and weird, and the ending doesn't make any sense. And I mean that, like, you know, I think the ending of Eva does make sense, and the ending of Razafon, I didn't get it, but maybe I haven't studied it enough. But it's a really interesting and inventive show. It is no Eva, but it has a lot of good ideas and a lot of interesting elements to it, and I think it's worth checking out for those aspects. It's a show that is kind of like unpredictable in a way, because like you kind of, as soon as you get into the groove of thinking you got a handle on what this show is, it then just keeps getting weirder and changing like jarringly throughout the show. So I'd give Razafon a light recommendation. I think a lot of people will probably watch it and just think it's pretentious or just like, who the fuck cares, but I think enough of it is interesting and fun to watch that it's worth giving a shot. Next up, one of the greatest anime of all time, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. A hype, over-the-top, fun, crazy mecha action adventure show. If you've never seen the video Best Anime Ever Gurren Lagann by Best Guy Ever, I highly recommend checking that out. He gets really in-depth on what makes this show so special. But essentially, it's about a kid named Simon and this guy named Kamina who he looks up to, who decide that they're going to bust out of this underground village that they've lived in for all their lives, and they're going to go see the surface world. And they get up to the surface, and it turns out that the reason no one goes up to the surface is that it's ruled over by beast men, and they've kept all the humans down in holes in the ground. And basically the characters keep trying to go to the next step towards freedom, essentially. They decide to fight the beast men so that they can live on the surface, and then once they live on the surface, they have to fight bigger and bigger escalating threats until it reaches a universal scale. It is the highest scale story that has ever happened, probably. So it is the definition of epic in terms of scale. It is the most epic show, and it's presented in this very intense, lively, fun, wacky, crazy visual style where things are always moving and things are always fun to watch. Characters yell all the time. It's very hot-blooded, extremely masculine, and just generally a show that's designed to make you go like, ah, and jump up and then start working out and get swole. It's definitely a show that, like, I would recommend this to any like young men, especially if you're like 17 and you're a guy. Watch this show. It's gonna make you try to live your life better and try to make you're gonna want to become a badass, essentially. Happened to a lot of the people I know who watched it at that age. And past that age, it's still a great time. You can really appreciate some of the deeper themes that come in, especially in the later episodes, when it starts exploring more ideas about, like, compromise and how to try to, like, you know, be true to yourself while also looking out for what's best for society. Has some interesting stuff like that. But you've probably seen Gurren Lagann. It's pretty fucking popular, and it's definitely worth checking out if you haven't before. I would give it a strong recommendation, possibly a must-watch. It is absolutely great. And lastly, for Mecha, I'm going to talk about the Top Wo Nerai, or Aim for the Top series, which is Gunbuster and Diebuster, a pair of OVAs, one of which, Gunbuster, came out in the 80s and was directed by Hideaki Anno as his directorial debut, created by Studio Gainax. It was about basically, I don't really know how to describe the plot of it, but it's about this girl who ends up becoming a pilot of a giant robot and fighting with for the Earth against this alien menace, essentially. And it's sort of just a fun, hot-blooded show that was very much about having like a bunch of cute girls doing badass stuff and piloting giant robots, and that's kind of feels like the point of it. It's one that each episode's kind of better than the last, and it ends in a really awesome way. I think the show is worth watching for the ending alone. And then about almost 20 years later, Hideaki Anno's protege, Kazuya Tsurumaki, directed a sequel 6-episode OVA called Die Buster, which really expands on the themes of Gunbuster and is this very vibrant and beautiful it's another big action mecha show about cute girls piloting giant robots, but this one's even more hot-blooded and even more like zany and wacky because it's from the director of Fooly Cooly, so it's got more of that edge to it. And overall, these two make a great complete package. Like, watching both of them, I think they strengthen one another and just are all around a really strong package full of memorable characters and big moments that will stick with you. I'd give that a light to decent recommendation. If you're a mecha fan, it's a must-watch. And if you're just wanting to watch some cool Gainax stuff, then that's also a great reason to watch it. And that's it for mecha. Alright, the next genre thing that I made up is contemporary sci-fi and fantasy. Basically, shows that take place in a sort of modern contemporary setting and are usually very character-driven, but are also about having like some kind of weird sci-fi or fantasy concept overlaid onto our world. And they are usually somewhere in between exploring those concepts and just being character-driven. A lot of the light novel adaptations of the early 2000s and mid-2000s will fall into this category. So, that's sort of what I'm going for here. I think that if that doesn't make any sense, you'll understand once I start talking about these shows. So the first show on my list is Arjuna, Earth Maiden Arjuna, which is a show about this high school girl who gets into an accident and then basically has the power of like an Indian goddess like implanted within her, and she has to become a savior for the Earth. This is basically an environmentalist show. It's like the main character girl becomes essentially a magical girl fighting for the Earth itself and against like all of the harm that mankind has done to the Earth, and these giant monsters that are trying to sort of cleanse the Earth of its poison that humanity has brought upon it. The show is mostly about its like messages, and it does present them like very in your face that it's an environmentalist show, but it's also got great characters and great dramatic episodes. It's sort of episodic in that each episode will be like about exploring some different aspect of like what is, going on with good old Mother Earth right now. And it's definitely a show that's trying to make you sort of reflect on and feel bad about your lifestyle. But it's done so well, and it's so interesting and fun to watch, and has such a unique like spiritualist message to it that it's definitely fascinating, and the visual aesthetic of it is really interesting. Has one of the greatest soundtracks in anime history. Yoko Kanno, in my opinion, her second best after Cowboy Bebop. So there's actually an option on the DVDs to watch the show with just the soundtrack and no dialogue because just the visuals and sound are so well done. But I think this show could put a lot of people off because of how strongly it it presents its message, and if you don't agree with that message, then you might be annoyed. But I think it's overall a really strong show. It was one of my favorites at the time that I first watched it. So I think it's definitely worth checking out. All right, up next we have Bakemonogatari, which is a difficult show to describe or talk about at all. It has gone on for 70 episodes now with the Monogatari series, and it's crazy, but It's basically a show about a guy who was recently turned into a half vampire, who starts meeting all these girls in his school or town who have been affected by some kind of monster. Some kind of spirit or monster is affecting their lives, usually for reasons tied into their personalities. And he has to sort of help them to deal with these problems, and then the show just keeps going forever, and new problems arise, new monsters arise. Some arcs are about stuff that's totally different. It's mostly a show that is driven by its incredibly unique visual design, its very small cast of characters who are, by all accounts, the only people who exist in their world. There are no background characters in this show. It's just the main characters, and it's mostly about the sort of witty banter between them, and just exploring their relationships and how they interact, and the evolution of, of their interpersonal relationships and stuff. It's sort of a comedy, and then at times a little bit of a drama. A lot of it's just about exploring Nisio Isine's ideas, the guy who wrote it. Like, he's just a crazy man who has all these crazy ideas about the world that he wants to get out there. So it's the kind of show you got to check it out to really understand it. Watch the first couple episodes, and if you completely hate it, then don't bother with any more of it. But if it seems interesting, then by all means keep going. I am personally a big fan of this show, and it has a pretty sizable fan base. So it's hard to know if I could I would give this a decent to strong recommendation. But like, if you start watching it and you're like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen, then there's probably not too much reason to continue. Next up is more of a light recommendation, Dance in the Vampire Bund. This is a show about vampires in Tokyo. Basically, the main character is Mina Tepes, who is a vampire princess, essentially, or queen maybe even, who pays off all of Japan's gross national debt in exchange for having them build her a special zone for vampires to live in. So they build an artificial island, and only vampires live there. And it's sort of about following her and this high school guy who's a werewolf, who's her bodyguard essentially. And them dealing with political conflicts and interpersonal conflicts and their own personal demons. The story's kind of all over the place, and it doesn't go very far because it's another one that's based on a much longer manga, and the anime adaptation only covers a fairly small portion of the manga, and it also changes a lot, so that it could kind of have its own ending and not really continue onwards. So but it's another Studio Shaft show like Durarara, which is crazy visuals and directing. And it's pretty entertaining. If you get into the characters, you might like it. It's not a great show, but I think if you like the idea of a cool, kind of violent, dark, gothy show set in Tokyo, then this will be good for you. For me, it's very much an aesthetic thing. It's totally my aesthetic, so I like the show. I'd give it a light recommendation. Next up is Den-O Coil, which is a little bit more of a high-concept sci-fi series that focuses on a bunch of kids in a future wherein everyone wears these virtual goggles, basically like Google Glass, and they see augmented reality in the world around them. And basically there's sort of a digital layer over society. So everywhere you go, there's a digital world that exists on top of the regular world that you can perceive through these glasses. And it's sort of a mystery thriller show in a way, based around this world and its technology. And so a lot of it's about just world building and learning the ways of this world, and then also telling this mystery story. It's pretty dramatic as it goes on. I think that the story, when it starts getting really heavily dramatic, gets a lot less interesting, but the world and characters are a lot of fun, and the show is just so inventive in its style, and its visual design is great. It was the only show ever directed by Mitsuo Iso, who's a legendary animator, and you can definitely tell the feeling of it is something that is so unique that you could tell that he should have done a lot more anime, and he never did because the show wasn't very successful. But it just came out in the US finally after almost 10 years. They released it on DVD. I'd recommend buying it and checking it out. It's a pretty good show. I'd give that a I'd give it a decent to strong recommendation. Next up is Durarara, which is from the same author as Bakano, and is just this wacky, crazy show that takes place in Tokyo and Ikebukuro in a certain district sort of known for its fashion. And it's just about a bunch of weird, wacky characters and what they're doing in Ikebukuro, and all of their stories sort of intermingling with one another. It's chaotic. It's can be difficult to follow or to understand what the fuck anyone's doing or what's going on, because it has a huge ensemble cast. Every character has their own unique powers and goals and stories, and they cross over in strange ways, and it's got a very distinct feel to it. It's broken up into sort of arcs. Like the first season, which came out in 2010, has 3 very distinct arcs, the first of which is probably the best, but I think all of them are pretty solid. And then it has 3 more 13 or 12 episode seasons that just came out recently that are just batshit insanity. And the appeal of this show really is just that the characters are so memorable and so cool that it's if you end up liking any of them, then you'll want to watch this show forever just to see what's going on with these characters, and with this this sleek, cool presentation of the setting. But the story is I couldn't possibly describe it to you because it's so mad and insane that I don't even know where to begin. So this show's pretty popular, so a lot of you probably seen it anyways. I'd give it a decent recommendation. I think if you liked a show like Bakano, you might like this one. If you just want to see an ensemble cast of wacky characters, it's pretty violent and has a lot of action, but it's not very dark. It's more of a smirking, fun, hey, we're all wacky and crazy kind of show. Just don't expect to be able to follow the plot the whole way through, because it gets so weird. Next up is Fate Zero, which was a prequel to the Fate Stay Night visual novel series that I think is honestly way better than any part of the Fate franchise otherwise. I'm sure that could start a war between people who feel differently, but Fate Zero is essentially about this battle that goes on between 7 different mages and their servants. A servant being a reincarnated hero of some point in history who is brought to serve a mage in a battle to decide who will receive the Holy Grail, which will grant one wish of the person who has it. And it's just all these 7 warriors and their masters trying to basically fight one another in a battle that is mostly based on information and tactics. And what makes this show work is that every character has a very strong ideology. And so it's more so a battle of ideologies than it is really about the actual fighting, though the fighting can be pretty entertaining sometimes. But it's this clash between all these characters who have these their own worldviews that are at ends with one another. And it's gorgeously designed. It takes place in this dark urban setting, which is really cool. And it's got lots of strong, well-written adult characters who have pretty intriguing stories. I think that if I were to describe the weaknesses of Fate Zero, I think that the entire concept is just dumb and broken, and that it doesn't really work as a dramatic story because it's so all over the place. It's just basically characters finding one another and then fighting, and then one of them escapes, and then they have to do it again some other time, until they all start killing each other. But it makes for some pretty solid drama. And again, it has a lot of cool ideas and a lot of cool themes to it. So I'd say it's definitely worth checking out for those reasons alone. I'd give it a decent to strong recommendation. It's a show that most of the people who've seen it seem to really like it. So I could easily imagine anyone, having an easy time getting into it. Next up, for a very light recommendation, a 6-episode OVA from the late 90s called Gatekeepers 21. This is just sort of a moody and somewhat angsty show about this sort of standoffish girl who's fighting against these monsters using cell phone based powers, and it's I don't really know how to describe the plot of this one. It has been a while since I've seen it, but it's the kind of show that I think you'd only really like if you really dig this aesthetic of dark urban settings, and it sort of feels like boogie pop to an extent. If you're into that, give this a shot. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, just avoid it. It's not that worth watching, but I put it on my list because I think it's kind of cool, and not a lot of people have heard of it, and if you like this type of show, you'll probably like it. Up next is Eden of the East. This is a very fun mystery thriller show that is about a guy who wakes up in front of the White House naked with no memories, holding a cell phone and a gun. And as he pieces together his situation, he realizes that his cell phone is connected to an automated system, or like a voice who talks to him and tells him that he has like 10 billion yen with which he can do anything as he goes. And so if he says something like, if he points his finger at someone and says bang, that person will get shot on the spot, because there's just this sort of omnipresent force working with him. And basically he teams up with this young girl from Japan and ends up going to Japan with her. And it's sort of about his story and hers interlocking with one another. And generally the theme of this show is that it's about there's a bunch of people who have received these huge sums of money, and they're supposed to be using them to change the world for the better in however they see fit. And each one of them has their own ideas of how to go about it. And the main character doesn't remember what his plan was. And so as he's like, putting together the pieces, he sort of learns about it. And the pieces of what his plan is essentially to raise up the youth, because the youth generation is trying to get into the working world and failing because there's just too much pressure on them, and the world is changing too fast, and there's nowhere for them to go. So he's trying to sort of build a world where the young people will be able to survive. It's a very interesting show with very interesting concepts. It starts off incredibly strong. The first few episodes are just a total blast to watch. It gets weird, and it kind of like gets a little, I'm not sure about it as it goes along, but I think the season ends on a decent enough note, and it's pretty good. Unfortunately, the rest of the story is told in 2 movies that are total garbage, and I do not recommend them. Eden of the East is the kind of show that's like, it's a huge disappointment, but there's so much potential there, and the early part of it is so well made that I think it's worth watching just to like see that it exists, and it has such good themes that haven't really been explored in another show in the same way. So, I give this one a light to decent recommendation. I think there's a lot of people who really love this show regardless, but the movies are just not good. So I'd say avoid them. Even if you really want to know the rest of the story, you don't want to know the rest of the story. It's not worth it. It's just not interesting at all. Next up is Kara no Kyokai, which is a series of, I guess now 9 films, but it's really, there's 7 main films of all different lengths, which are about this girl called Shiki, who has multiple personalities, one of whom is a murderer, and she has these eyes called the mystic eyes of death perception that let her perceive the death in objects. And if she cuts along certain lines in people, then they will absolutely die. No matter what it is, she can kill it, whether that be an inanimate object or a person or anything. She can kill magic and stuff, like with her knife. And it's sort of about this girl and this guy who is in love with her, just getting into these weird, bizarre scenarios, often with other people who have certain powers, or just total mindfuck scenarios. It's sort of about exploring this dark urban setting and these magic systems and these crazy characters, and getting into their heads and exploring the ways that they think about the world, and the ways that they think about concepts like death or revenge or like other stuff like that. It's very, very dark, very stark, and very violent, but the characters are memorable, and the presentation of these films is really interesting. I'm a huge fan of numbers 1, 5, and 7. I think all of those are phenomenal films. You really got to see them all, but numbers 5 and 7 are some of the number 5 is like one of the weirdest, craziest films in terms of structure and the way it's made. It's just like, holy fuck, this is madness. And the number 7 is just a big gratifying conclusion to the series that really brings all of its character development and themes home. But overall, all 7 of them are pretty great movies. I made a bunch of videos about them on this channel, the 8 Nights of Kara no Kyokai. The epilogue part 8, I didn't get it, and I thought it was dumb. And then they made a couple more movies that were like sort of sequels that weren't very good. But the core 7 are definitely worth checking out. And I would give them a decent to strong recommendation if you're into, again, if you like these sort of dark contemporary magic type shows, this is an absolute must watch. And next up, another show very much in the same style, both in terms of presentation and themes, is Boogie Pop Phantom, which is a bizarre episodic series about just a bunch of people in the city in the wake of this incident where a giant beam of light went up into the sky and then a bunch of people developed abnormal powers. And it's sort of exploring each of these people psychologically who gain these powers and their lives become fucked up in weird ways. And all of their stories kind of intersect in these little nuanced ways. And it's mostly just an episodic psychological series that's just about being dark and trippy and fucked up. It takes place in between the first 2 books of the Boogie Pop novels, and it's not nearly as good as the books, but it's pretty solid if you just want to watch something trippy and like a dark city type show. I give this one a light recommendation. I think I don't know that it holds up super well to like watching it multiple times. A lot of it's just kind of like whatever, not that memorable, but some of the stories are pretty interesting. Next up is Kurenai, which is a very odd 12-episode show. That's basically what happened when Ko Matsuo, the director of Red Garden, got his hands on a light novel adaptation and made it not at all like a light novel adaptation. He took a story that was about this high school kid who has a special power where essentially he has a bone sword thing that comes out of his arm, and it makes him super strong and but uncontrollably violent when he uses it. And he ends up having to protect this little like 8-year-old girl named Murasaki, who's from this super rich family, and basically the woman who's his employer, who's like, I guess a crime boss sort of thing, like kidnaps this little girl from her home situation, which is terrible, and just drops her on this kid and says like, here, you protect her. And it starts off as sort of like a slice of life show, just about him and this little girl, you know, like him protecting her and sort of trying to, there's a sort of fish out of water element to it because she's both a child and a spoiled rich kid who doesn't understand the world of normal people, and the main character guy is very poor and just lives like in a, you know, a shitty apartment complex, and it's about him and all the weirdos who live in his apartment complex just sort of being themselves, which is weird. There's one episode where it suddenly becomes a musical, and it's great. It sort of gets into a more dramatic narrative in the later half of the show that's kind of whatever, but it's just such a weird and fun to watch show with really solidly written dialogue, and it's one of the few anime where they actually recorded all the voice acting before animating the show so that they could get more like natural sounding performances instead of dubbing it over, which is what most anime does. So it's pretty interesting. And it doesn't feel anything like the light novels because they eventually made an OVA like follow-up that adapts like a story from later in that's in the actual style of like the manga and the like how the light novels should be interpreted, and it just feels like totally different and way more generic. So it's very interesting to see like this is what can happen if you give like an auteur director like kind of creative freedom to fuck with the story of a light novel. I enjoyed it a lot. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. I know a lot of people didn't like it or didn't get it, but I thought it was pretty cool. All right, this next one, I didn't really know how to classify this, but it is kind of a high concept sci-fi show, but it starts off as a normal magical girl show. It is Maho Shoujo Lyrical Nanoha, which I have a whole series of videos about that I highly recommend checking out if you have any interest in getting into this series. But it's basically starts off as a magical girl show, except it's for otaku. It's just a show about like these little girls, the power of friendship, transforming and shooting giant laser beams out of these ridiculously well-detailed weapons that are kind of like mechas in their own way. And the first season, and which is adapted into a film, which I'd probably recommend over the actual show itself, but the first season's just about these two girls on opposing sides who eventually become best friends. Then the second season is about them getting into this sort of large battle with this other group who are a bunch of other friends who are fighting their friends, and then everybody becomes friends. And then it evolves into this crazy big sci-fi story in the third season that takes place 10 years later, and the characters are grown up and they like adopt a daughter together, and then all this other crazy shit happens. It's wild and wacky, and I can't really describe the plot because it's a little too convoluted and weird to really get into. Lyrical Nanoha is a franchise that fascinates me. I don't recommend this to any like normal person. Like, you have to, if you look at Nanoha and it's like you took a look at it and you went, I want to know what that's all about, then you should get into Nanoha. If you took a look at it and you went, that looks like shit, just stay away. It's not worth it. But because none of it's like amazing. It's just very fascinating that it exists. Again, I'd recommend watching my videos on it. I'd give that a light recommendation. But I certainly think that if you looked at it and had any interest in it, then it's worth looking into just because it's deeply fascinating. Next up is No Game, No Life. This is a show about this brother and sister who are hardcore gamers, and they're basically the best gamers in the whole world, and they're just these shut-in hikikomori losers who are amazing at video games, and they get teleported into this world where everything is reliant on games, where basically all of international politics has been relegated to people playing high-stakes games against each other. And so these characters are brought into this world in order to help the race of humanity, who are the pretty much worst ranked race in this world. They have they're shat on by everybody else, and they're gonna help them to reclaim their former glory and become great and like take over the world essentially. And it's a very goofy otaku-y show. It's got a lot of fan service. It's a lot of like it's the kind of show that's very light novel, very like sexual to an unnecessary degree, like for reasons that have nothing to do with the story, but the actual plot of it is fairly interesting. It has lots of big fun games. Like, the games that the characters play are usually really inventive and cool, and have all these specific rules that can be really interesting to learn, and they have big moments of hype. The show also has a really interesting aesthetic. It's pretty nice to look at. It doesn't quite look like any other show. And the characters are pretty memorable and fun. They take a little time to warm up to because they kind of just seem like douchebags at first, but I think that most of this cast will eventually warm up to you, and it's pretty fun. It's only 12 episodes, and it's obviously like the opening chapter of a much bigger story that probably won't ever get adapted to anime, but the light novels are coming out in the US, so at least you could read them there. It's overall a pretty solid show. If you like fan service shows and you like, just normal anime stuff, then this is definitely worth watching. Like, I don't think it's too insulting to anybody's intelligence or anything, and the character designs are really nice. So it's, the fan service is pleasant to look at when it is there. So I'd give that a light to decent recommendation. Next up is The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, which is sort of the ultimate otaku meta show. It was sort of the harbinger of all the bullshit that we have now, but it's not the show's fault because it was good. Haruhi is about a girl named Haruhi who's this incredibly self-centered, loud-mouthed, boisterous, obnoxious character who's very lovable and extremely attractive, and she is trying to find aliens, espers, and time travelers. She basically wants her life to be anime, and she's trying to find anime characters. And so she gathers this group of people together, and it turns out she is not allowed to know this, but all of them actually are an alien, a time traveler, and an esper. And the only person who knows that is the main character, Kyon, who is this rambling, sarcastic narrator who finds out that Haruhi is apparently God, according to these three people, and she's not allowed to know that she basically has control over the universe. So it's just about a bunch of like wacky, fun scenarios with these very memorable characters put into all these different like sci-fi or video gamey or just generally cliched anime scenarios that are made funny by the fact that the characters are self-aware about it being a cliched anime scenario, and then like fucking with the nature of it because of that. Because a lot of them have like reality altering powers, and they're sort of like, it's like they're trying to make the world into something unbelievable while also not letting Haruhi realize that it's actually happening. It's a lot of layers of irony in this show. It's a little hard to describe, but I definitely recommend checking it out. Watch it in the original broadcast order for season 1, and then watch season 2 also in its broadcast order, which involves watching all of season 1 in chronological order, but you should watch it in broadcast first and then watch it again, because that's how it was supposed to be done. I'd give that a decent to strong recommendation. It's a very fun show. And it's a good snapshot into, like, how anime got this way and, like, where it came from. Because that show kind of, like, really elevated the genre of, like, the high school otaku comedy. Like, kind of made it cool to be. And then, unfortunately, it was ruined by everyone who copied it. And the last thing I have in this genre is To Aru Majutsu no Index, which is a show about as cramming as many crazy sci-fi concepts into one universe as humanly possible, essentially. It takes place in a city where there's basically, it's the scientific city. It's called Academy City, and it's like a city entirely made up of schools with really advanced technology, and they're trying to create espers, which are people who have special powers that are like, that they learn about through these schools, and like they learn to hone. So it's kind of like an X-Men thing. Everyone has like a certain special power. The main character being someone who has no useful power. Instead, he has a right hand that cancels out all powers. It cancels out all powers, all magic, all everything. And basically, this city is all built on science, but it turns out there's also this entire underworld of magic that is religious based, and these magicians start having this battle in the science city, and then there's all this other shit. And basically every arc of this series will be like, introduce some kind of conflict, some kind of villain with a crazy power, and then introduce as many wacky, crazy sci-fi and fantasy powers into the scenario as possible, and then overload your brain trying to process all of it. It's very like chaotic and fun, and a lot of it is like, it's memorable mostly for how wacky the powers are and like how ridiculous the scenarios can actually get. And it's got some pretty memorable characters. A lot of it is very cliched. I would only give this show a light recommendation because like the industry has become so full of shows that are like this one, but not as good, that this one now feels a lot more par for the course. Like all the shit like the Asterisk War pretty much ripped off this show. All the shows that have these weird academy cities, is that new one, HXH or whatever, all those shows copied Index. And Index did it well, but it didn't do it so well that it's gonna look unique now. Like it's still gonna look like a generic anime, just one that does it better than most. So I'd give that a light recommendation. And that's it for my contemporary sci-fi and fantasy shows. Let's move on to another category. Alrighty, for this next category, we're going into Digi Bro After Dark mode to talk about good fan service shows, which I know to some people is like a contradiction. For a lot of people, it seems like fan service is like an inherently bad thing for some reason, and I don't totally get that. I mean, what I have a problem with in anime is contrived fan service. I hate that in so many shows they present like sexual things just for the sake of the audience in really hammy, contrived, stupid ways. Like a character walks into a room and a girl's undressing, and it's like, it doesn't serve any purpose other than for the audience to see a girl naked. which is something you can get anywhere, and who cares, and like just get to the fucking point of your show. But I think personally that sex and sexuality are extremely interesting things to explore, even if they're just overt and just characters just being sexual. I think that can make for a good show. And I think there's a handful of anime that handle their fan service in ways that like make sense, where it's obvious that the characters themselves are sexual characters or interested in sexual scenarios, as opposed to just people walking in on each other naked and the pure happenstance that is there only for the audience. So here's some shows that I think do that. A lot of these are not just about fan service. They have other, stuff to them, but these are shows that are pretty heavy on fan service that if you don't want to see that kind of thing at all, these shows will not work for you at all. So, but if you if you like fan service, these are shows that do it really well and are worth checking out. So the first one on my list is Asobi ni Ikuyo, or Cat Planet Cuties, as it was called in English, which is a just sort of fun, lighthearted sci-fi show that definitely seems to have a strong affection for the aesthetic of like 80s B movies, of like old action films and old sci-fi movies, and it sort of takes these characters who's just like this busty alien girl who meets this fairly milquetoast protagonist and his friends in this small town, and they end up going on all these sci-fi and action movie adventures, and it's just a good time, semi-episodic. Most of the episodes are just a lot of fun. There's a lot of fan service, but and it can be fairly raunchy, but it always has this very like upbeat, energetic take on everything it's doing, and it's just a fun show to watch. I'd give it a light recommendation. It's nothing too special, but if you just want to see like something that's just a good time that feels like a throwback to like classic cheesy B movies that just appreciates what makes them fun and cool, then this is a good show to check out. Up next for a show that's even deeper into camp, particularly camp horror, High School of the Dead. This is a show that is basically taking all the elements of like those over-the-top, extremely violent, extremely fan service driven schlocky B movies and just turns that up to 11 and puts it in an anime. And what's great about High School of the Dead is that it's legitimately well written. The character interactions and the way that they act in the scenario is actually pretty realistic and handled better than most zombie stuff and most horror movies. So it's actually a pretty solid like zombie narrative, but it also is like, just like dark and crass and has that attitude of like people are fucked and this world is fucked, and it's very violent and fun, and it is really well animated and directed. It's from the director of Attack on Titan and Death Note and Cabaneri of the Iron Fortress. His style is just to throw cool shit out there, essentially, and make it as hype as possible. And one of the things that he told the individual episode directors of this show is that each of them had to try to do something unique with breasts. Because this show is, every character has giant boobs and they're always flopping around and going crazy, and he would create these scenarios, such as in one episode where someone uses a pair of breasts as a cushion while he aims a sniper rifle, fires a bullet, and it goes matrix through a pair of boobs and before it hits a zombie. That's the kind of stuff that happens in this show, and it is absolutely delightful in that regard. Now this show, a lot of people are going to hate this show because it goes all out with being dark and grimy. There's themes of like sexual assault. There's definitely not all the fan service is being enjoyed by the characters, but that's kind of the point. It's not presenting this stuff as if it's like, as if you're supposed to be like, oh, that's acceptable. No, the point of the show is to be dark and edgy and violent and gritty. And it really appeals to people who are into that kind of movie. This is like a trauma film in anime form, essentially. And, but it's so well put together and actually decently written. And, it's got, pretty unique character designs, and I think it handles the fan service very well. It definitely animates fan service in such a way that it wants it to be like, hey, I know you think you can just go watch porn instead, but you're not going to get animation like this out of that, is sort of the attitude it takes. This is like, I think a lot of people would accuse this of being like a 14-year-old's id and what they want. But honestly, I think the part of you that still remembers what it's like to be that age will still get something out of this show. I think it's still a lot of fun. And again, it's so well put together that it's hard not to appreciate the effort that went into it. If you're the kind of person who likes campy horror movies, this one is a good one. I'd give that a light to decent recommendation. I definitely think it's worth a watch. I don't think it's going to blow your mind. The plot gets a little whatever in the later half, as I've said of a lot of shows on this list. Tends to happen with anime. They tend to have strong concepts and kind of peter out towards the end, but it's overall pretty solid. Next up, for a very light recommendation, I have listed Ichiban Ushiro no Daimao, which is a light novel show that I honestly don't remember too much of. I just remember vaguely enjoying it. It's sort of a like a magical high school type thing, or like a high school in like a semi-fantasy world. I believe the main character is basically the demon lord, and each of the girls is like related to him in one way or another. It's very fan service driven. It's another one where once the plot kicks in, it's not as interesting, but it's one where the characters are pretty likable, and the way it handles fan service is pretty okay. I wouldn't recommend this one to anyone except people who outright love that kind of show, like a trashy fan service light novel show, but one that's not annoying. This one's pretty okay. Next up is what I would consider to be, if you're gonna watch a generic high school fan service show, just a generic rom-com where the characters fight over a guy and they just all inexplicably are in love with him, and although in this case they have good reasons, but Kanokon, I think, is the pinnacle of that genre. This is a show that's borderline pornography. A lot of it is just outright nudity. It's basically, the main character, Kota, is this like very shrimpy high school kid who has very reluctantly sort of been made the boyfriend of this fox girl with huge boobs who's absolutely obsessed with him. All she wants to do is fuck him, essentially. Like, all she wants out of life is to have sex with Kota. And he's too nervous about it. He obviously wants to as well, but he, kind of won't admit it to himself. But she turns out to actually be like a fox spirit person. Like, she's part of this clan of these animal transforming people, essentially. And as the show goes on, there's another girl who's part of a dog clan who also falls in love with him, and the two of them are always fighting over him, usually in very sexually explicit ways. They meet all these other classmates. It's basically just a typical high school rom-com type show. It's pretty solid in that regard. It has some likable characters, some pretty okay melodramatic storylines as it goes along. None of it's really anything exceptional, but like, as far as this genre goes, like, this is a show that doesn't shy away from, like, just being what it is. It doesn't try to be coy about it. The characters are openly sexual and trying to, get what they want in their relationships. And they're pretty fun characters. I love the ending of this series in particular. The way that the sort of love triangle resolves is really interesting and something I wish more shows would kind of go for. And it actually takes its romance kind of seriously, where the characters have pretty legitimate reasons for feeling the ways they do about each other, and it's pretty cute and sweet. And it also has really good character designs. It's really nicely animated. I think that, again, if there's any show in this genre that was actually worth looking at, this would be the one. If that genre just offends you conceptually, then don't watch this show. But if you've always wished that you could get one that was like watchable and likable, this is that one. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. Up next is one of my legitimate favorite anime, which is Seikon no Quasar. This show is batshit fucking insanity. This show, far be it from just having an appreciation of B-movie plots, this show has the ultimate B-movie plot. It takes everything. It's a show about basically alchemists, like people, sort of like Full Metal Alchemist. Everyone has like a distinct power. Each character has control over one element, and they can manipulate that element. Like, the main character uses iron, I think, and he can manipulate iron. And in order to use their powers, they have to drink breast milk from certain women who like have like soma in their tits or whatever, and so every fight scene is like they drink tit milk and then go out into battle. It's like it's borderline porn, but it's insane porn. It's like, you know, there's tits everywhere. There's crazy violent action scenes. There's Nazis. There's like a whole like Nazi conspiracy and shit. There's like all these wacky, insane characters, dominatrix stuff. There's lots of like BDSM shit, especially in like the second season. Gender bending. One like a major like the main character girl. Her character development is reflected in the size of her breasts. She starts off the show with relatively small breasts, and as she grows as a character, her boobs keep getting bigger. And that's like how you mark the progression in the show. And I'm not even really doing justice to how crazy this is. Like, if anything I'm saying sounds like batshit nuts, it's way crazier than that. Like, this show has stuff that it just puts your jaw on the ground in disbelief that what you're seeing is happening. And it seems like it's constantly challenging itself to be raunchier than ever before and edgier than ever before. I don't think it's particularly dark because it has such a goofy, self-aware affectation to it, but it does, you know, try to have like this somewhat serious, dramatic, like violent plot line going on in the background that it's just so goofy and over the top that like it's clearly not taking itself seriously, and it's obviously meant to be fun and to make you go, oh my god, they're going there. I believe there's a part where a girl shoots lasers out of her boobs to beat the final boss or something like that. It's fucking nuts, and it's so fun. It is so much fucking fun. It is one of my favorite ending videos, particularly the first ending. It's openly, overtly raunchy and very proud of that. And it just goes all in and has as much fun as it can. If anything offends you, don't watch this show. It will probably find a way to offend one of your sensibilities. But if you're the type of person who likes that, if you like seeing a show go as far out into the realm of being wrong as possible, this show does that with a huge grin on its face, and it's a really good time. I would give it a strong recommendation. If anything I described sounds great to you, check it out. I fucking love that show. Next up is Strike Witches. This one is sort of a, it was kind of like not the originator, but the first really big one in this emergent genre of cute girls in like military scenarios. So the concept of this show is that it's set during World War II, except that the world got invaded by aliens in the middle of World War II, and all the nations came together to fight against these aliens. And all the famous fighter jets and fighter pilots from that era have been humanized into cute girls who wear like propellers on their legs and fly into battle with giant machine guns and fight aliens. It is the stupidest concept in the world. In this show, in this universe, women don't wear pants. Just none of them. No woman wears pants. They're all in their underwear. And for the main characters, it kind of makes sense because they have to wear propeller legs, so they'll jump into the propeller legs and they, you know, pants would obstruct that. But no one else wears pants either, because why? Why even bother? Why do pants have to exist? Who gives a fuck? But the funny thing about this show is that even though it has the trashiest, dumbest concept ever, it actually goes all in on making it awesome. It has an epic soundtrack, like just this sweeping, awesome, like film score soundtrack. It presents its situations with like complete seriousness and just has cool action scenes and characters doing badass stuff. I mean, the overall like themes and plot are very like power of friendship defeats all kind of thing, but like it's a bunch of cute girls flying around shooting guns at shit. It's very lighthearted, but like it presents itself as this wicked cool action movie. In particular, the second season is just awesome. It's just like every episode is they took one of the characters and they make them do something really badass, and that's the episode. So it ends up being a legitimately great action blockbuster show that just happens to be the stupidest concept in the world and laden with fan service, and it doesn't address the fan service at all. Like, the first episode has a lot more of like putting the camera right in a character's crotch kind of thing, but it really only does that for the first episode, and then after that it's like the fan service is just kind of a natural part of the world. Like it's just not even drawn attention to that no one wears pants. It's just a world where pants don't exist, whatever, you know. I think it's pretty fun. I'd give it a decent to strong recommendation. If you're into this, if what I described sounds cool to you, give it a shot. If what I just described sounds like you will absolutely want to blow your brains out, then don't watch it. And the last one on my list is Yushibu, or, oh god, what was the full Japanese title of this show? It's basically, the translation is, I couldn't become a hero, so instead I got a part-time job. It takes place in a fantasy world where there was like a big war going on between humans and demons, and then the humans like won, and now all the heroes are out of work because there's no one to fight. And so the main character is a guy who was about to start his career as a hero, and then the war was over, and so now he just works at an appliance store. And it's basically a fantasy Best Buy. And what's funny about it is that it's just all regular appliances like we have in our world, except they all run off of magic and stuff in this world. And so the first episode starts off when the daughter of the demon lord just happens to come to work at this place where the main character works. And the format of the show is basically like a lighthearted romantic comedy type show with, you know, some action thrown in, a little bit of melodrama here and there. But it has a strong emphasis on fan service. Lots of tits bouncing all over the place. Crazy animation a lot of the time. But the way it handles it, and sometimes it can be a little trashier than other times, but the way it handles it for the most part is like it does, again, it doesn't present it as like a weird thing to be happening in this world. The main girl, Firo, who I absolutely love, she is waifu tier, is just really chill and like just kind of is naked sometimes, because why wouldn't she be? That's kind of the way the show feels a lot of the time. This one is like it's another one where once it starts getting more plot heavy, it's a little bit more like whatever, I don't care as much. I would prefer it to have just been characters just kind of having fun, and the OVA that came after the show like really did a great job of like capturing the best stuff about it. But it's just kind of a good time if you like these kinds of fan service shows. I think it has a pretty interesting setting and some pretty likable characters, with the exception of the main character guy who's a total bitch and I can't stand him. But other than that, all the characters are pretty fun. And yeah, I'd give it a light recommendation. It's worth a shot if you like fan service shows, and it does the fan service very well. And that's it for good fan service shows. So off come the sunglasses. God, it is so bright in this fucking room. You have no idea. All right, next we're going to get into the category of oddball and mindfuck shows. These are shows that are just so weird that they don't really fall into any other category, either because they have so many ideas packed into such a small space, or because the ideas they have are insane and abnormal and just can't be classified easily. So these are all... every show in this category, if you just want to see something unique that's not like other anime, check all of these out. So the first one is a 4-episode OVA called Alien 9, which was covers about the first volume of a 3-volume manga that's just this weird story about a bunch of elementary school girls who are part of an alien catching squad. Basically, aliens will randomly land at their school, and they have to catch them and detain them. And they do this by wearing these weird alien helmets on their head that they're all completely uncomfortable with, and fighting aliens while being scared and terrified and not comfortable at all. And the show is just, it feels like kind of creepy and gross, and that's obviously intentional. It has sort of like a David Cronenberg effect, where there's almost like a body horror element to it, of like, it feels wrong. I've always described it as a biopunk story, and the manga sort of is a bit of a coming-of-age story, but mostly just a bunch of trippy shit happening. The anime is pretty entertaining, and episode 4 is an utter mindfuck. I recommend this show just because it's so weird. It's got a really cool aesthetic to it as well, but it's definitely not like anything else. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. Up next is Fooly Cooly, which is an absolute classic that I think is probably a must-watch show. It's a 6-episode OVA from the year 2000 that is just this explosively energetic and spastic show about this kid named Naota who lives in a boring town where nothing happens. He has this older brother who he really looks up to who's recently moved away, and he's just kind of hanging out with his brother's ex-girlfriend and wishing that his brother was there because he's kind of lost direction in life and doesn't really know what to do with himself. And then one day a girl on a Vespa drives up and hits him in the face with a bass guitar, and he grows a horn out of his head from which a giant robot, or a regular sized rather, robot emerges. And the robot starts fighting these other robots, and he's just kind of along for the ride in this crazy, wacky, insane story with lots of insane experimental animation. And this show is just like, it's a ton of ideas packed into a very small space. It's very dense, and everything in it is great and interesting. It has lots of tiny little details that really like stick out in my memory. I've seen this show more times than I've seen any other anime show. It's one that I think a lot of people, when they watch it for the first time, don't really get it because it's so like spastic, and so much of it is just weird off-color comedy that it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere if you're not paying attention. But it does have a really touching and interesting story at the heart of it about this kid who's sort of trying to act mature, and he has an idea of what he thinks maturity is that he's trying to imitate, while the show itself is keenly aware that what he thinks is maturity is not what it is. And all of the adults in his life kind of disappoint him because he sees them as all a bunch of idiots and children. And then in the end, he has to kind of realize that he himself is an idiot child. And coming to terms with that is basically the narrative arc of the show. But there's other stuff going on and a lot of other characters with their own stories. And it's altogether just a great time. A definitely masterwork of animation and storytelling, and phenomenal soundtrack from the Pillows that you probably all are well aware of. Next up is Futakoi Alternative. This is an old UFO table show from an era where everything they made was fucking weird. It was a spin-off of some dumb show called Futakoi, which was just like a shitty visual novel adaptation, I think. And then this show took the concept of that universe, which is that there's all these twins, almost every girl has a twin or something like that. I don't really know why, but it's the best way I can describe this show is that it constantly changes tones, and it starts off as like an action show, an action comedy series about just these characters living quaint lives in a small town as wacky stuff happens around them and there's aliens and shit, and then it suddenly becomes this really melodramatic series where all the characters are in these serious interpersonal conflicts, and then it suddenly turns into an action comedy again, but now with a strong romance plot. It's all over the place, and it's definitely tonal whiplash, but the show has so much heart and so much inventiveness in its animation, in a lot of ways like Fooly Cooly, but without quite the level of vision and directing prowess. And it's just an all-around good time. It's one that it's so weird that I don't expect everybody to like it or to get it, but I think that if you like just seeing something interesting and out there, then this is worth your time. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. The next one I have is Jinrui wa Suitai Shimashita, or Humanity Has Declined, which is a dark comedy and a sort of a social commentary that takes place after humanity has essentially I guess it's post-apocalyptic sort of, but it's just humanity is on the decline. Humanity's on the way out. And there's this new race of creatures called fairies who are essentially all-powerful beings who can do anything. But they're sort of innocent, and they have no concept of humankind or our morals or the way we act. And the main character girl, who doesn't have a name, she's just called Watashi, is supposed to be an interpreter of them, basically. She's supposed to be an intermediary between humans and fairies. She does not give a fuck about her job, nor anything. She's just this sarcastic, darkly minded person who tries to get out of work as much as possible. And the show is just about her really trippy encounters with these fairies. It's sort of an episodic storyline where Each episode will explore some bizarre concept involving these fairies, usually with some kind of social commentary aspect on our world. It's a lot like Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, but with a fantasy setting and just more weirdness to it. I would give that a pretty high recommendation. It's very cleverly written and very unique and distinct. Next up is Kuchu Buranko, or Trapeze, which is a sort of trippy, artistically designed show that melds lots of like animation techniques with live action photography and just weird like pop art sensibilities, often to make up for the fact that it's like barely animated. But it's about a psychologist named Dr. Irabu who constantly switches between 3 different forms. He's got like a child form, an adult form, and one where he's just a green bear. And he'll basically, each episode, he'll see some patient who has some kind of psychological disorder or some kind of thing that's going wrong in his life. And through seeing Dr. Irabu, he'll, start to figure it out, and his life will be changed for the better. And each episode is just really uplifting and feel good. I consider this one of the most feel good anime out there, where it's really about people just conquering their personal demons, and it ends with this really, really satisfying, upbeat ending song each time. That when the episode's over and that song kicks in, you're like, yeah! So it's really trippy and psychological and creative, but while also just kind of being a feel-good episode by episode, almost Iyashikei-esque, except that it's such a trip type experience. I'd give that a decent to strong recommendation. Next up, from the same director, yet another really trippy show, but this one more of a horror anthology type show, is Mononoke. This is a show that follows a medicine peddler traveling through like I want to say like 1800s Japan, and basically he is an exorcist where he'll find himself in scenarios where a place is like haunted by a spirit or some kind of monster, usually as a result of some kind of interpersonal drama that's going on, and he'll resolve to exorcise that monster. It's kind of like, it's got a bit of a detective show slant to it, like sort of a Detective Conan feel in the way that the mysteries are set up and like how he finds out about each monster, but with a very dark and biting edge to it and just really fucking trippy visuals. There's a lot of Japanese horror elements to it, and some of the scenarios can be kind of scary, but it's more just like mesmerizing and cool than it is like terrifying. It's like the scenarios are just like, whoa, that was awesome. And it's just, it's super cool and memorable, and I would give that a strong recommendation. I think most people would probably enjoy that show if you can handle the visuals and the presentation of it. And I would definitely say, to watch it comes in arcs, like the first 2 episodes of the first arc, so I'd say watch the first 2 episodes to get a sense of what the show is like, because episode 1 is mostly setting up for what episode 2 will be, and, once you've seen the climax of an arc, you can kind of appreciate what each arc is going to be building up to, and I think that really is what makes it work. Alrighty, the next show on my list is Paranoia Agent, a TV show directed by the genius Satoshi Kon, who was mostly a film director. Paranoia Agent is sort of an episodic show with an overarching narrative that follows a bunch of characters who each have some kind of like mental hang-up or some kind of identity crisis that they're hiding from the rest of the world, and they sort of have their problems absolved by this character called Little Slugger, who is a kid who rides on roller skates and carries a baseball bat and beats people up in the streets. And it's a very trippy show, and describing too much of what's really going on would kind of spoil the plot. It's basically about the way that ideas permeate through society and the ways that through each individual person's personal anxieties, they will feed into a greater cultural idea. It's pretty deep stuff, and I don't want to get into too much detail. It's the kind of thing you really have to watch the show to completely get it, and it's definitely the kind of show that when you watch it twice, then what was really going on all along is a lot more apparent. So I'd recommend doing that, but it's just really solidly put together. It's a surrealist show that has like very very realistic looking character designs and a very realistic setting, which is beautifully brought to life by Studio Madhouse, but with these trippy visuals that sort of bend space and time and reality in a way that only Satoshi Kon does and is known for. If you've seen any of his films, then you'll definitely understand what this show is going to be like, and I'd give it a strong recommendation. It also has a legendary opening theme and video. Up next, for one that's a little bit more uneven and extremely bizarre, we have a 90s series called Neo Ranga, which is like 48 episodes of 15 minutes apiece. It's about these three girls who are, I want to say, one's in middle school, one's in high school, and one's an adult. And they're sisters, and they inherit a gigantic kaiju, like a Godzilla monster, like a giant, huge fucking kaiju that over the course of the first 3 episodes storms into Japan, comes to their house, and they now own it. It's a really, really weird show that is tonally all over the place. There's episodes that are really dark, episodes that are just kind of fun and bizarre. Each of the characters has their very strong personalities and their own sort of desires and stories. There's episodes that are about like Yakuza and the housing market crash, and then episodes that are about like more personal issues. It's really all over the place. It's hard to like get a grip on where it's going. And that's why I'm warning you so much, because if you go into it knowing that it's going to be fucking weird, then it might be a little bit easier to deal with. But it's really interesting. I mean, if the storyline that I've described so far didn't already make you go, what the fuck? I need to know what that's about. Then it's worth checking out for the weirdness of it alone. Now, the problem with this show is that it's another one where like the last 10 episodes completely suck and kind of like drag down the quality of the show altogether, because it just gets this really bizarre storyline out of nowhere. And it's written by Sho Aikawa, who is a man who also wrote the first Full Metal Alchemist anime and Concrete Revolutio and Chaos Dragon, and his writing style is just fucking out there, and he does not know how to write an ending to save his fucking life. So I blame him for the issues in this show, but I also thank him for making such a weird and experimental and cool piece. I'd give this a light to decent recommendation. It's worth checking out if you want to see something super out there and like a classic 90s show that no one remembers, even though they should. This should have been a cult classic, but it didn't really seem to catch on that much. Next, for another really bizarre, tonally all over the place show, Samurai Flamenco. This is one that is pretty contentious because a lot of people really liked what the show was at first, and then it completely changed. Basically, Samurai Flamenco is a story about this guy who's an actor who decides that he wants to try to become a transforming superhero because he idolizes transforming hero shows. And so he basically puts on a hero suit and goes out to go fight crime. And it's pretty clearly everyone compares it to Kick-Ass, the movie and comic book series. It's very similar to that, but with transforming superhero cliches. Now, personally, I think that the first 6 episodes, which are the part that most people really love, are already fucking weird. Like, the way that the show is directed and the things it decides to focus on are bizarre. And then it just goes completely off the deep end in episode 7 because it turns into an actual transforming superhero show where suddenly there's real villains who, like, super villains show up and horribly murder some people. And then it just becomes this really weird, whacked out transforming hero show. And then it later turns into another show, a Super Sentai show. And then it turns into like a trippy, weird Eva thing. And then the last arc is just bizarre. It's all over the place. This show is a roller coaster ride. It's got my favorite, what I watched, what I expected, what I got image, where what I got just keeps transforming as the show goes on into all these different things, and it's madness. I think if you're a fan of transforming hero shows, you owe it to yourself to watch this one. Go into it knowing what I've just told to you, because if you go into it watching the early episodes and thinking it's going to be like that the whole time, it will disappoint you. But if you go into it expecting something that's really out there, then there's definitely a lot of merit to this show. It has a lot of interesting themes about what like hero shows mean and like what we take away from watching them and stuff like that. And and it gets so over the top and crazy that it's just it's mind-blowing to see it happening. But I would say that it definitely is uneven, and parts of it, especially towards the end, I found horribly annoying. So I'm only giving this one a light recommendation. I don't think everybody should watch it. I think it's one of those where if the idea of what I just described sounds interesting, then check it out. But otherwise, probably you should avoid it. So next up, we have another cult classic from the 90s, which is Revolutionary Girl Utena, which is basically what happened when a bunch of people who were working on Sailor Moon in the later arcs of Sailor Moon, wanted to do crazier shit than what they could get away with in a kid's show. So they went off to make Revolutionary Girl Utena and went absolutely ape shit. They just did whatever they wanted and made one of the most creatively free and visionary anime out there. Usually for better, and in maybe a few ways for worse for some audiences. This is a show that it takes the magical girl formula and plays around with it. It's got it's sort of like a transformation sequence, but rather there's like a minute of each episode is like Utena going to the battle stadium to fight, and it'll always play this awesome song and like show her climbing these stairs and like doing the transformation and everything, and it sort of has this episodic storyline where most of the episodes are about like exploring some characters' personal melodrama and the things going on in their life, but in this really esoteric way with lots of symbolism everywhere. Almost every image is a fucking symbol in this show, and just really interesting, bizarre directing choices, and a really memorable cast of characters. And as the show goes on through its various arcs, it will take the premise that it's had and then change it in a way to like change the meaning of what's going on. But it always uses these like reused footages and this like weird episodic storytelling style. So a lot of people have a hard time getting into this show, and very understandably so. It takes a long time to sort of wrap your head around what the fuck is actually happening. And even then you might never, because the whole, like, as it goes on, it just gets trippier. If more thematically dense. So it's a show that you might have to look into a little bit, maybe do some research on to fully understand it. A lot has been written about it analytically, and there's a lot to like if you like it. This is a show that I think if you watch a couple episodes of this and you really don't like it, then it might not be worth it to put all that effort into understanding it. Like, for the people who like this show, I think there's an immediate draw to it where the aesthetic and the things that it's clearly like lampooning, the ideas, the classical storytelling tropes and the fairy tale tropes that it's sort of twisting and making dark and more subversive are pretty apparent from the start. And if that kind of thing interests you, then you'll probably be drawn to this series, if not just to the interesting character dynamics and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not for everybody, but for those who get into it, it has a lot to offer. It was often regarded as like the shoujo Eva of its time, where it was, like it has that level of like crazy deep themes and psychological characterization, but presented in a very different way. It's not as clean cut as Eva and as accessible as Eva. So I'd give it a decent to strong recommendation. I definitely think that everyone should at least give it a shot and see if it's your thing. And if so, then watch all of it. The last one on my list is The Soul Taker, which is just a sort of trippy, almost Arthouse production. And it's Akiyuki Shinbo in the year 2000 going absolutely apeshit with his gothic, dark presentation and directing style, just putting a bunch of trippy images on the page. It's a transforming hero show, but a very dark one. It's made by Tatsunoko, who made like all the classic transforming hero shows like Kashurn and stuff like that. And it's just this guy named Kyosuke who ends up in he's trying to find his sister, but there's a bunch of clones of his sister all over the place, and he keeps running into these clones of his sister, most of whom want to fuck him for some reason. And he is fighting against this evil medical corporation that rules the world or something like that. The plot is like madness. It's just like crazy batshit stuff, and most of the episodes are more about the tone and the style than they are about like really an interesting plot. This is the kind of show that really, if you like Akiyuki Shinbo's style and you like the aesthetic of just dark, gothy, violent, cool, fun stuff, then the show's worth watching. And it also has a legendary opening theme by Jam Project, which is one of my personal favorites of all time. I'd only give this show a light recommendation. I really think it's more about the aesthetic than anything else. So if that doesn't do anything for you, then you're not going to give a fuck about this show. And that's it for the Oddball and Mindfuck category. Up next is a sort of mini genre, which I am making up, that I think encapsulates a lot of all the different genres I've talked about, which is episodic contemplative adventures. These are shows that are typically about one or a few characters just sort of traveling the world and getting into these episodic adventures that usually have some kind of poignant message or theme that relates to the world around us or connects to us as people. It's just sort of shows about wandering the earth, like Kane from Kung Fu, and meeting people and learning things. And all of these are really cool, introspective shows that usually make you feel something about the human experience, or are otherwise just really cool and contemplative and fun. So the first one on my list is Kashern Sins, and this is a very strange show in that it's very dark and very moody. It's post-apocalyptic, and it's the main character is Kashern, who is an indestructible, immortal robot. And he is essentially being blamed for causing the end of the world, but he has no memory of having caused it. And the world is mostly inhabited by robots now who believe that if they eat Kashern, they will gain his immortality. So Kashern has to wander the earth, constantly being attacked by robots, whom he can kill easily because he's like an immortal fighting god. And it's just about him exploring this ruined world and meeting people who are either clinging to life or trying to die or trying to, gain immortality for themselves, and just sort of seeing human hubris as well as human hope and the distinctions between robot and human becoming blurry and stuff like that. It's mostly very slow, very contemplative, but it is unbelievably gorgeous. I would consider this, personally, this is one of my top 5 best looking shows ever made. The character designs are spectacular. The background designs are drop dead gorgeous. I just think this is all around a really beautiful show. And the music is incredible as well. One of my favorite soundtracks in anime. And it's interesting because it takes like the most cartoony premise of Kashern, which is like a classic 70s transforming hero show, and then makes it into this weird dark post-apocalypse show. So there's parts in this where there's action scenes that are like out of Dragon Ball Z, where characters are punching each other through mountains and shit in the middle of what is otherwise a very slow and like somber and dark series. So it definitely seems like there's only a certain audience who would appreciate this show completely, but I happen to fall into it, and I would give it a decent to strong recommendation. Next up, another absolute 90s classic, Cowboy Bebop, a show about a group of bounty hunters in space who are very poor and are trying to collect on bounties, which take them on all kinds of adventures through a broad range of emotional styles. Every episode is sort of its own thing with its own feel to it, and I made a whole video about this, the You're Gonna Carry That Weight video, that I know a lot of you liked a lot, and it's a really popular and really famous show. I would consider it a must-watch. It's unbelievably well produced. Everything I just said about Kashern could also apply to Cowboy Bebop. Beautiful designs, beautiful art, unbelievably legendary soundtrack from Yoko Kanno, which is like 5 hours long. It's like the biggest soundtrack of all time. Well, probably not that, but it's a huge fucking soundtrack full of great music, and it's a really feelsy show, and it's one that stuck with me because it was one of my first anime that I ever saw. It was the first anime I ever knew was an anime back in 2001, and it means a lot to me, and I've seen it a lot of times, so it's hard for me to go into too much detail without just like describing everything because it's all so fresh in my mind. But everyone should watch it. It's a fucking classic. Up next is Kino's Journey, which is a show about an androgynous girl who rides a motorcycle that talks, and she rides around the countryside, and she has a rule that she only stays in one place for exactly 3 days. No more, no less, or at least no more. And she'll just kind of ride around this world and find herself in all these societies with their own unique rules and interesting setups. It's kind of similar to King of Bandits Jing, but much more focused on exploring themes, whereas Jing is more just like a fun, weird show. But this series is very much about like exploring how people act in different societies and how they act in different situations, how they might fuck each other over a lot of the time. It's sort of has a sort of dark and cynical take on humanity, but then it also has moments where you realize that people are great and the world is beautiful. So yeah, it's about that. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. I think the show, it doesn't hold up as well as some others in its genre. I think that at the time it was probably more special than it is now, but overall it's a pretty solid show. Next up is Mushishi, which is another really beautiful, really gorgeously designed show from same art director as Kashurn Sins for that matter, and it is about this guy who called Ginkgo, who is a sort of medicine man who travels around the countryside, and he can see these things called mushi, which are basically microorganisms that are like the smallest and purest form of life. These are like as it's put in the show, they're the closest to like the origin of life, to the life stream sort of thing. And these mushi essentially cause problems or have weird interactions with humans everywhere he goes. So, like, because Mushi don't understand humans at all and have no concept of what, we're trying to do, then they can have really weird and adverse effects on people who come into contact with them. And so Ginkgo will sort of help people and Mushi to come to terms with one another. And he's also a sort of collector of knowledge and artifacts pertaining to the Mushi. So he gets into a lot of these scenarios out of personal interest. But he's just this cool, laid-back guy on this very slow-paced adventure through a gorgeous countryside. Lots of really interesting and sometimes occasionally touching or even sometimes scary individual moments that happen along his journey. And the last one I have in this category, which is a lot more plot-driven than the other ones I've talked about, but has sort of the same vibe, is Wolf's Rain. Another really gorgeous show, same character designer and same soundtrack composer as Cowboy Bebop. So once again, beautiful visuals and music. It's about a group of wolves who are traveling the world. And for whatever reason in this world, wolves can appear human. Like they can make themselves appear human to people, and they have personalities that are like between human and wolf. It's really trippy and weird the way it handles the fact that the main characters are all wolves. But basically these wolves are traveling through a post-apocalyptic Earth looking for paradise. And apparently wolves are the only ones who can find paradise. And they're just trying to find their paradise, and they're going through all these like, personal conflicts and struggles and seeing all this fucked up stuff that's going on in this post-apocalyptic world. And it has a really depressing ending. And like, as the plot gets moving, it gets really dark and really sad. So, watch it if you want to watch something that's very pretty and somber and extremely depressing towards the end, and you'll probably like this show. I'd give it a light to decent recommendation. I think a lot of it's pretty boring, but it's so nice to look at that it's hard to put down. And that's it for the episodic contemplative adventures. All right, I'm just going to kind of blitz through this next category, which I didn't list a lot from, and for some reason most of them start with the letter A. I don't know how that happened, but this is the Arthouse category. Most of these are very short, very trippy art pieces that don't necessarily have a clear meaning, but most of them are just really cool. There's stuff that's just out there and fucking insane and is worth watching just if you want to see something that's just, yeah, art! As anyone who gets that quote, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The first one in my list is 1001 Nights, which is a 20-minute short film designed by Yoshitaka Amano, the guy who did all the old Final Fantasy art and who designed Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. And it's just like 20 minutes of fucking trippy, insane shit happening with his art style. And it's just the kind of thing that you just stare at and be mesmerized and like, whoa, that exists. Next up is Airy Me. This is a music video with a pretty cool, like, how would I describe this song? It's sort of a, I don't know how I describe the song. It's like a minimalist electronic song. It's trippy and weird, and the music video is this super beautifully hand-drawn animation that's like all it looks like it's all just like sketches, but it's this like the animation style is really crazy and expressive, and I don't really know what the story's meaning was, but it blew me away when I watched it. I just was like taken aback by how striking it all was. Next up is Anikuri 15. This is 15 one-minute short films that all came from like big name directors in the industry, like Satoshi Kon or God, I don't remember who else worked on this, but Anikuri 15 is really short. You can just watch all these really quick. They're all just fun little experimental short films. Some are better than others, but it's worth checking them all out. Aru Tabibito no Nikki. This one is actually could fit in with the contemplative episodic adventure stories, but it's only 6 episodes that are all really short, and it's a lot more trippy than those. It's basically just Kino's journey, but Arthouse and weird. But it's that same kind of vibe. Next up is Kanamewo, which was a like 5-minute music video style animation about this girl who finds this like weird alien-esque creature on the side of the road, takes her in. They end up becoming like a couple and just experiencing a fleeting life together before the alien girl like succumbs to not being able to live on Earth, essentially. It's just a fun little short with pretty good animation and a really great song. I just loved the song so much that I really liked this this short video. Next is a little bit of a longer one, which is the 3-episode OVA Les Portraits de Petite Cosette. I doubt I pronounced that right, but who gives a fuck? Cosette no Shouzo, if you want the Japanese title, which is not unlike the Soul Taker, Akiyuki Shinbo going completely fucking apeshit with his visual style, this time out the wazoo. The idea of this OVA was literally to make a gothic Lolita anime by interpreting those two terms as literally as possible. The storyline is basically Lolita, the book, but I mean, like, simplified extremely. And the style of the visuals and the way the narrative is presented is gothic. So it is quite literally a gothic Lolita story about a gothic Lolita dressed character. And it's really fucking trippy, and it's mostly just about having cool visuals and being the most Shinbo thing that's ever happened. So if you like Shinbo, this is a must watch. It's his style just going all out and doing whatever he wants. Next up, Angel's Egg. This is another Yoshitaka Amano designed one, but this one is directed and written by Mamoru Oshii, who wrote directed Ghost in the Shell, and some other shit that I've talked about in this list. It's a really beautiful to look at and dark, trippy, atmospheric piece that's very slow and has almost no dialogue. When it does have dialogue, it's just sort of a brief conversation on the nature of existentialism, and then it moves on. And a lot of it seems like it's just weird symbolism that I know some people have interpreted. I know Demolition D is a huge fan of this movie, but he still hasn't finished writing his analysis of it, and I'd like him to. I'd give that a... Oh god, I didn't give a level of recommendation for any of these. All of these are like light to decent recommendations, because all of them, the only reason to watch them is that you want to see something really fucking weird. It's the best reason to watch any of these. And the last one, which is a little bit maybe higher recommendation because it has more clear meaning, is Furiko, or Pendulum, which is a 3-minute short film with a very simplistic art style but very uniquely presented, where it's just a pendulum swinging back and forth, revealing the life story of this guy and his wife as he progresses through life. It's very touching and very sad, set to a Muse song, interestingly enough, and it makes people cry. It's very well put together. And again, Demolition D is a very big fan of it and has advocated for it. But that one you should definitely check out. It's super short and, pretty gripping. And all of those are just, if you want to see something really fucking weird, then go watch all those Arthouse shows. And that's it for that category. Next, we're going to move into what is by far my biggest category, but I'm not even going to bother describing these because you should watch all of them. These are classic films. Basically, all of the great anime films that have ever existed, or not that I've ever completed is what I meant to say. It's all of these classic anime films that everyone should check out. There's a lot that aren't on this list because I haven't seen them yet. You should really watch everything Studio Ghibli has ever made. All of it is great in its own ways. Anything directed by like Satoshi Kon or Mamoru Oshii or any of the classic directors, Isao Takahata, like just watch all their stuff. And most of what this list is going to be is that stuff. And these are all just movies. So it's not like you can watch an episode and figure out what it's going to be. They're all about, anywhere from an hour to 2.5 hours long. You can just watch them in one sitting. And they're all worthwhile because they're all fucking classics. So I'm just going to read through the whole list as quickly as possible. Akira, classic 80s sci-fi movie, hugely influential, unbelievably gorgeous aesthetic. Everyone should see it. Ponyo, my personal favorite Studio Ghibli film and Hayao Miyazaki film. It is just unbelievably pleasant and really just poppy and fun and family friendly, and everyone should see it. Ghost in the Shell, the original film, based on a manga, but it's the proto-cyberpunk thing of the 90s. It was the inspiration for The Matrix and just about every other cyberpunk thing that's existed since it. Just a deep, heady, contemplative, sort of slow but with amazing action scenes film from the 90s. Hotaru no Haka, which is also known as Grave of the Fireflies, which is a fucking depressing World War II story. It's about a pair of kids who are orphaned in the midst of the war, and they die. It's pretty straightforward. It's just a horrors of war movie. Howl's Moving Castle, a big, fun adventure movie that Miyazaki did after Spirited Away. It's just got lots of cool animation and fun, memorable moments. Jinro the Wolf Brigade. This is a very underappreciated film from the late 90s, written by Mamoru Oshii, but directed by another director who is just maybe a little bit more accessible. It's just a sort of spy thriller mixed with a like contemplative and heady psychological plot. Really solidly made and beautifully animated, and just a kind of dark, I guess, military thing I'd describe it as. I don't know how I'd describe it. Just sort of a dark, cool, violent, sort of vaguely, not quite sci-fi, but like alternate history political story. Next up, Ninja Scroll. This is the badass 90s anime movie. It's just violent insanity. It's a bunch of fucking ninjas killing each other. There's tits everywhere and violent sexual content. And it was the first anime that me and my cousin saw that got us into anime when we were little kids. So it's for the whole family. But it's really just like violent insanity, and it's a lot of fun. The Tale of Princess Kaguya, a beautifully drawn and animated film about a classical Japanese tale directed by Isao Takahata and made with Studio Ghibli from just a couple years ago. Got snubbed for the Academy Award, so you should all watch it. The Borrower Arrietty, which is a Studio Ghibli interpretation of the book The Borrowers, but a very like loose adaptation. It's about these tiny people who live in a house, like a human house, and they have their own little house inside of that house, and it's really cool. I wrote a video about it just generally as a recommendation, but I think it's really fun, beautiful to look at movie with a great soundtrack, and that's why I like it a lot. Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind was one of the first films that Hayao Miyazaki directed. It's an adaptation of his own manga. Look, you should watch this movie, but you need to read the manga. The manga is 7 volumes long. It's absolutely incredible. It's a huge, epic story, and the movie barely covers any of it. The manga is much better, but the film is still really cool as like a sort of, just having some of it in animation is neat. Lupin the Third, The Castle of Cagliostro, which is the actual first Hayao Miyazaki directed film. It's part of the Lupin the Third franchise. You can pretty much watch it regardless of your knowledge of Lupin the Third, but it's as good an entry point as any into a very vast and usually pretty fun franchise that is kind of the same story told a million times, but it's always fun to watch. Next up is Kiki's Delivery Service, another Hayao Miyazaki film. This one's very pleasant. If you're into like Iyashikei and cute girls doing cute things, this is like a prototypical example of that. It kind of falls into that genre pretty well. Memories, which is a series of 3 short films from directors who would either were or would go on to be very famous. It was the first short film to be written by Satoshi Kon, was Magnetic Rose, which is by far the best of the Memories shorts. There's 2 others, Stink Bomb, and I don't remember the name of the third one, but they're all really cool, just like inventive short stories that are worth checking out. Metropolis is the director of Akira directing an adaptation of a Osamu Tezuka manga, which itself was an adaptation of the film Metropolis from the 20s. But this is like, an anime Astro Boy looking version of Metropolis. It's just extremely gorgeous to look at. I mean, for no other reason than that, you should watch this film. It's just got a super cool futuristic setting where everything's robots and there's like just buildings everywhere in this endless urban sprawl that looks really incredible. It's got a pretty good story. Princess Mononoke, often considered to be Hayao Miyazaki's best film. It's definitely his most like mature and adult film with like the darkest themes, and it is just baller as fuck. When Marnie Was There, the most recent Studio Ghibli film, I think it still is a very low-key, low-tempo story about this awkward girl who moves out to the countryside and doesn't have any friends and doesn't want any friends, but ends up meeting this mysterious blonde girl who she becomes good friends with, but she seems to be a ghost or something. Like, that's how it feels at first. That's not a spoiler. That's just what you're going to be thinking while you watch the movie. But, yeah, it's just, it's sort of and I won't say coming of age, but like a learning to not be such a piece of shit type movie for this little girl. Only Yesterday. This is a really interesting film, another Ghibli film from Isao Takahata from 1991. It's about this woman in her 30s who is sort of reminiscing about when she was a kid and all the interesting little slice of life stories that she went through when she was growing up. This is another one that kind of fits into the like slice of life Iyashikei feel, but it's also interesting that it plays off these memories against the story of her currently just kind of trying to figure out where her life is going from that point forward. The 6th One Piece movie, which is probably my second favorite Mamoru Hosoda film, the guy who directed Girl Who Let Through Time, Summer Wars, and Boy and the Beast, and Wolf Children, which all of those are pretty easily likable movies that most of you should probably watch. But he also directed the 6th One Piece movie, which is a lot of fun. If you like One Piece, watch this movie. If you don't know shit about One Piece, I don't know if you'll understand what's going on, but it's a really fun, cool movie with just a brisk, interesting plot and lots of gorgeous animation and really cool, interesting, expressive animation. Perfect Blue, psychological mindfuck movie by Satoshi Kon. It's sort of a horror thriller film with a total mindfuck presentation about this girl who's an idol singer who's being stalked by a crazy person. Red Line. This is just pure adrenaline and unbelievable animation. It took like 6 or 7 years to make, and it's all hand drawn, and it's just crazy, over the top gorgeous. It's about a race in space, a bunch of crazy aliens racing across a planet in jacked up supercars. It's like wacky racers on steroids and speed and every other drug in the universe all at once. And it's just a blast to watch. This is a movie where the opening scene is great. The first half is a little slow, but the entire second half, when it gets into its big race, is just a non-stop adrenaline thrill ride. So I would definitely recommend watching the whole thing. Rojin Z. This is a really interesting, kind of obscure film from Katsuhiro Otomo, the Akira director. That's sort of a dark comedy and social commentary film about basically a world where people decide that the way that they're going to deal with old people taking up space in their society is to build them these robot beds that will just take care of all their needs. But then the bed that they build for this one old man turns into a crazy giant robot thing. It goes on a rampage, and it's sort of a political commentary and thriller thing that's also just like a big fun adventure. It's very short and to the point, and it's fun to watch. Spirited Away. I don't need to tell you about Spirited Away. You've seen Spirited Away. It's the classic Hayao Miyazaki film. It's one of the greatest masterpieces in animation history. Only anime film to ever win the Academy Award for Best Animated Feature, though that, doesn't mean much because there's a lot of them that should have won, but whatever. It's a classic film. Everyone should watch it. Millennium Actress, another trippy Satoshi Kon movie, but this one less of a psychological mindfuck and more, it's about an aging actress who's telling her life story to a couple of reporters, and the way that it's presented is that they are sort of actors in her life story as she's telling it. It's really interesting and trippy and fun to watch, and pretty cool. Now, this next one is not a classic film. This next one is kind of a terrible film, but I'm recommending it anyways. It's called Kenya Boy, and it's about a Japanese kid who gets lost in Kenya, and it is one of the most batshit crazy films. I don't want to say it's so bad it's good. It's so weird it's good. It's the kind of movie that as you're watching it, you can't believe the things that you're seeing are happening. You need to watch this fucked up on something, drugs or alcohol, with a group of people, and you'll all just be like, oh my god, this is really happening. This is madness. It's a movie that you can't believe exists. I think it's from the 80s. Give it a shot when you want to be tormented by the knowledge of something. I don't want to give anything away because there were moments that stuck with me because I didn't know they were coming, and I was like, oh my god. Steam Boy. This is I think, somewhat underrated film from Katsuhiro Otomo once again. Super beautifully animated steampunk film that's just like a cool little adventure story about awesome steam technology. Summer Wars, my favorite Mamoru Hosoda film, one of my favorite anime films. It's about this kid who goes with his girlfriend to this to see her family, which is this giant massive family with a long history, and they end up playing this MMORPG game that's been infected with a super virus that's trying to take over the world, and all of them are playing this game against the super virus and uniting all of the world to fight against it, and it's really fucking cool. It's basically the Digimon movie. It's from the same director as the Digimon movie, but he made an original version, and it's fucking great. It has great characters and great themes, and it's just super fun to watch, and it's badass, and I love it. The Skycrawlers. This is possibly my favorite Mamoru Oshii film, even though it's one that I don't think a lot of people talk about or care about, but it's this sort of weird, slow, contemplative film about a world where we're in the middle of a war, and the people fighting it are these young people called the Children, who just don't give a fuck about anything because their lives don't mean anything, and they just sit around getting drunk and fucking around and going out to fight, and they don't care about their lives. And it's sort of a movie about finding something to live for or something to die for that's worth it. It meant a lot to me at a time when I was really depressed, so maybe watch it if you're that. The Girl Who Leapt Through Time, a teen melodrama with a sci-fi twist that's really heartfelt, and a lot of people really like it. I think it's pretty okay. Tokyo Godfathers, another Satoshi Kon film. This is his least trippy and most straightforward, just fun, blockbuster-style movie, where it's about these 3 homeless people who find a baby thrown out in the garbage, and they go on a quest to try to return the baby to its parents, and they end up going through this really wacky, insane adventure, even though it's a realistic and grounded movie with real looking character designs and everything. The things that end up happening are startlingly crazy, and the way the film is presented has this constantly escalating tension that just makes it you can't believe what's happening, but it's a lot of fun to watch. Next is My Neighbor Totoro, a classic Miyazaki film. This one is super Iyashikei. It's just a calming, relaxing movie about these little girls who their mom's in the hospital, and they're hoping she gets better, and they end up hanging out with a giant weird monster in the forest and having a good time. Welcome to the Space Show. This one is another one that's a little contentious, but it's about these kids who are at God, what was it? They were at like school or something. It's like a bunch of younger kids who just all get teleported into space to go on a crazy fucking space adventure. It's a lot like, visually, this is a lot like Space Dandy. It's just like a bunch of wacky, crazy stuff, and it goes through so many different things. This is a long movie that feels long. There's just a bunch of cool stuff happening in space. I don't really remember the story of it. I just remember it was really cool, and I liked it a lot. Umi ga Kikoeru, or I Can Hear the Sea, or Ocean Waves, as it's often called, is the Ghibli movie that no one remembers and everyone should. It was a like made-for-TV movie that's just sort of a low-key teen melodrama about, it probably could have belonged in the adult contemporary category, just kind of about like, these kids moving into adulthood and like learning to face it and dealing with all this melodrama. It's really good, really well written, and solid film. Urusei Yatsura 2, Beautiful Dreamer. This is the first big Mamoru Oshii film. It's a trippy-ass movie that uses the universe and characters of Rumiko Takahashi's Urusei Yatsura, which was the big rom-com of the 80s, and uses them to tell like a weird and trippy story. I think this movie, if you really like 80s stuff and like the that old school aesthetic and you want to see like a cool trippy 80s movie, this is a great one to look for. I don't think it would do much for modern audiences who are maybe kind of used to this kind of story by now, and Oshii has done so much other stuff, but it's a pretty fun movie, and it's an important piece of anime history, so it's cool to look at for that reason. And lastly, Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. This is just pure, like Ninja Scroll, which is from the same director. It's mostly just a cool action thing that you watch because it's badass and unbelievably well animated and gorgeous. Super duper beautiful character designs. And cool gothic storytelling, because it's about vampires and monsters and just this crazy adventure with a bunch of vampires and weird shit all fighting each other. So anyway, those are all classic films. You should watch all those. Obviously, I haven't seen every classic film. Some of you are probably thinking, oh, you haven't seen this classic film that I love? And I'm like, well, you know, I'll get to it eventually. I mean, obviously, I had to watch these other 250 anime to get to it. I think I have one category left. I think we're nearing the end of this. Alrighty, the last category I have here is cool animated action. These are all relatively short, like OVAs and movies and just like little stories that are mostly worth watching because they're cool. They're not like great stories. Most of them just have like really cool animation and are worth watching just for the hell of it. These are all like throw it on whenever type things. These are the kind of things that if you just want something to watch that's not going to take a huge amount of brain power or like require you to, you know, find something everyone in the room's going to enjoy. These are all pretty easy to enjoy stuff that are just worth a look. You know, put it on every couple of years when you want to watch something cool. All of these get like light recommendations. None of these are like super serious stuff you need to go watch, with a couple exceptions that I will point out as I go along. So the first one is Dot Hack Quantum, a 3-episode OVA set in the Dot Hack universe, which is a series of stories about an MMORPG game, usually where the characters get trapped inside. This was kind of the original one of those. Most of the Dot Hack stories are really stupid, but Dot Hack Quantum is just like a fun action movie type plot set in that universe. With a cast of mostly cute girls with great voice actors. So that helps a lot. But it's pretty nice to look at and pretty fun to watch. Next up is the Black Rock Shooter OVA, which took the character Black Rock Shooter, a Hatsune Miku spin-off character of sorts, and made this weird-ass OVA out of her, where it's about basically these two girls who have a budding friendship, and there's a bunch of melodrama between them, and their melodrama is like metaphorically represented by these Black Rock Shooter and these other weird characters who are fighting in this alternate dimension. It's weird and kind of stupid, but it's really nice to look at, and it's just a pleasant little fun OVA, and it's just, you know, whatever. It's about the power of friendship and shit. Next up is Blood the Last Vampire. This was a film that was put together by Mamoru Oshii and Production IG, although he didn't actually like work on it creatively so much as it was meant to train a bunch of new staff and experiment with new animation techniques. This was a film that really pushed the envelope on what CG animation could do and had some very lifelike and like beautiful CG stuff in it, but it's basically about this girl who's a vampire who goes around killing vampire monsters called Chiropterans. And in this particular movie, she's posing as a schoolgirl on a military base, like an American military base in Japan in the 60s. And she has to hunt down a bunch of monsters. It's just like a kind of quick, to the point, horror tinged thriller thing with lots of great action and lots of violence. And somehow it spawned a huge fucking franchise out of it. I have no idea how that happened, but it's pretty fun. Next up is Cat Shit 1. This is a weird ass, like 20-minute special that was an adaptation of a manga that's usually translated as Apocalypse Meow, but it's a story of a bunch of bunny rabbits in war. Like all it is like a literal war story, like a Black Hawk Down, like a tactical like battle scenario, but the characters are bunnies, and it's all in CG, and it's like really good looking CG, and it has like cool action, and it's like really funny, but also like just a cool action thing. I don't know, give it a shot if that sounds cool to you. I enjoyed it. Next up, here's one that I would recommend a little bit more highly. It's a 30-minute short called Senko Roll, which is about I guess about this high school guy who has this weird monster thing that can like change shape into whatever he wants it to. And he gets into a fight with another guy who's also got a huge monster thing. It has this very dry tone to it, and lots of interesting little character moments and great animation. And it's just kind of, it's got an interesting feeling to it that I don't think a lot of other stuff has. So I think it's worth watching for that reason. Next up, this one is a must-watch in my opinion. Daikon 4, the Daikon opening animations. The first thing that was ever made by Studio Gainax before they even were Gainax. It's just a really explosively fun bundle of references, just references to all of pop culture, set to this really epic song Twilight by ELO, and it's just gorgeous and cool, and it's, you know, has a lot of Hideaki Anno's hallmarks. You can see some of End of Evangelion in this thing, like stuff that would later be used in that movie is used here, and it's just it just feels amazing. It's like aesthetic perfection. I absolutely love it. Next up is Fascinating Days, which is a cute little short film that was made as like an advertisement for like a Velcro company or a zipper company. That's what it was. That is made by Studio Colorido, which is a small studio that has been doing all these really cool, colorful, expressive short animations. I recommend checking out Poulette's Chair, or Poulette no Isu, which is a great short film. They did Fumiko's Confession, which most of you have probably seen because it was a huge viral sensation sort of thing. It was only a 2-minute animation. Fascinating Days has been my favorite of all their shorts, but I think all of them are worth checking out because they're just really cool and inventive. And they've been doing lots of like commercial stuff, such as they did that McDonald's commercial that a lot of you have probably seen. And Fascinating Days is pretty cool. Gunsmith Cats. This is a 3-episode OVA from the 90s, adapting just a few... actually, I don't even think any of it is a direct adaptation of the manga, which is a lot longer, but it just sort of captures the feel of it. It's a 90s pulp, fun, cool show, very jazzy and American-inspired. It kind of feels like if you enjoyed movies like Trouble in Little Tokyo and stuff like that from the 90s, or like all those old like cop dramas, this is like one of those, but with cute girls as the main characters, who kick ass and take names and shoot big guns and drive cool cars. Kizuna Ichigeki. This was one of the Young Animator Training Project shorts. It's just about this little girl who does kung fu and is really badass, or karate probably, and it's got really cool fight animation in it. Little Witch Academia. This was another Young Animator Training Project short that most of you have probably seen. It's super gorgeously animated, has tons of heart and tons of character. It's about just these girls attending like basically a Harry Potter school for witchcraft, but done with the most inventive like feel and just cool animation possible. Read or Die, which was an OVA that was sort of like a cool spy thriller with a really inventive concept in that the main character girl can manipulate paper. She's an obsessive reader who like read lots of books and can, for whatever reason, manipulate paper to do whatever she wants. This is just like an action spectacle piece. It's got a very like spy thriller, but way over the top feel to it with big, cool action sequences. And they made a whole TV show afterwards, which was okay. But the OVA was definitely like where it's at in terms of just being a slick, cool, well-presented action short piece. Riding Bean, which was the predecessor to Gunsmith Cats and is even cooler, I think, in terms of the anime. It's just a badass 90s pulp thing. If you like, if the idea of like some dude who's like a badass guy in a big, cool, classic car shooting at bad guys and, doing crazy off the road stunts and blowing shit up sounds like your kind of show, then you'll love Riding Bean. It's only like 50 minutes long. Sword of the Stranger. This is a samurai film from Studio Bones that is pretty much all about showcasing the coolest fucking animated fight scenes ever. The story is kind of mediocre and not worth mentioning because the fights are unbelievably incredible. The final battle in this movie, animated by Yutaka Nakamura, has long been my favorite animated fight scene of all time. It is fucking awesome. Sukeban Deka. This is just a crazy-ass 2-episode shoujo OVA from the early 90s that's about, like, it's kind of another over-the-top pulp story, but this one with, like, a weird shoujo edge to it. It's about this girl who, her mom is in prison, and she has to get her mom's like on death row and she's in prison, and they're going to let her out of prison and let her save her mom by stopping all this crime that's going on in high schools. And she does that by like fighting with a yo-yo and wearing cool gloves. And it's crazy and hilarious and over the top and way grimdark, like grimdark beyond all fucking reason to an extent that is comical. So it's pretty fun to watch. Next up is a 4-episode sci-fi OVA called Tenemonia Voyagers, which is just about like 4 girls in space doing cool stuff. It's an Akiyuki Shinbo show and has some of his trippy style, especially in the later episodes. And it's one that, like, at first it's just kind of whatever, but it really feels like it's hitting its stride right before it unceremoniously ends with no ending. So it's a fun watch, but it really leaves you wishing there was more of it. And lastly, Venus Wars, which is a film from the 80s that's mostly noteworthy for how fucking beautiful it is to look at. It's got sort of a punk, not quite cyberpunk, but like a punk sci-fi aesthetic where it takes place on Mars, and it's about all these kids who are sort of caught up in a war scenario that's going on around them. And the first half of it is more about like just teen angst and being rebels, and then the second half turns into more of like a war story, but it's pretty good. I wouldn't highly recommend it or anything, but it's a fun time. That's why it's not in my classic films list. But yeah, that's about it. I think that's 250 anime recommendations. I think I cleared all my lists. There's going to be a complete list of all the shows down in the description. Hopefully you enjoyed this and you'll never run out of anime to watch for a considerable amount of time. I know that not all of these are amazing, and some of these you'll probably end up hating, but this is just all the shows I've finished that I thought were worth at least a look. There's plenty of other great anime out there that I haven't finished yet, some that I know is great, some that I've heard is great, but if you need somewhere to start, here you go. I've given you one hell of a start. Thanks again for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.